Honorable Prime Minister of Samoa, Fiame Mataafa, honorable ministers from across the Pacific, the FAO Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Asia and Pacific, Mr. John Jane Kim, members of the Diplomatic Corps, development partners, producer groups, and innovators, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Talofa, Bola, hello, Malolele, Yakwe, Moyoran, Talofani, Alili, Maori, bonjour. Welcome to the official opening of the 2002 Pacific Sea Solutions Forum, co-organized by the government of Samoa and the Food and Agriculture Organizations of the United Nations. This forum is a key activity of the FAO's SIDS Solutions Platform that was created by the FAO Director General in 2021. I'm very sure that you had a wonderful day yesterday, but today will even be better. Before we begin, I would like to remind colleagues who are online and everyone in the room, if you have logged into Zoom, kindly mute your mic so that it doesn't interfere with the live streaming that is ongoing. Washrooms are With this, I will now invite the Reverend Panampa Fatatoe of the EFKS Sensinan Survey to deliver our opening prayer. Reverend
Good morning and greetings in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Malole soifua le reima le langi ma le nei tai o fou ilo o tau paia malo o tau mal o maia o le atatou tapua I le tu. Let us worship God. Let us pray. O mātou taltonu le li ie lo mātou tua. Whaifua lava le nei ngā luenga pe au noa I mātou malau whio. A whio maia e alai loa nganga pa ia. Tai tō lua ina I mātou ina iam whai o na mātou whai ale nei ngā luenga mai ua tuai me o malawa I le vi inga o lau whio. Ua mātou wala au e alai lo lava swafa Yesu Kariso o lo mātou alii ma lo mātou whaola. Amen. Let us sing to the praise of God, hymn number 180 from the Congregational Christian Church hymn book. Simaya o te filemu amu unelo matai loto atu fili mai Sila fia pole fe itu ole ma no mata o te faya pe inanga olo lo tolea Tonga po matu aya si la fi pole fe itu pole ma lo mata o te faya pe inanga tua yasi, pole fer itu pulema. O te whaia pēr o lo whina, o lo lo tonea. The Bible reading for today, according to the International Bible Reading Association, is from the book of Exodus in the Old Testament. I will be reading from verse 30 of chapter 35 to the first verse of chapter 36. Let us hear the word of God. Then Moses said to the Israelites, "See, the Lord has chosen Bezalel, son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. He has filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom and understanding, with knowledge, and with all kinds of skills to make artistic designs in gold, silver, and bronze, to cut and set stones, to work in wood, and to engage in all kinds of artistic crafts. He has given Oholiab, son of Ahisamach of the tribe of Dan, the ability to teach others. He has filled them with the skills to do all kinds of work as engravers, designers, embroiderers, and weavers, all of them skilled workers and designers. So Bezalel, Oholiab, and every skilled person to whom the Lord has given skill and ability to know how to carry out all the work of construction, the sanctuary, are to do the work just as the Lord has commanded. May God bless us through the reading of his word, and unto him be all honor and praise. Amen. I have chosen the first verse of chapter 36 as a text for my short meditation this morning. So Bezalel, Oholiab, and every skilled person to whom the Lord has given skill and ability to know how to carry out the work of constructing the sanctuary are to do the work just as the Lord has commanded. The theme for today, for our Bible reading today, according to the International Bible Reading Association, is the crafts people. And the theme for this forum of the Pacific Small Islands, Developing States, and of the Food Agriculture Organization is working together to leave no one behind. Moses was given the task of constructing a sanctuary for the Lord. And as we know, construction work is hard work. It's not easy. It's like putting together a puzzle with 1,000 pieces. You just don't know where to begin. That is how it was with Moses. So the Lord filled Bezalel and Oholiab with his divine spirit, with wisdom and knowledge in every kind of craft, and together with everyone whom the Lord has blessed with skills and knowledge, They worked together, building God's sanctuary until everything was done just as the Lord has commanded. And that's how it should be with us today, as leaders of the world and of the Pacific and of government and world organizations. The task before us is great. It's not easy. The question is, how are we to produce enough food to defeat hunger and malnutrition in our world, and especially in our small island states? There are days when we find ourselves in the wilderness and we just don't know what to do. And that is why we need God's help. And the Word of God teaches us what to do in times like this. And the truth is, we need people like Bezalel and Oholiab, grasp people with the will, the skill and understanding of what needs to be done. There is a saying that goes like this: when you come across someone who is hungry, don't give him food, taro or fish or whatever. Give him a fishing rod, ia pole oso totia pula. Teach him how to fish or how to plant, and he will never go hungry again. That's how it was with Bezalel and Oholiab. God gave them wisdom and knowledge, and they inspired their fellow men through their work, and together they were able to build God's sanctuary. And that is our calling as leaders of the world and of our small island states. We need to inspire our people to work together to build our nations. It's not easy, but I am confident that with God, anything is possible. We are the craftspeople of the Pacific, working together to leave no one behind. Manuia tele fe au mga luenga mawhanatanga o le nei aso. And to God be the glory, now and forevermore. Amen. See you tātou tālo. Let us pray. Tu maua tu lava I la ua fio, le atua silisili e se, le vi inga ma le whane tanga e le au noa. Au whea ngai ai mātou whi au mga luenga o le nei aso, ma le nei vai aso. Mai se ai o le nei whamoe moe tāua, o mātou poto mai ai le nei tai au. Wasa manuia o nuu mātou nuu, o le vasa Pasifika, Apia le lalo langi atoa. Sili o mātou loto whaaftai, le whaoletanga wa e saunia, mo le lalo langi ala ia Yesu Keriso, wa mātou mauai le olai whaavavang. Mātou tālo le atua I le nei tai au, se ia e alo whangia le nei whontanga o taitai, o nuu mātou nuu, o le lalolangi, whapea le vasa Pasifika. Whātamau ai inga, e laua fio I lātou I le poto ma le mawhauwhau. E soalau pule ina ai ma tā upu, o le ātala noa ina I le nei aso. Anga le lei laua fio I taitai o mālo, whaururunga o matanga luenga, pisinisi ma whaalapot patonga tu maoti. Ia vea pea lo lātou soifua tautua, e ala I ngā luenga, ua tōwhi ai. wala mai ai o manuia e le ngata mo Samoa au atunu uma o le lalolangi ma le Pasifika. Mātou manatua lau ngā luenga fola, ma lau ngā luenga wha-missionare Samoa nei mātunu e mamau. Ia wha-manuia lau a fio, ma ia urulu matafolau au wha-manianga tangata o le lalolangi. Mātou lafua iatu, a mātou whiau, ma ngā luenga mawhanotanga o le nei aso, ma le nei vai aso. Ia manuia mea umai ala I lo whatasi mai. O mātou se māngasala, ia mamama māngalo I mātou uma, e ala I le maliu o Iesu Kariso o lo mātou wali. O ia mātou talo, whatasi ma le tele o manao, I o mātou loto ua sila fia e lau a fio. Ia whai alama lo finangalo, ai aua lava o mātou loto. O mātou talo ia mea uma, ala atu le suafa o Iesu Kariso, o lo mātou wali, ma lo mātou whaola. May peace, love and fellowship of God the Father, the Son and the Holy Spirit be upon us all and all God's children in the world, now and forevermore. Amen. So atunu mato
Thank you very much, Reverend Fa'atafa Nefu, for the words of grace. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now ask our technicians to play the opening video.
In the heart of the Pacific lies Samoa, a country with a warm culture and breathtaking views. Samoa is one of the frontrunners in leading the Pacific nations towards a sustainable and prosperous future for all.
Talofa!
And welcome to Samoa. FAO and the government of Samoa are happy to welcome our neighboring countries and international partners to the SIDS Solutions Forum. Building on the 2021 Global SIDS Solutions Forum, the forum will discuss the challenges our agri-food systems face and the solutions to overcome them. Last year at the Global SIDS Solutions Forum, our leaders made important statements.
The SIDS Solution Platform is an important digital site for exchanging ideas and solutions among the government, professionals, and entrepreneurs, as well as for the farmers, distributors, and the consumers. The objective of today's forum is to provide an opportunity to bring us together to share the idea and how digitalization innovation can help SIDS move fast towards achieving SDGs.
The innovations, solutions, and ideas to be shared at this forum should help SIDS to leapfrog through expanded digitalization and innovation to accelerate the achievement of the agriculture, food, and nutrition related SDGs and the priorities identified in the Samoa pathway.
Small island developing states have in common existing challenges such as isolation from global markets, vulnerability to climate change, and fragile natural environments.
Our unique circumstances as small island developing states, coupled with the current COVID-19 impacts and ongoing climate change threats, call for transformational SIDS-specific homegrown solutions. It is obvious that there is untapped potential of digitalization and innovation in our SIDS countries. Such initiatives and solutions need to be enhanced and upscaled to garner wider benefits.
Our challenges and priorities across food security, nutrition, and health remains at the very forefront of the international agenda.
This year's Pacific Forum will feature ministers, senior officials, as well as old and new exciting Pacific innovators who will participate in an accelerator camp to improve and scale up their solutions in the agri-food industry and beyond. Governments, the private sector, academia, civil society, and individuals all have a part to play to ensure that innovative Pacific experiences and solutions are born, nurtured, supported, and shared to help other countries reach better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life.
I would now invite the FAO Director General, Dr. Ke Duyen, to deliver some welcome remarks.
Honorable Prime Minister of Samoa, honorable ministers from across the Pacific, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to address you today, and I wish to thank the government of Samoa for the co-hosting these important meetings together with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. The Small Island Development States, SIDS, of the Southwest Pacific are an important sub-region for the work of the FAO. And the convening of this second Pacific SIDS Solutions Forum in less than 2 years is a testament to that. FAO remains committed to working with all SIDS to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Sustainable Development Goals. FAO Strategy Framework 2022 to 31 will guide our work of the next decade. Together with all FAO members, partners, and stakeholders to achieve our common goal of the 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and better life for leaving no one behind. For the Pacific SIDS, we know that the challenges are many. The closing of borders during the global pandemic had a negative impact for your tourism industry and caused massive disruptions to imports, including food, and strengthening the food security of the Pacific Islanders. Now, despite the reopened borders, more challenges have emerged with the increase in price of food, feed, fuel, fertilizer, and the difficulty to access to the financing, the F5 crisis. No sector in the Pacific Island has been spared, both private and public, both production and services. The latest FAO Food Price Index reported that prices of food rose by 8% in the first 6 months of this year. The price of fuel and fertilizer are also at unparalleled levels, threatening food security and livelihood around the world, and disproportionately affecting Pacific SIDS. Rising prices impact not only the most vulnerable, but also supply chains and the overall cost of living for the inhabitants of the Pacific SIDS. As a result of this converging crisis and shocks, we have seen negative copy strategies emerging, including change in the consumer behavior with the price of healthy food out of reach for some, forcing people to restore to the cheaper, less healthy options. Notwithstanding this crisis and challenges, there are also emerging opportunities for the strengthening agri-food system pathway and to revive a traditional agri-food system to correctly nutritional deficits and counteract the prevalence of non-communicable disease in the Pacific Island. In the short term, Pacific SIDS should focus on mitigating food security shocks. This can be achieved through the country-led programs boosting production and market-oriented initiatives. It is critical that both farmers and the consumers benefit to ensure the equitable access to the improving their food security and livelihoods, while also safeguarding the environment. It is also important to support the aging transformation of the Pacific agri-food system to be more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable, and to ensure agro-ecosystem diversity. It is also include addressing gender disparities in agriculture and rural communities and supporting youth, as well as strengthening food price monitoring tools to predict and prevent future food shocks or crises. All this can be combined with anticipatory actions and preventative measures that strengthen agri-food systems in advance. Dear colleagues, the good news is that here in the Pacific SIDS, you have already made a good start. As we saw last year during the SIDS Solution Forum, many innovative ideas were presented and shared. Today, we come together again to take stock of the innovations and to accelerate action. Let us use this forum to continue to learn together, working together, hand in hand, and support each other to ensure that no Pacific island is left behind. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. K. Doyen, K, FAO Director General, for the words of welcome. At this point in time, I now invite the Honorable Prime Minister of Samoa, Fiame Mata'afa, to deliver the keynote address. Honorable Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Reverend Panapa Fatato'o, Honorable Ministers, Mr. John Jin Kim, the representative for FAO, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Talafalava, it's a pleasure to deliver these opening remarks on this occasion for the Pacific SIDS Solutions Forum with the theme, Working Together to Leave No One Behind. Bringing together our Blue Pacific family, I extend to you all a warm welcome to Samoa. I acknowledge with appreciation the Food and Agriculture Organization's efforts in organizing this important forum for our Pacific small island states. I had the opportunity to participate at the previous SIDS Solutions Forum last year, and I look forward to hearing of progress we have made since the last forum in August 2021. I welcome once again the focus of this forum on SIDS-specific innovative discussions and collective knowledge sharing that will lead to collective solutions for our islands in the areas of agriculture and food systems. Furthermore, we will be exploring the expansion of digitization of agri-food systems and creative approaches to food systems transformation. Agriculture is the backbone of many, if not all, our economies for food security and sustainable economic activities. However, we have experienced significant challenges impacting our food systems and agriculture sectors. The impacts of COVID-19 still linger over us, and although our best efforts for post-COVID-19 recovery have been successful, there still remain some challenges that require our further attention within the agriculture sphere. We experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic the impact of food shortages on our communities, and remains a strong reminder to us of the importance of our traditional food systems. The impacts of COVID-19 directly and indirectly on agriculture and food systems mean that we have had to be adaptive and be innovative in our responses. As such, we have had to place importance on areas including digital technology to support increasing productivity of our local farmers and fisher folk. Agriculture and food security have remained at the forefront of both international and regional discussions, particularly through our priorities inscribed in the Samoa pathway. The call to accelerate action and strengthen partnerships to address the development challenges we face, including those of food insecurity in our region, persist. The 2030 Agenda was a milestone movement towards achieving the world's food security goals, particularly under SDG 2, End Hunger. We have made progress, but there is a need for real transformational approaches to food systems to ensure availability and affordability of nutritious foods for all. Our expectation of this forum is that we will generate solutions out of our discussions and sharing to address the challenges of food insecurity and ending hunger. To achieve significant transformational changes in our food systems, innovative changes supported by enabling environments, institutions, policies, and laws across all sectors of the economy are required. The trajectory of sustainable development identifies agri-food systems as a critical component. Moreover, evidence suggests that places and environments with stable food systems are linked to better health outcomes and lifestyles, highlighting how food systems have a significant role in shaping our societies from a socio-economic perspective. We are experiencing the impacts of rising fuel and food prices on our costs of living and the cost of doing business. The prices of imported foods and agricultural commodities and inputs to production have increased significantly. Similarly, costs for agricultural tools, fertilizers, and seedlings are also on the rise, impacting our most vulnerable communities, as well as disrupting supply chains to our region. The global crisis affect our small, medium enterprises and limit our efforts in creating and maintaining an enabling environment for business growth, trade, and development. There is urgency for small island states to move forward with transformative food system approaches, including government support towards building sustainable, resilient, and inclusive agri-food systems that fit our respective contexts. I have recently returned from COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, where Pacific voices resonated strongly on issues relating to climate change, particularly on the issue of loss and damage. This relates to the unavoidable consequences of climate change resulting from extreme climate-related events and longer-term climate variability. Loss and damage can have a significant implication for food security and disruption of agri-food systems in our countries. The increase in global temperatures by 1 or 2 degrees can mean 4 to 5 million tons of staple crops that can be lost. And climate change risks can damage key natural resources, such as land and water, not to mention our traditional livelihoods and traditional knowledge. We can no longer avoid the impacts of climate change. The scientific evidence is irrefutable, and we as SIDS are already living in the climate crisis. The thread that links climate change impacts to agri-food systems and production is a fragile one that can have colossal impacts on the lives of our people. We must look at ways in which to address and mitigate these challenges. As we progress throughout this important forum, I am very much interested in hearing from our ministers and senior officials on your experiences in your respective countries. Equally important is the information sharing and collective discussions to formulate key innovative solutions for agri-food systems in our region. I am told you have had an opportunity yesterday to visit some of our local farm projects, and I hope that you all managed to engage with those directly involved and shared experiences. I am a strong believer in solutions-oriented forums, and I hope that this year's SIDS Solutions Forum is another successful one to provide assurances to our people that we will leave no one behind. Soifua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister Fiame Ata-Afa, for the inspiring words, as always, from you. I would now invite the Chair of the Association of Small Island States, His Excellency Ambassador Webson, to give remarks.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking FAO and the government of Samoa for convening this very important meeting, which is aimed at advancing the recommendations of the Global Small Island Developing States Solution Forum within the Pacific region. As everyone here is fully aware, Small Island developing states face unique vulnerabilities and challenges in food security and nutrition based on our remote geography, small landmass, limited population, and vulnerability to climate change and other external shocks. These vulnerabilities, colleagues, have been further exacerbated by the current global situation, including the lingering socioeconomic consequences of the pandemic, intense climate impacts, and escalated geographical tensions on the eve of an impending global recession. Excellencies, in this context, one of the main calls in the midterm review of the Samoa Pathway was to further promote sustainable food systems and the combat for all forms of malnutrition, including undernourishment and obesity, with a view, my friends, to ensure food security, improving nutrition, and fostering healthy diets and lifestyles. We appreciate, as small island states, the FAO's diligent efforts to translate this call into action, including through the establishment of the Small Island Developing States Solution Platform. While there are existing solutions for the challenges that we face, most of these remain out of our reach due to inherent limitations in technology, infrastructure, and human capacity. Therefore, Excellencies, forums such as these have an important role in enabling small island developing states to keep up with the pace of innovation based on needs, experiences, and lessons learned. Since the platform was launched, extensive discussions have taken place, sharing success stories and lessons learned from grassroots to government levels. Innovation profiles have also been generated from the information collected, which outlines the solutions that have worked in small island states based on techniques, tools, and approaches utilized in agriculture, data collection, e-commerce, education, farming, food processing, as well as health and nutrition. As we reach the end of the implementation period for the Samoa Pathway, we need, colleagues, to utilize these solutions to close out the remaining mandates, including those related to food security and nutrition. The enhanced support of the international community and the United Nations system is integral for achieving these lofty ambitions and aspirations, especially considering the limited progress we have achieved over the past decade or so. These solutions can also be harnessed as we begin to chart the new Sustainable Development Blueprint for Small Island Developing States. The preparation for the 4th SIDS conference, scheduled in 2024 to be hosted by Antigua and Barbuda, have commenced, and our aim is to reach a targeted outcome document that addresses the current challenges that we as small island developing states face today. The food, fuel, feed, fertilizer, and financing areas are crisis areas is an important issue to address in this context of the next SIDS conference. There are a number of opportunities, ladies and gentlemen, to engage and contribute to the outcome of the fourth SIDS conference, including regional and intra-regional preparatory meetings and the intergovernmental process for elaborating the text. We, as AOSIS, hope to conduct a full inclusive process and encourage all stakeholders to contribute to the preparatory meetings that will take place next year, as data gaps are a cross-cutting issue for small island states, and it is important to start preparing and collating updated information that would be useful to guide the process. It is important to start this collation now. As AOSIS, we will continue to work very closely with the FAO in the lead up to this conference. As evident from Samoa, the incoming chair of AOSIS, being the co-host of this meeting, we will all work together. While I am, unfortunately, my dear friends, unable to join you today in person on the beautiful island of Apia, I look forward to hearing about the discussions over the next 3 days. I thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you have a fruitful conference. I look forward again to hearing of its success of this really outstanding 3-day event at its conclusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Webson, for the excellent remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes official business for this section. But I would now ask our communications team to organize our official photography. After the group picture is taken, please have coffee outside and return here at about 10:45 or 10:50 if we can. At that time, we will start the ministerial section. The ministerial section is very important, so please try to be prompt and on time. Before we go out, and I have to announce to you the sequence in terms of going out. Just a quick announcement. There are 2 vehicles that are parked outside on the spot where the photography is supposed to occur. The first vehicle, the plate is 7567, and the second vehicle is 0585. Kindly help us by removing those vehicles. Now, I would quickly explain to you the sequence. The first group to go outside, of course, will be the Honorable Prime Minister and the guests at the table, followed by the ministers, the development partners, and then the rest of the audience. So please, ladies and gentlemen, if we can have that door open for the Prime Ministers first to go. then the ministers, the visiting delegation, development partners, and the rest of the audience. Thank you very much. And we'll be back here at 10:50 for the ministerial section. Be on time, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way in the conference room, and you are free to come with your coffee and tea. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. We will now begin section 5, ministerial section. This section will be chaired by Her Excellency Paseta Numia Simin, Chief Executive Officer, Samoa Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Madam Paseta, please come and take the floor.
Talo Falava. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, session 5 will now begin, and this is the ministerial session. I am pleased to invite Mr. Chong Chin Kim, FAO Assistant Director General and Regional Representative, to take the floor. Mr. Kim, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to recall that this is one of the most substantive sessions and possibly important session of this forum. This session will provide an overview of the agri-food system in the Pacific in the rapidly evolving context. Ministers will be invited to present perspectives of the country and to share the reflections and insights how to address the challenges. And as we all know, the Pacific Seas are behind the rest of the world in terms of recovery from the COVID impacts. Because the impact of COVID has been disproportionate to those small island countries in the Pacific. The situation is now further exacerbated by the disruption of food supply, so-called 5F crisis: the fuel, feed, fertilizer, and finance. Currently, most of the countries are experiencing high inflation, and now the food import bill is all-time high. So this session will provide an excellent overview on where we stand in terms of agri-food system. Also, this session will provide insight from the experiences of the countries in the region, how the Pacific nations' agri-food system can be transformed to be more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. Also, how the development partners, the United Nations, and other stakeholders can work together with member nations to support this transformation process. This is an excellent opportunity to raise global awareness over this issue. And only the Pacific ministers can do this with the greatest success. But to start, I will now invite Ms. Xiangjun Yao, the FAO Sub-Regional Coordinator for the Pacific, to set the scenes. Ms. Yao, you have the floor.
Kim, the ADG for Asia and Pacific FAO, and Honorable Pasita, CEO of Samoa Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Thank you for providing this opportunity to me. So Your Excellencies, ministers and senior officials from the Pacific governments, representatives from development partners, CSOs, academia, and private sector, innovators, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of FAO, Sub-Regional Office for the Pacific Islands, I have the honor to speak at this very important session dedicated specifically to the regional impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the 5F crisis on food systems in the Pacific. In my intervention today, in my intervention today, let me walk you through the data and information that we have collected in many of your countries that show the impact of the COVID pandemic and also 5 crisis, which is the price shock that we have experienced regarding food, fuel, fertilizer, animal feed, and finance since the start of the war in Ukraine. So most of this data and information was collected through funding from the Joint UN Sustainable Development Goal Fund for Development Emergency Modalities. With this, I thank the RCs in the Pacific for their strong leadership in these efforts. And also FAO put our internal funding to support this exercise as well. So this presentation is largely based on data provided to our technical team by governments, partners, so that I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your efforts and also support to share your information with us from your countries. And also, we look forward to continuing our collaboration with you more closely to fill any data gaps for many of these issues that we are talking about today. For the Pacific countries, we all are aware that we are hit very, very severely, and most of the Pacific SIDS countries closed our borders from the rest of the world during the pandemic. And also we put some measures, for instance, closure of the schools, lockdowns of the shops, and some curfews, and also other restrictions. Excuse me, to avoid any large gatherings and business hours to protect our populations and people from the virus in the Pacific. But with this preemptive measures, somehow I think we are successful. But on the other hand, those measures unintentionally triggered also near the economic paralysis for the region. For instance, the tourism sector, the backbone of the economies of the Pacific Seas, collapsed with the far-reaching ramifications for agriculture and food security. So now, just as the Pacific countries were seeing their economies and also their tourism industry bounce back, the economic impacts of the war in Ukraine, the five crises, compounds their economic recovery. In many cases, taking the cost of food, fuel, fertilizer, and feed to the heights we never seen before. By August, September this year, IFAO's survey in the Pacific found an average of 9% increase in the consumer price index, CPI, with the food price index 10% higher than in January 2022. Fertilizer, animal feed, and fuel prices have also seen unprecedented increases, impacting households' consumption, food security, and livelihoods. There have been a very clear and significant deterioration of the CPI beginning with the COVID pandemic. And as you can see on the chart, consumer prices have increased by even larger margins in many countries since the start of the Ukraine war. This is highlighted by three distinct periods you see on the chart of the pre-COVID in blue, COVID in orange, and also the post-COVID-5 crisis in green. The domestic price index shows the most significant increase in Tonga and Samoa, whereas imported price index already surpassed the level reached during the COVID-19. Samoa Islands, for instance, and also show worrisome trends in Palau and also Tonga as well. So here you can see the CPI trends over time. The major contributors to the increase of the consumer price index are transport, housing, electricity, gas and fuels, and imported food. For instance, chicken, cereals, and canned foods, and the services directly related to the change in the fuel costs. So these rises are notable and worrisome, impacting not only the poorest, but also supply chain and overall cost of the living of the population in the Pacific. All sectors, including the private, public, production, and services, are affected in some cases, with reduced provision of extension and advisory services, decreased workloads of governmental services, and shifts in population consumption patterns, ultimately affecting economic growth in overall and also the health of islanders. So in some cases, food price increase during the first half year of 2022 were equal to or even greater than the price increase witnessed over the past 2 years when we had the pandemic at its peak. When even in countries where price increases have tapered off post-COVID, it is important to note that prices are still increasing, albeit to a lesser degree, and not yet nearing the pre-COVID levels. In most of the countries, the domestic food prices are higher than that during the COVID pandemic, driven by the significant increase of production cost of the imported inputs to the food production and also the fuels for transportation and food processing. A high food prices trend to bring about two constricting phenomena. First, this can lead many households to increase their production and consumption of the locally produced foods, as we have seen through the focus group discussions across Samoa, Palau, and Vanuatu. Second, on the other hand, higher food costs lead consumers to opt for cheaper, often less healthy food options. This is often the case with the more vulnerable families and also the families without access to arable land. Data from nationally determined nutritious food basket in Samoa shows that there is 50% more expensive to buy healthy meals for one's family than it was just a year ago. Similar consequences are observed in other countries as well. So perhaps the most notable impact of the five crises in the Pacific has been the sharp increase in the fuel costs, which in Samoa has seen a doubling of the cost of the fuel since January 2021. And in Palau, the fuel prices increased 53% between January 1919 and June 1922. Palau fuel imports reached about 13% of its GDP, one of the highest in the Pacific, and similar with Tuvalu and Niue. In Nauru, in recent months, the fuel rose by 76%, and also the LPG bottle prices increased by 41%, compared with the price in 2021. The resulting impact on food systems are increased food production costs, shifts in food production patterns leading to reduced values of production and the decrease of self-consumption, and the possible impact on the coastal fish stocks as well. Fertilizer prices have sharply risen in this year, 2022, increasing up to 50%, mostly affecting commercial and semi-commercial farmers, particularly vegetable growers, as there is a minimal fertilizer use on staple crops and also in the rural areas in the most islands in the Pacific. The high prices of fertilizers are causing farmers to reduce their cropped areas up to around the 25% less cropped areas in some places in Palau, for instance, from our survey shows, and also reduce the use of the fertilizers or to shift to the organic ones. So such coping mechanisms are likely to reduce food availability in quantity. Animal feed prices, mostly for pigs and poultry, have increased up to 20% in the past year and up to 126% in Cook Islands. Commercial-sized operations such as poultry farms are affected as they often directly import huge quantity of feed for their production needs, as well as the semi-commercial animal breeders as well. Some focus groups discussions highlighted that to cope with the increase in feed, livestock owners sold some of their animals because they cannot afford to buy feed anymore, or they mix the local products with the imported feed, although this might be detrimental to quality and also productivity of their production. Except for those countries using the US dollars as their national currency, rising exchange rates also have a continued negative impact on agri-food systems, though increasing import and energy costs, ultimately increasing the hardship of the vulnerable households. The change in tax revenues in the past few years and the overall economic turndown negatively impact the governmental capacity to implement their food systems pathway, especially in the context of high inflation and raising prices. It is evident throughout the Pacific that despite intentions to do so, public budgets are not in a very strong position to execute desired agriculture investment and social protection programs. In the Pacific Islands countries, remittances makes up a substantial amount of the people's individual's income, especially in Samoa and Tonga, where more than half of the population receive them. Together with the traditional solidarity, remittances cushion the impact of the 5I crisis, providing social safety nets to the population. So together with the UN partners and the governments, I feel we'll pursue a deeper and continuous analysis of the context over the coming weeks and months to formulate country-tailored recommendations addressing the unique needs of each country and connect the countries with the development partners and international finance institutions. From the preliminary quantitative and qualitative findings and confirmed trends, I will suggest some very basic recommendations. The current crisis presents an opportunity to truly strengthen food systems pathway and also to transfer and also to trade, to value as well our traditional agri-food systems that can alleviate the nutritious deficiency and also counteract this NCD's prevalence, that we know this is a big issue for the Pacific countries. And in the short run, the priority is the mitigation of food security shocks through the country-led programs, boosting production and market-oriented initiatives, ensuring that on one hand, both farmers and consumers have equitable access to improving their food security and livelihoods. Second, on the other hand, that increases in productivity are not achieved at the expenses of the environment. And to realize their visions and advance their national food system pathway, the Pacific Island government could consider investing in the following areas, such as sustainable agriculture intensification, to support the farmers to produce healthier, more nutritious foods, while also maintaining their livelihoods and not exhausting the land, water, and energy resources. And also, where possible, to substitute the heavily relevant imports, such as chicken and flour-based products, should be adopted. And also, thirdly, the innovations to develop and adopt alternate sources of the nutrition and animal feed to both improve the productivity and reduce the exposure of the import supply shocks, as well as the harder crop varieties that can safeguard food production without need for the excessive use of inputs, water, and energy. I think more resilient species, And also the countries are encouraged to protect their people by putting a social protection network and the measures in place, in particularly for the most vulnerable and marginalized populations. In the mid and also to long run, to support the resilient agri-food systems, the government will have to ensure agri-ecosystems diversity, address gender disparities in agriculture and the rural communities, and sustain agri-food systems transformation, and strengthen necessary food price monitoring and tools that are critical to allow the racing, to allow us to get alerted before the shocks arrive in our countries. And also, we should consider to combine the anticipatory approach actions with this very preventive measures as known as the social safety net and also the social safety measures. And the governments and also the private stakeholders must boost innovations in food systems pathway to help diversify Pacific Islands economies through the links to tourism, exports, and other industries. On those areas, agriculture sector has roles to play as well. The diversification of the economy should also base on the inclusive market systems and also the sustainable value chains. So with this, I thank you very much for your kind attention to my presentation. And now I look forward to hearing the stories that highlights the unfolded impacts of the 5F crisis on agri-food systems in your countries. And also you definitely will share us very good experiences that you have put in place to support the country to combat all these challenges. So I thank you so much. I give the floor back to Pesita. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yao, for your presentation. Honorable ministers, we will now begin the delivery of your country's statements. I would respectfully remind you that you each have 5 minutes for your statements, and that you have the option of speaking from your seat or coming up to the podium to deliver your statements. I now have the pleasure of inviting from the Cook Islands, Honorable Wainetutai Rose Toki Brown, Minister for Health, Parliamentary Services, Agriculture, Cook Islands National Superannuation and Internal Affairs. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much to our facilitator. I will begin with a little drum beat and a traditional welcome from the Cook Islands on behalf of the Pacific Islands.
Oh, te yokotan, matam te oro te no rangia te, takatai te tau te wangini. E tuono koe ho, teinu mai te rau. E me tuono, o koe, e tu nei te ra. O oreo ka tuoro ki te rau, te maeva. Ka tuoro ki te moana, kia maeva. Ka tuoro ki te maunga, kia maeva. Ka tuoro ki te enua, kia maeva. E kipo no toku nei kipo, e iwi no toku nei iwi. E tuoro tēnu mai te rangi, e me tua hohoi e tūne i tērā. Ai e, koko!
Kia ora to our co-host, the Honourable Prime Minister of Samoa, the Honourable Fiame Mataafa, Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Honourable La'auli, and to all the honorable ministers of Samoa government, the people of Samoa and your government, talofa lava, kia orana, from the people and government of the Cook Islands. To our FAO Director General, Q Dong-yu, FAO Assistant Director General and Regional Representative, Mr. Jong Jin Kim, kia orana, talofa lava to you and to all our to our office here in Samoa. Excellencies, my esteemed colleagues and participants in this session, innovators, ladies and gentlemen, kia orana. I quote from 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 13. It says, "And now these three remain, faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of these three is love." Ko rinetia tai pene taingoru mātai I rawa taingoru mātoru. E te nei, te waine te akarongo, te manakonako, e te aroa ara. E torura, ko te mātai taua torura, ko te aroa ia. Because of His greatest love, we are able to congregate, to exchange ideologies, and to share common goals where we can endeavor for the betterment of our island people and the SIDS Solutions Forum. Kia orana again, and a warm Pacific greetings from the people and government of the Cook Islands and from my A-team present here today. First, I would like to congratulate Toa Samoa, having reached the highest level in World of Rugby League. For all of us, the Pacific. Round of applause. We all know there was much planning, preparation, and interventions was given towards this to get them to the top. Similar was our collective response to COVID-19 in the last 2 years. To allow us to combat COVID-19, we had to put in place plans, public health measures, and country response measures to protect our people. Apart from the loss to families that some countries experienced and the economic impact to all our countries, we are grateful to be here in Samoa this week for our first face-to-face meeting to share ideas. Further, to ensure food security and manage supply chain challenges due to border closures, my government introduced the Smart Agri-Tech scheme, providing successful applicants grants up to New Zealand 50,000 to be innovative and increase agriculture production to support our local communities. I am happy to announce that 2 innovators from the Cook Islands who received assistance are here with us today, and he's the warrior that did the challenge, the turo, on our behalf. I am sure, like other countries, we have learned new experiences from COVID-19. It is no longer business as usual. COVID enhanced our capacity to be more resilient, innovative, and adopting a multi-sectoral approach and response to pandemic emergencies. We also acknowledge the significant support from our regional and international donor partners and our bilateral and multi-bilateral relationships with other countries. Working together has strengthened our relationship, our resolve, and enabled us to meet today face to face. But we are not without ongoing challenges. The impacts of the ongoing war in Ukraine has contributed to a significant increase in world market prices of commodities such as fertilizer, crude oil, animal feed, which has a cascading effect on us. In our country, the price of food increased between 10% and 20% in the first semester of 2022. Imported chicken almost doubled its price in 1 year, now from New Zealand $45 for 7 kgs, $21 during COVID time, and recently reaching the highest peak price in our small islands, our Pā'enua, $120 for a 7 kilo of chicken. 1 egg costs $1 New Zealand in our small islands, and a dozen has doubled its price on the main island of Rarotonga. Between July 2021 to July 2022, petrol increased by 71% and diesel 62%. Fertilizer has increased by 50% and up to 75% on the retail market. Animal feed has also increased. To help us address these crises, we will work with FAO to develop our food systems transformation pathway. These pathways will offer a framework to develop sustainable and resilient green and blue food systems, allowing healthy diets for all. As Minister of Health and Agriculture, food security, nutrition and health is a vital element of my nation's survival against the effects and impacts of climate change and the increasing rate of NCDs. Increasing the production of our traditional food and advocating more healthy diets will be at the forefront of these transformational pathways. We are also proposing to establish a food innovation center on the main island of Rarotonga as an effective method of encouraging and supporting the increased production of agricultural commodities. Expanding the range and volume of agricultural products will broaden the domestic market and provide the opportunity for import substitution and increased exports. But we cannot do this alone. Partnerships are very important. Turning an idea into results requires innovation and committed partnerships. The establishment of the SIDS platform to exchange information and bridge the gap to obtaining the right expertise and assistance needed to deliver transformative results echoes the vision of this forum, working together to leave no one behind. So we look forward to FAO and our regional and international partners to provide us with the funding, technical and equipment support we need to achieve our vision outlined above. Finally, I thank FAO for organizing this very important forum and for the government of Samoa for hosting. A wise saying from my country, and I quote, "Tupuranga, tupuranga, tupuranga te tangata, e tangata kua pukia mai ki te ao marama." Tangata means people, and that is us. That's men, women, and children of the Pacific. Throughout our journey of life, people come and go, but the important fact is we must continue to exist, to work, continue working and working. And we can do that together as one, working together to leave no one behind. So as one Pacific nation, together we can. Whaamanuia, le atua, tofa soifua, te atua te aroa, kia rana e kia manuia.
Thank you, Minister Brown. May I now invite Honorable Elina Akinaga, Secretary, Department Resources and Development of the Federated States of Micronesia for her statement.
Thank you, Facilitator. To begin with, I would like to pay my respects and acknowledgement to the Honorable Fiame Mata'afa, Prime Minister of Samoa, the Honorable Lauli Leau'atea Schmidt, Minister of Samoa's Agriculture and Fisheries, fellow Honorable Ministers from the Pacific, Mr. Jang Jin Kim, FAO Assistant Director General for Asia Pacific Region, Excellencies, Developing and Implementing Partners, Senior Government Officials, Pacific innovators and producers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring to you all Kaselelia greetings from the Federated States of Micronesia. My heartfelt thanks to the government of Samoa for hosting the 2022 Pacific Small Islands Developing States Solutions Forum, and to the Honorable Minister Lauli and his staff for according my delegation with such warm talofa welcome. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the FAO Assistant Director General and his staff in organizing this event. The Federated States of Micronesia is a small island country made up of over 607 tiny islands scattered across the Northwest Pacific region with a population of 102,843. Home to our ancestors, these sea of islands have sustained generations of Micronesians for past decades, if not millenniums. We who now remain as guardians continue to depend on the lands and surrounding seas as a source of life. This is especially noted from our last household income expenditure survey, where it was noted that 79% of households generate income from subsistence consumption, which accounts for 13% of the total household income in the FSM. Of this, agricultural production, crops, fruits, and vegetables, accounts for 64%, followed by fisheries at 27%. The FSM is one of the most highly vulnerable SIDS in the Pacific. Climate hazards are projected to severely threaten FSM communities' food security, primarily because of crop loss, degraded arable land, price supply shocks, and forced migration of outlying communities. The capacity of FSM to deal with external shocks is increasingly important and complex as we become even more enmeshed in globalization. The impact and perceived inequity of these external shocks reverberates with us because many of those globalization links and evolved markets and economic structures were not often our preference. And definitely these global system shocks are not our doing and are well beyond our control. Much like global warming and climate change, we will need external assistance and domestic resolve to address these shocks. The impacts of the COVID-19 threaten our human lives, disrupted our livelihoods, and affected our trade, economy, and businesses. Food security was one of the areas greatly impacted from COVID-19. Our shops were closed or operated on limited number of hours per day. Airports and seaports across the country were closed, impacting the fishing operations and hotel and tourism-related activities, including access to sources of protein and nutrition. The FSM took strong proactive measures to protect the health of the nation, including closure of its borders. In 2020, the onset of the COVID-19 global pandemic ravaged the global economy with unprecedented reductions in GDP and rapidly rising unemployment. To reduce the spread of the virus, global travel restrictions were implemented, which led to a collapse of international travel and fisheries. In response to the challenges posed by COVID-19, the government of the FSM implemented a few economic recovery and relief programs through assistance and support from the government of the United States, the Asian Development Bank, and the government of the FSM, to name a few. The list of assistance includes pandemic unemployment assistance, assistance to stranded citizens, tourism mitigation fund, and social protection program. The social protection program focused areas are on health and food security. We did cash transfer, targeting low-income household, financial assistance to the vulnerable groups. And for the food security, we targeted community groups and low-income households to provide subsistence training and equitable distribution of seeds, planting, and fishing materials. Additional information on these types of assistance that was provided could be given to those who are interested. In closing, I was asked to address what assistance we need from FAO and other international partners. The fact is that we need help in all of the 5 priority transformative change enablers that we submitted to the United Nations, and I would like to reiterate them for the record. 1 is to improve information systems for decision-making across all the major food system elements. Sound science and reliable information is essential for good decision-making. 2, to initiate a flexible and responsive innovative system or innovation center. One good example is Samoa's straws, to significantly improve all aspects of the food systems, including value-added and more accessible food supply. 3, to provide appropriate education, training, and technical support to ensure capacity to support improved food systems with particular focus on capacity building of agriculture, nutrition, fisheries, and information management technical support staff to be deployed to assist communities at the levels that they require. 4, to support communities to establish and maintain appropriate community management and policy advocacy. And lastly, underpinning all these foundational programs is the need for government, donor, and community funding, technical and operating commitment to support a long-term, multi-level dialogue process at and across national, state, local, and community levels to address, modify, reinforce, and monitor food system progress. We know that transformative change will take time. Again, we ask for your help in this regard. Kalangan kirisotapur kamakar kulomolalam. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now call on the Minister of Agriculture of Fiji, Honorable Mahendra Reddy, to take the floor.
Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Bulavinaka to you all. Firstly, my personal apology to you all for not being able to attend the session in person due to my heavy national engagement for the upcoming PG parliamentary elections, which is scheduled to take place on the 14th of December this year. Nevertheless, we have sent a strong delegation led by my Permanent Secretary for Agriculture, Dr. Vinesh Kumar, along with officials from the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Economy, and Ministry of Fisheries and Forestry. On behalf of my Honorable Prime Minister and the people of Fiji, I want to assure you all that Fiji is very much committed to the continuous engagements at all levels across the region and the globe. Latest economic data and the feedback from various industry stakeholders indicate that our revised GDP for 2022 would be around 12.4% growth. The key sectors contributing to growth this year will be accommodation and food services, transport and storage, administration and support services, wholesale and retail trade, agriculture, and net indirect taxes. For 2023, growth is now expected to slow to 6% from the 9.2% projected. We further anticipate that the 2024-25 economic growth to return for the pre-pandemic trend will average around 1.3%. With a land size of 18,274 square kilometers, Fiji has more than 194,768 hectares of farmland, which subsequently makes 76,774 farmland parcels distributed amongst 68,424 farming households with farmland. However, Fiji, like many of you here, is no exception to the impacts of climate change and external global shock, such as the latest pandemic. These impacts have led to the development of interventions and measures that will sustainably manage agriculture now and into the future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Agriculture, through its programs, policies and projects, support economic recovery, rejuvenate private sector activity, protect jobs, assist the unemployed, and maintain overall macro-physical sustainability. The support programs currently in place are to address the impact of COVID-19 and pursue opportunities that will ensure food and income security and sustainable livelihoods for all Fijians, focusing on building community resilience in Fiji's agriculture sector. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 2022 Pacific SIDS Solutions Forum with the theme "Working Together to Leave No One Behind," unquote, provides us with opportunities to follow up and build upon the Global SIDS Solution Forum of 2021. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our youths and children are our future. We have to create pathways that will enable our youths and children access nutritious food and manage agricultural practices and agri-food systems that provide sustainable, healthy, and affordable diets for all. To achieve nature-positive food production systems, we must adopt climate-smart agriculture practices that protect, manage, and restore nature, while globally meeting the fundamental human right to healthy and nutritious food for all. Fiji's Ministry of Agriculture provides households with seeds in order to plant, tend, and harvest their own food. For those people living in urban and semi-urban areas, home gardening seeds were provided during the pandemic to help rehabilitate these residents and ensure that they have access to safe, quality, nutritious food. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, fuel is an essential commodity without viable substitutes. It is needed to fuel a country's economic expansion and is a vital component in the agriculture sector's performance, particularly with mechanization of our farms and farming improvements and techniques. As we are moving towards a recovery period, we are seeing gradual decline in the price of fuel, not only in Fiji but globally. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to combat inorganic fertilizers, Fiji is actively promoting its organic initiatives with the objective of reducing consumption of synthetic chemical fertilizers in Fiji. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ministry is in the past has invested into feed mills, which provides various types of quality livestock feed for poultry as well as for other livestock. Ladies and gentlemen, We are also working towards transforming food system to be more resilient, reduce carbon footprints, and promote healthy diets. A number of initiatives have been undertaken to deliver onto this. There is need for more organized agriculture in integrated supports infrastructure, strengthen agriculture support services, improve capability for planning and policy formulation, and enhance capability in investment and international cooperation. Therefore, the Ministry of Agriculture will continue to engage and build strong, lasting partnerships with all relevant internal stakeholders, potential investors, donor partners, and agencies as we continue to progress towards our vision to grow beyond. The Ministry of Agriculture will maintain a forward focus in leading agriculture transformation agenda beyond incremental growth to ensure that we recognize the efforts made by women and youth and provide greener jobs that are sustainable and resilient. Thank you. Naka Wakalevu and Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Minister Reddy. Honorable Ruateku Tekayara, Minister of Environment, Land and Agriculture of Kiribati, you may now take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Chair, Samoa Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Honorable Ministers, FAO Assistant Director General, Secretaries and CEOs, development partners, private sectors and community farmers, officials, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings to you all. Kamnaberan Maori, Tala Falawa. I wish to begin by commending the government of Samoa for an excellent hospitality accorded to me and members of my delegation since our arrival in Samoa, the beautiful country in the world. The theme of this forum, working together to leave no one behind, is fitting with the compounding global crisis of COVID-19 and the recent war in Ukraine affecting our Pacific small island developing state. We are not on equal footing with our resilience and ability to cushion the impacts of COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine. However, our interventions have saved lives and at least sustained the livelihood of those we served during these critical times. Kiribati is so unfortunate that agriculture is not our comparative advantage due to poor soil fertility and water salinity. However, we are so blessed with an abundant fisheries resource. Agriculture needs greater boost so it's able to serve and provide better livelihoods and can contribute to our economic growth. The compounding crisis affecting our country is an eye-opener to Kiribati, and we see the critical role of agriculture it will play in terms of food security. Climate-smart agriculture and friendly farming to our environment, surface forest explorer as part of Quest-Boost agriculture. Scaling up our commitment in agriculture and fisheries, and now commitment to ensure nutrition and safety is a key focus also, provide us with healthy and safe diets which add more weight to our campaigns against our increasing number of non-communicable diseases. Our intention during COVID-19 through our economic stimulus intervention targeted private business affecting by impact to border closure and supply chain disruption. We also assist our stranded nationals with $30 daily allowance and cost of charter flights from all over the world to get them home as soon as early as possible. Our fisheries observers were also supported by engaging them in enforcing our coastal fisheries regulation to ensure they continue to receive their salary during the lockdown. I wish to comment on timely assistance of AFO and as well as SPC in providing COVID-19 relief project that materialize a national agricultural revitalization program. The relief COVID-19 project provided planting materials for our people and safety gears for our frontliners, biosecurity officers. While our road to wealth and the updated and availability of good data He said a slow pace of forests, a forecast, and analysis that will guide our further intervention are also delayed. This is an issue of concern for us, urging for urgent action and support from our donor partners as well. Ladies and gentlemen, despite our isolation, we did not escape from the major crisis shock. However, sharing and working together as through Pacific Small Island Development Spirit will allow us to storm the spillover effect of the crisis. Honorable Minister of Samoa is very right in saying yesterday during the field trip that we share and give what we have in exchange of what we don't have. It is all about sharing. In conclusion, allow me also to acknowledge Food Agriculture Organization to bring us together and great organization of this meeting. Thank you once again, as well as Samoa, for hosting us and making us feel at home. All others involved in the organization of this meeting and the delivery of this meeting a success. Thank you. Our deepest national blessing of the Maori means health, Te Roi means peace, the Tapamoa means prosperity, abundance soul. I love you all. Kambasindaba and Fatela.
Thank you, Minister. I now invite the Minister for Finance and Agriculture of Niue, the Honorable Crossley Tatui, for his statement.
Thank you, MC Pesata. Honorable Laulia Lemalia Toa Smith, Honorable Ministers of the Government of Samoa, Honorable colleagues around the table, Excellency John Jinkin, greetings. Crop agencies, representatives, development partners, senior advisors and government officials, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Niue and my delegation, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the government of Samoa and FAO for the warmth of hospitality and co-hosting of the Pacific Small Islands Developing States Solutions Forum with the theme on working together to leave no one behind. We acknowledge and fully support the theme and main goal of the forum in working collaboratively with members to report on partnerships developed towards advancing the recommendations of the 2021 Global SIDS Solution Forum. Also sharing of national experiences in order to formulate concrete actions to accelerate collective efforts towards achieving the SDGs in Pacific SIDS. Thank you so much for the invitation to attend this important meeting. It is an honor to be here today to meet in person and return to normalcy after the global pandemic of COVID-19, and our economies are still recovering from those impacts today. We recognize the importance of attending this meeting to share knowledge and experiences among the region's leaders and experts, and more importantly, to work together as a collective on solutions to progress our key priority areas for further development. We acknowledge the United Nations Food Systems Transformation Initiatives in promoting actions to ensure healthier, more sustainable and equitable food systems. Therefore, fully supporting FAO's commitment towards this agenda in the Pacific by working with countries to develop and implement national food systems, pathways, and that no one is left behind. There is a critical need to promote information sharing and partnerships that can help address the gaps between the Pacific SIDS in pursuing the food systems transformation agenda. The agriculture and food sectors in Niue faces many challenges in sustaining development and growth due to various key factors. Niue's import bill is 10 times higher than its export, resulting in significant trade deficit. The economy depends largely on foreign aid to support many of the government operations. As a small island developing state within the Pacific region, we are depicted by our smallness, both population-wise and geographically, vulnerable to natural disasters and extreme events linking with climate change impacts. The COVID has affected Niue drastically, just like all of the Pacific neighbor countries. The 2021 Round 1 report of the Rapid Assessment Survey on the impact of COVID-19 on Niue households provided some baseline information towards addressing the 5F crisis. The impacts of COVID-19 on imported food affected delays on food supply systems globally and increasing food prices at the national level. CPI have increased by end of 2021, with average annual inflation by end of 2021 of about 13%. Fuel prices increased, but is still heavily subsidized by the government. Feed for livestock and fertilizer prices have increased by about 12% between 2020 and 2022 timeframe. Impact on employment, with 70% of those who are working pre-COVID stopped working after COVID. Those working for government had reasonable job security, but those in the private sector were more affected. Impact on incomes, roughly 90% had earnings lower than usual, relatively more in the private sector than in government. Government employment clearly provides a strong safety net in Niue. And of those running their own businesses, a significant 31%, precisely 156 households, reported lower earnings, both females and males. Of those doing farming largely or mainly for sales, some 44% or 45 households reported less or no income after COVID-19. Remittances received, while some 24% of all households received remittances, 18% received less than usual, while 8% received more than usual. While 64% was the main source of income revenue from New Zealand, a significant proportion, 33%, also came from Australia and other donors. Some of the mechanisms the government have in place to address the current 5F crisis include subsidizing fuel prices, plus the large percentage, about 66% of households, received some form of government benefits. The government also sourced COVID crisis funds from donor countries, providing assistance to the private sector in the form of wage subsidy throughout the COVID crisis. We commend FAO's theme of leaving no one behind, which strongly emphasizes shared values as a key to progress further. In this respect, we uphold our Pacific values to leverage our best practices in our institutional, local, national, and regional efforts towards improving food security and livelihoods of our people. I acknowledge the work by crop agencies, including the PACER Plus implementation unit and their office in Apia, key partners such as FAO, UNDP, to improve our local capacity to monitor the vulnerabilities of our states. We ourselves understand the context of our situation better and the need to improve data collection methods and how to translate this data into meaningful action and outcomes. For Niue, the pandemic has somewhat regained the importance of local solutions for global problems. We have tried promoting agriculture through multi-sectoral collaboration engagement with health, commerce sectors, and NGOs to improve accessibility and availability of locally grown nutritious food. And this is further enhanced through exporting of key agricultural commodities and accessing overseas markets, particularly through the PACER Plus facility to New Zealand and Australia. These partnerships are core to enhancing our key development aspirations to further solidarity for an effective and sustainable food security systems and improve livelihoods of our vulnerable communities. To help enable this adaptation and developing the infrastructure, the new government is committed to providing support for implementation and acknowledge the assistance of donor partners such as FAO towards this critical work. It is important that we work together to make this right. The discussion we have now will have an influence on how the future will look like, and with implications for many generations. To conclude, I am optimistic that our commitment to this work as partners in the region will continue to grow together and leaving no one behind. Thank you, Frau Mahaki, Fatay Lava. God bless us all. Thank you, MC.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Ministers, we will now hear a pre-recorded statement from Palau by Honorable Stephen Victor, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Environment.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to provide Palau's perspectives on the impact of climate change, COVID-19, and global conflicts on the 5F: food, fuel, fertilizer, feed, and finance at this Pacific SIDS Solution Forum. Palau, like many other Pacific islands, have continued to experience increased incidence of storm due to climate change that has impacted crops and infrastructure, putting additional burden on already vulnerable farmers, fishers, and our community members. Sea level rise continue to pose threat to our limited taro crops, which is an important staple crop for Palau. COVID-19 had drastic impacts to Palau and continue to have an effect in the lives of our people whose livelihood depends solely on farming and fishing. The first introduction of COVID to Palau forced us to close our borders, which caused tremendous decline in our tourism industry. Reduction in tourists indirectly reduced the demand of local produce and fish, resulting in less income for farmers and fishers. For example, prior to COVID-19, a grouper was selling for $3.75 a pound. Today, the same fish is selling for $2.75 a pound, and with the price of fuel at $5.80 per gallon, fishers have to catch more fish to make a return on their fishing activity. If this situation continues, it will lead to decrease in fish populations, affecting an already declining reef fishery. This decline in fishing population will have long-term impact on the health of our coral reefs, which is important to protect our coastline from waves and provide valuable fish for subsistence purpose to our local population. Border closure during COVID led to decrease in production of pig livestock in Palau. We were dependent on importing pig semen from Taiwan to introduce new breed of pig to replace an already inbred pig population in Palau. In addition, border closure also impacted the milkfish industry in Palau, an important source of farm fish for the local population. We were dependent on importing milkfish fry from Taiwan to sustain our milkfish farms. Global conflicts such as the Russian invasion of Ukraine that has led to increase in fuel prices has affected the fishing and farming sector in Palau. For example, prior to the increase in price of fuel, a loin of yellowfin tuna could cost up to $8 a pound. Today, with the price of fuel at $5.80 a gallon, a loin of yellowfin tuna costs up to $11 per pound. Ladies and gentlemen, to address the challenges on the 5F, Palau is in the process of transforming its food systems to ensure resiliency and food security to Palau. We have launched the Galedangar Alet campaign, or Our Food is Our Responsibility, to raise awareness of the need to get young Palauans to be more engaged in the food system, as well as encourage consumption of locally produced food. This can help increase local demand that can help to drive food production. What can FAO do to help transform Palau's food system? The approach that the FAO has promoted on one crop approach can help Palau to refocus attention on key crops or farm fish that can deliver affordable and nutritious food to our local community. We encourage FAO to move from pilot project to scaling innovative proven strategies to help fishers and farmers. As small economies, we lack private sector investment in the production sector, and FAO and other bilateral funding arrangements are encouraged to explore innovative financing approach to help grow the production industry in small island developing states. Here are some work that we hope FAO through the SIDS Solution Forum can contribute to advancing in Palau. We are engaged in integrated land and seascape planning and zoning to encourage smallholder agriculture in housing development to address limited farming land in Palau. There are key needs in the fisheries and agriculture sector that involves connection to markets, and we ask FAO to assist in providing through the Solutions Forum innovative ways to address this challenge in Palau. I thank you for the opportunity to provide Palau's perspective on these issues, and I hope they will contribute to a meaningful and fruitful discussion at this year's SIDS Solution Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Utwala awatu le ava malfalo alo tita wai ila wa fiongal minister fato angam fainga faiva na wa fiongal auli le mali to le wote Schmidt mo lau sa noang.
Whātala whātu I le paia mawalunga o le tātou mawhitanga le nei tūlau le aso. Whāpoi atu fo I Samoa malau tāpo inga. Wa le paia I ainga malatu tama. Tama mo latu ainga le usonga atu mua mapule I tu au malataua. Ainga I le tai ma le vao fonti ma Samoa poto poto. Lau fionga I le sui palimia. Tuala Bonifacio, lau fionga le minister Whatalo fatu foi le tāwhatolo whainga malo, lau fionga le whongfta lai mal pāne mene, tainane le pai o lau fisa o whamsinonga, le pai e male malu maulungo whaurunungo mtanga luenga le malo, ua tātou mafuta le ni aso. Tāpo I mai ama le manuia o le awha iso tātou leo.
Greetings and talofa to you all, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jong Jin Kim, FAO Assistant Director General of the Regional Representative, Your Excellencies, Ministers, colleagues, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Samoa and members of Cabinet, UN Representative Simona, diplomatic corps, our Pacific families, ladies and gentlemen, welcome home. It is an honor and privilege for me to deliver the country perspective on behalf of our government, our country of Samoa. As a co-host for this forum, I would like to express my appreciation to the main organizers of this event. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United States, the significant and bearing of the SIDS Solution Forum on the agrifood system transforming from Samoa and other Pacific Island countries cannot be overemphasized. Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, food remains an indirect part of un-Samoan culture. No food, no life. With ties with our land and ocean. Today, we are living in the unprecedented times due to the triple shocks of COVID-19 pandemic, the 5F crisis, food, fed, fuel, fertilizer, and finance, and the adverse effect of the climate change. These have resulted to the multiple challenges in the various sectors such as health, economically, socially, and politically, all empowering us at the same time. The triple shocks, migration, and amplified many of these challenges, resulting further the reductions of our food and income securities. Due to the financial pressure, regularly disruptions in our food supply chain, skyrocketing price of feed, fertilizer, agriculture food, tools, equipment, fuel, and powerless to natural disasters. Samoa is currently facing the impact of the multiple challenges and has been felt across our small island country. A noticeable of 50% increase in the price of seed, fertilizer, and other agriculture inputs, such as tool, equipment, been recorded in the last 12 months. Food inflation has climbed to 11.5% in October 2022, and we foresee further increase in the coming months. Excellencies, since no Pacific Island state is immune to the impact of a triple crisis, the call for actions for vital for Global Food Summit is very critical stage. The Global Food System Summit last year, followed by the Asian Pacific regions in Pollock on agri-food system, transformed in early October 2022, has mobilized the global regional community to discuss key issue challenges to find transformative solution. For the Pacific community, to remain challenges is to secure action to survive. And we have all the needs, we have all to become together to shoulder our responsibility to play our part. As I said yesterday, sharing between us all is our main mission now. Samoa is pleased to be part of the important summit of symbolic of our encouragements, multiple diversible, view of experience of collective transformation actions. The Samoa System Pathway 2030 identified 14 pathway actions to transform our food system for a resilient and a healthy Samoa. Moreover, Samoa 5-year National Development Plan, called the Pathway of the Development of Samoa 2022-2026, and our Agriculture and Fisheries Sector Plan 2022-2026 highlighted the importance of a reference to be sustainable agriculture, fishery, and agriculture sector, which will create employment, improve our food nutrition security, and reduce resilience of food imports. Excellencies, our common agenda today is to call to tackle action now. Action to accelerate and to transform our food system, since the impact of tribal crisis and may take longer to recover. Samoa would like to acknowledge with appreciation the ongoing financial and technical support of the FAO through its FAO Sub-Region Office in the Pacific, UN Region Coordinator Office in Apia, and all other UN agencies to the development partners who have assist bilaterally, regionally, internationally. Last but not the least, I encourage us all, there is no room for argument. We consolidate, we communicate, we cooperate. We are the Pacific. We work together for the success. Islands of the people, by the people, for the people. I also would like to remind our gathering today that the time of talking is over. Action, action. That's another fine word for our conference. And to be sarcastically, to bring about real changes to the lives of our Pacific people, to whom that's why this forum is all about. So that no one dies of hunger and no one is left behind. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of urgent work to do for the next few months and more years to come. But the work is worth and it's critical for our effort to move forward as a Pacific community in Samoa, to committed to working in collaboration with the partner in transformation actions to its food ecosystem. Finally, I thank you once again to all our FAO family. Thank you to our UN family, and thank you to our Pacific family for attending this forum. Thank you once again to our Pacific family for the support for our Toa Samoa rugby team. We feel the warmth and in tears of your support, we feel your love and your respect. And these remind us all we are one Pacific family. Thank you for your attention and enjoy your staying here in Samoa. Whaftai.
I now invite Honorable Augustine Aunga Maiwe, Minister for Agriculture and Livestock of the Solomon Islands, to take the floor.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Samoa, Assistant Director General, FAO, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by sincerely thanking the hospitality, and the care jointly afforded to me and my colleague Minister of Forestry and delegation by the government of Samoa and the FAO. It shows the value of our Pacific family to stand together in all our aspirations. Solomon Islands' initial response to COVID-19 was good and appeared positive. The testing, lockdowns, and border closures caused panic buying. It also charged my people to intensify their agriculture. Every community increased food production, but then everything went into a now. COVID-19 did not arrive until early 2022. When COVID-19 arrived in 2022, the intense high production triggered has subsided. The strong trajectory and uplift in food production has returned to its normal default position, low production. The strong durability could not be sustained. The production energy was temporary. The primary use of increasing production to maintain relevant food security and food security systems and agriculture transformation has another component that is often played Solomon Islands food production in smallholder dependent. The mindset and perspective of the smallholder farmer needs transformation to create a new sustainable energy, to bathe a new agriculture context and give new energy for transformation. A new heart and motivation is required that goes beyond technical and informational transformation. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock and our stakeholders respond with many capacitation initiatives post-COVID-19, but the response trend held sway to the old trajectory. Based on this, I am glad to report that beginning in 2023, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock is leading a response that will go beyond COVID-19 and the 5F to transform food security and food systems in Solomon Islands. The transformation starts with Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock and a reconfiguration to secure human component is the base of food systems. The human component is the common denominator, the choices and decisions of the farmers and the capacity to do that as a lifestyle is the basis of transformation. I am glad that the assumptions for food systems pathway in Solomon Islands has shifted and the opportunity for transformation improved. I look forward to report on the evidence of transformation in the near future. Fa'afe tei tele lava, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Tagio tumas.
Thank you, Minister. Let me now invite the Minister for Agriculture from Vanuatu, Honorable Nako Natuman. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chong Chin Kim, FAO Assistant Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I have great honor in delivering this address on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Vanuatu. Firstly, may I congratulate FAO in uniting the Pacific Small Island Development States, SIDS, to leverage the power of food systems and security to accelerate our national sustainable development goal and what we call the People's Plan. The design of this Pacific SIDS solution forum also fits well with our national vision to build a stable, sustainable, and prosperous Vanuatu. This forum will link very well with our good food policy, with a vision a healthy, wealthy, food secure Vanuatu that enjoys a high quality of life. Chair, COVID-19 has taught us a lot of lessons learned, and the dialogue we conducted in the lead up to this forum, Vanuatu has identified 3 priority areas which we need to strengthen on the food security and food system by 2030. Firstly, leadership and governance. Vanuatu government commits to take the lead and coordinate an inclusive multi-stakeholders effort to transform an effective food system by 2030. Secondly, improve diets and food environment. Vanuatu will build on current initiatives to sustainably increase its local production capacity and improve its food environment to ensure our people have access to more healthy eating and nutrition diets to prevent SIDS and promote health. Thirdly, resilient food systems and livelihoods. Vanuatu will contribute to develop and build a more resilient food system to better manage our vulnerability to natural disasters and global impacts of climate change, pandemics, and economic imbalances and shocks. And finally, the 5F crisis. Vanuatu does not rely on imported fertilizer, but promote organic fertilizer productions and products for a sustainable food security and food systems, so we have no issue with this. Increase in global fuel price as implicated in the island as well as international shipping, and high cost of local production and market prices, so we have seen the indirect impacts of what is currently happening in other parts of the world. Vanuatu has experienced financial constraints as significantly limiting agricultural production, but the indirect impact of natural disasters and the pandemic is being noticed in different sectors, particularly in the health programs. The impact of international shipping, fuel cost, pest and disease disrupting food supply is to some extent affects our supply system. Vanuatu has experienced a substantive impact on high cost of animal feed supplies. In conclusion, Chair, we believe the sharing we have in this forum, the collaborations we have established in this pathway will enable us to transform our food system in ways that will build a more stable, sustainable, and prosperous Vanuatu, leaving no one behind. The government of Vanuatu looks forward to working with the FAO, other UN bodies and international communities, partners and experts from the SIDS family to achieve our common goals in food system and security in the Pacific. Thank you too much, Chair.
I thank Minister Natuman for his statement. The next speaker is the Deputy CEO of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Kingdom of Tonga, Mrs. Leodi Vainikolo. You have the floor, Madam.
Madam Chair, Biseti Honorable Prime Minister of Samoa, the Honorable Tiami Naomi Mataafa, Honorable Ministers and Head of Delegations, Your Excellencies and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Talofalava and Malo Ilale. I am honored to present this country statement on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Food and Fisheries, Lord Fohe. Madam Chair, since March 2020, the Government of Tonga imposed a prevention strategy for the COVID-19 virus pandemic with a national emergency restriction of international flights and international shipping. In February 2020 this year, the Omicron variant of the COVID-19 virus pandemic finally arrived in Tonga, imposing further restrictions, quarantine and lockdowns as the pandemic spread quickly in Tonga. As a result, the number of flights and ships to Tonga was hugely reduced. From September 22 to date, however, the pandemic restrictions eased up and travel restrictions removed. The flow of the usual activities are now getting back to normal with continuing recovery efforts from the negative impacts of lockdowns in the economy. On 15th January 2022 this year, a massive volcanic eruption of marine volcano, Hunga-Tonga, Hunga-Ha'apai, inflicted a huge damage to the islands of Tonga from the subsequent tsunami and volcanic ash, with damage at an estimated cost of approximately $90 million in total and about $30 million to the agriculture and food sectors. To date, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the volcanic eruption on the 5F reflected mainly on the high prices and reduced supply of imported food, feed, fertilizer, and fuel, and the reduced inflow of finance to Tonga, mainly remittances from Tongan diaspora. In response, the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Forest focused mainly on increased local food production of livestock, crops, and fruit trees for the local and export markets. This was implemented mainly with subsidized land preparations, assistance in provision of local planting materials, fruit tree seedlings, vegetable seeds and seedlings, as well as foreign-day-old chicks to to name a few, targeting affected households and households below the national poverty threshold. The Food Security and Livelihood Recovery Program from damages of Hungatonga volcanic eruption started in February 22. A huge amount of food aid from governments, international and regional agencies, NGOs, religious organizations, Tongan communities overseas, and many other groups were received from March to July 22. We are grateful for all this assistance received and still receiving up to this day. The distribution of this food aid prioritized the tsunami-affected villages and evacuated communities from remote islands, as well as other disadvantaged families in the villages. Madam Chair, the Ministry's recovery program for the volcanic ash and tsunami-affected islands were similar to that of the pandemic program with greater scope and intensity. The subsidized land preparations, assistance on provision of local planting materials, fruit trees, vegetable seeds and seedlings, chicks, as well as farming tools and equipment to affected communities of remote islands. The distribution prioritized the Toto'o group farming in villages because of their internal assistance to weaker members of the community. The distribution also prioritized women in village in vegetable production and poultry rearing in rural residential homes, promoting home and backyard gardening. Madam Chair, Tonga firmly believes that agriculture and fishery are important keys to Tonga's agri-food system transformation to food and nutrition security and livelihood during the COVID-19 virus pandemic, but also to the incoming natural disasters. Therefore, the resultant agri-food system transformation in Tonga are first to increase our group farming or Toto'o farming in rural village communities, and secondly, increase food production in urban residential homes or home gardening, mainly by women. The constant development of local food industry to enhance import substitution is highly supported. One of our major agenda in the agri-food system transformation is the need to have more focus in addressing the epidemic of non-communicable diseases by implementing more training and awareness programs that will produce more tangible results in reducing this epidemic. We need our greater collaboration in tackling this major challenge in the Pacific. With that, Madam Chair, I sincerely wish the Pacific Small Island States Solutions Forum on Agriculture Food Systems Transformation every success to be inclusive, innovative, and productive. Thank you for your attention. Fa'afitai malawa pito.
Thank you, Mrs. Vainikolo, for your statement. I now call on Mr. Lajikit Rufus, Chief Forestry Officer, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Commerce of the Republic of the Marshall Islands.
Thank you. Excellencies, esteemed guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me to convey to each and every one of you a warm greeting of Yoko on behalf of the people and the government of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Our gathering here today signifies our appreciations for regional corporations and solidarity. In the Marshall Islands, we have many atolls and many highlands, yet we are still and always P1 people ever connected and be by the sea and the shared identity. The sea has led us to the shores of Samoa, and we are here. We have found hospitality and friendship, and would like to extend our appreciation and gratitude to our ever-gracious host, the people and the government of Samoa, Komotada. We'd also like to express our appreciation and gratitude to the FAO for extending the invitation to the Marshall Islands to be part of this important event. Throughout the years, high-level gatherings such as this has allowed a nation the opportunities to share its unique stories, history, experience, recommendation, and challenges through shared knowledge and open dialogue. This eye-level Pacific SIDS Solution Forum is certainly timely as the world is recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. The uncertainty of the global supply chains is at the forefront of our thoughts, and initiatives such as this that provide a beacon hope for vulnerable and fragile nations such as the Marshall Islands. We have a clear vision for the Marshall Islands to have resilient, prosperous, and inclusive economies, and clear vision to ensure that the Marshallese people at all times have access to sufficient, safe, nutritious food to meet their territory needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. Achieving this will require building our human capitals, protecting our naturals and cultural capitals, and creating opportunities for the Marshallese people. Our nation will forever remain small and isolated, making transport and trade with major market costly. As a low-lying atoll nations, we are vulnerable to the damaging effect of climate change and natural disasters. With sea level rise posing a direct threat to our very existence, all of this make the development of competitive, productive economy of all the more challenging. The Marshall Islands will continue to engage in a dialogue where we will no doubt insist on a greater climate ambition. At the same time, we will continue to have hope in humanity at the international community. As a small island economies with a narrow resource base, access to international market is crucial. We consistently import much more than we export, relying on imported supplies for food and other goods with limited scope to produce most of these edible commodities locally. Hardships in various forms and rural-urban disparities continue to exist. This is the case in both our urban centers and the outer island communities. These economies of our outer island communities have not fundamentally changed over the past century. With the communities relying mostly on copra and undergrab, production and limited commercial fisheries and farming activities for their livelihoods. But despite our limited land availability and the challenges, we believe potential remains to make use of our atoll to grow fresh produce and raise livestock and fish stocks that can feed the growing urban population and generate income for farmers, fishers in the rural communities. Moreover, we acknowledge that a better supply of domestic food could reduce our reliance on imported food that is often low and variable nutritional value. We recognize our donors and development partners have an essential role to play in helping us to achieve a more self-reliant vision. However, we as a country need to lead all the partnership and ensure close alignment of support to our development needs. With the necessary ownership, we ensure effort are coordinated, current, and make the best possible use of opportunities to advance our development goal objective. In closing, I would like to express once again the Marshall Islands' sincere appreciation to FAO for following the RMI delegation to participate in this important forums. I call on all concerned to support the adoption of the outcomes and recommendation of these important solution forums and working in genuine partnership to deliver better economic and development outcomes for the regions. Consistent with the theme of the Pacific SIDS Solution Forum, let us stay connected, creating a better future by working together to leave no one behind. Komodara, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, RMI. The next speaker is Mr. Mika Perez, Director EDNRE of Tokelau. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd just like to acknowledge the Prime Minister, Fiame Naomi Mataafa, and also would like to acknowledge the Honorable Leauatea Pulotaiwao Smith, Honorable Ministers from the Pacific, Madam Chair, Mr. Jong Jin Kim, Deputy Director General of FAO, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Maloni, Minister Hio Perez is unable to be here with us today and expresses his sincere apology and has asked that I present Tokelau's story on his behalf. Firstly, Madam Chair, it will be a great remiss of Tokelau delegation not to thank the government and the people of Samoa for hosting this forum on your beautiful shores. Through you, Madam Chair, please convey our sincere whakawhetai lahi to your government for facilitating our safe arrivals. Secondly, I would like to acknowledge FAO and the food security project we have been able to implement prior to COVID-19 in Tokelau. Projects in livestock and food gardening and inshore fisheries certainly helped prepare Tokelau for what was to come in the form of COVID-19. However, having reverted to household gardens using the skills acquired from FAO projects prior to COVID-19, which is to say the least. As a people and land, Tokelau has survived for over 1,000 years. While isolation can be a huge challenge in today's global context, it certainly can be a huge advantage being isolated from the rest of the world. And that's what happened. Tokelau closed its borders to the world, and I'm proud to say that Tokelau is the only country in the world that is still COVID-free. If anything that has taught us in coping with the COVID-19 experience, it has taught us to rethink the way we manage our natural and cultural resources in Tokelau, because there will be the resources that we will attend to in certainly very difficult times as we have experienced the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic that struck the world. And I think in closing Tokelau borders to the world, certainly made us rethink the way we manage our marine resources and land resources. And it also taught us to be resilient, to be, shut off from the world. We were left there and to rethink the way we do things, culturally as well as contemporary. Over the next 2 days, we will be discussing with FAO the priorities for Tokelau in terms of food and agriculture, in our effort not to be left behind. After all, Tokelau is one of the most vulnerable island states in the Pacific, being a very low-lying atoll nation. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for the last statement. Honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, we were awaiting a recorded statement from the government of Tuvalu. However, this has not arrived, but we have come to the end of the session. I wish to thank you all for the very rich discussions, exchanges, and sharing, which we look forward to being adequately reflected in the outcome document for this forum. I have the pleasure now of welcoming Tilafono David Hunter, CEO of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, who will chair the next session. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be your moderator for this session 6 on regional action collaboration to implement national food systems transformation pathways in the context of COVID-19 and the 5F crisis. Now, in session 5 that has just ended, we heard ministerial country statements on the impacts of the overlapping crisis of the pandemic and the 5 Fs: food, fuel, feed, fertilizer, and finance. Let us not forget that even without them, this region is continuously battling multiple natural risks, most recently the volcanic eruption in Tonga, hurricanes, transboundary pests and diseases, loss or degradation of natural resources, and climate change. Clearly, there is a consensus among the Pacific Island countries that the current crisis, while being suitably responded to with socioeconomic and other measures, should be seen as opportunities for transformative change in agri-food systems. We need them to be fit for purpose, that is, produce sufficient and nutritious food, use natural resources optimally and in a nature-friendly way so that they are renewed, and provide sustainable livelihoods for smallholders and family farmers. That's where the UN Food Systems Summit and the process it is fostering becomes significant. It has placed food security back at the center of the global development agenda, and making agri-food systems more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable is at the core of FAO's new strategic framework. Food systems pathways were developed by 12 Pacific nations following a series of regional and national dialogues throughout 2021, supported by the UN, SBC, and other partners. A stocktake of the progress made on the commitments made at the summit will be held next year, 2023. Let's hear a brief presentation over the UN's work at the regional and global level to support countries to implement their pathways. Apologies also, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, we are now having this session during your lunchtime. I do hope you will bear with us. I will make it as quick as possible. So let's hear a brief presentation. For this, I will now invite Mr. Sridhar Dhamaburi, Senior Food Safety and Nutrition Officer, FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, to present on UN's work at the regional and global level to support countries to implement their pathways. So my colleague who's going to present, you only have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting us to speak very briefly at the Pacific SIDS Solution Forum on the work that we've been doing at the regional level with all the countries in the Asia-Pacific region on advancing the agenda of the UN Food Systems Summit. I will not even need 5 minutes, but I will just give you some key features that could be of interest for you as you go forward in this forum and discuss the solutions to the challenges that are there in your very unique region of the world. Food systems broadly have 2 features. They are, of course, very complex, but the first one is the interrelatedness of multiple sectors and the millions of actors who are there. And the second is that food systems are all about trade-offs and compromises. So any transformation, whether it's small or large, tends to bring in with it a lot of multiple layers and issues which need to be tackled. So in order to start that conversation, the lead up to the UN Food Systems Summit constituted of food system dialogues. And the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, based in Bangkok, from where I'm speaking, under the leadership of Mr. Jongjin Kim, who's joined you in person, we supported a number of countries in the region with organizing their dialogues, getting in all the stakeholders into the conversation, and starting up to write up the pathways that were eventually then sent to the Secretariat of the UN Food Systems Summit. The important thing was, of course, that given that all this happened in the middle of a once in a lifetime or once in a century pandemic, there were very challenges for all the countries in the region. So these plans need much more work, and that's what we are focusing now. So from now and going forward, we will be working with all the countries on the detailing of the pathways, making them more action-oriented and focusing importantly on resource mobilization. So we had the first ever follow-up on this just about last month, about 2 months ago, in the first week of October, when we organized the Asia Pacific Symposium on Food System Transformation. And this symposium was focused on the how. How do we actually achieve the transformation? What are the actions required across the system as well as individual sectors? And keeping in line with FAO's strategic framework, which you have of course heard discussed also in the last couple of sessions, we focused on what are the key actions to be taken for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better lives, as well as the cross-cutting themes of data, science and innovation, technology, governance, and more importantly, investment and partnership. So the important conclusions that came out of this symposium were that first, goal setting, strategic visioning, and emerging prioritization of food system transformation has mostly been accomplished, and that we've also heard from the distinguished honorable ministers who just spoke in the last session. The strategy and planning exercise is almost complete. What is now needed is technical and financial support, and important to operationalize many of the actions that were discussed at the symposium. There are 4 key elements: institutions, incentives, innovations, and investments. We heard many innovations yesterday, and many examples, excellent examples were presented both yesterday as well as in the previous SIDS Solution Forum about a year ago, where we looked at some of the key solutions available for the special context of the Pacific small island developing state. You would also know that recently FAO has enacted its first ever science and innovation strategy. The important thing about the strategy is that besides looking at modern technologies, it also incorporates innovations from traditional practices, from indigenous food systems. And the Pacific countries in particular have a very rich collection of these practices, which are eco-friendly, agroecological, and could be of immense value, not just to the Pacific countries, but also to the rest of the world. And as FAO, our role at the regional and sub-regional level through our office in Samoa, led by Ms. Zhang Junyao, would be to assist countries to detail these pathways, to make them more actionable, to have them more specific at sectoral level, to focus on the how, to analyze nuances, cost benefits, and trade-offs. You would also have seen some of the results on the scientific committee of the UNFSS, where they actually showed that taking some actions would actually have some negative effects. For instance, cutting down or actually having sustainable consumption and production, which is SDG 12.3, would actually reduce smallholder income. So how do we then protect the smallholders? So these are key issues, critical issues, and sometimes even difficult, intractable issues that need to be taken into account. So the idea now is for all of us to get our hands dirty with these issues and grapple with them and ensure that we can actually transform them at scale. And to that, we'll work with regional scientific networks. There's one developed by the UN Coordination Hub, with whom we are working very closely. And of course, the symposium has helped us to bring us all together into one network. We will be working with all of you on mobilizing resources. At the symposium, we had an excellent presentation by the Director of Food and Agriculture from the World Bank, who actually explained how the resources could be found both internally and externally. And last but not the least, the presence of the head of our office, Mr. Kim, in person at this forum shows that we will remain committed to work with you to achieve the long-term transformative change. So I thank you all again for your attention, And I look forward to hearing all the interesting thoughts at this forum. Over to you, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Tamapuri, for your excellent presentation. Now is the time to hear from the countries on the actions they have taken and the challenges they are facing as they embark on this path. We have 3 country presentations from Vanuatu, Samoa, and Fiji. I now invite the National Convener of Vanuatu, Mr. Antonio Bravo, Director of Agriculture and Rural Development, to give his presentation focusing on governance. Mr. Bravo.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will be presenting the Vanuatu National Food System governance. Firstly, the key challenges of Vanuatu on food supply and health. We have experienced resilience on imports, cheap food supplies, relative high cost of local produce, limited land resources and increased developments, need to improve linkages along food supply chains, disaster risk, and climate change impacts. And those are the risk challenges that we faced. And in just 2018, in terms of good governance system, Vanuatu has just recently launched the Good Flagai policy, or what we call Good Food policy. And this policy is the key innovation to improve coordination of public and private sector services delivering support to improve food and nutrition security and food safety objectives for the national government. The policy also brings together the objective of Codex, the slow food movement, and food sovereignty together with the national priorities of food production, safety, nutrition, in order to improve coordination of our national actions. The policy also represents and shares commitments of the 6 ministries that implements the policy. We have the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Trades, and Ministry of Education and Ministry of Lands, and the private sectors. After the launch of the Good Food policy, the government has decided to establish the first time the National Food System Secretariat that sits within the Ministry of Agriculture. The Food System Secretariat plays a very fundamental role in establishing the food system and coordinating the national food for all actors, starting from the production, processing, and to the market. It looks at implementing the policy, food financing, capacity building, regulator of monitoring and evaluation, reporting, and cross-cutting issues at all food actors. And finally, the Vanuatu is in the process of setting up the National Food System Committee that oversees the implementation of different actors along the food system value chain. And this National Food System Committee was led by the government as well as the private sectors, and it looks at food safety and quality, projects in research, coordinating of food system and agriculture and nutrition, as well as nutrition policy, climate change, risk reduction, disasters, and natural and promoting health in schools and other education sources. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
I now invite the National Convener from Samoa, Mrs. Taimatu Moore, Assistant CEO of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, to give her presentation, which will focus on inclusion, diversity, and equity.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Talofa lava, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers and Heads of Delegations, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen. I am presenting on behalf of Samoa's National Convener, Mr. Tilafono David Hunter, for he is moderating the session for today. It has been 13 months since Samoa launched its Food System Pathway 2030. It is a living document that highlighted 14 interconnected actions to inform the pathway for transforming food systems for a sustainable, resilient, healthy Samoa where no one is left behind. The development of the Samoa Food System Pathway 2030 adopted a multi-sectoral approach. Focus group discussions were held, leading into national dialogues in which representatives of key stakeholders from across the different sectors of the food system in Samoa were involved. Since Samoa relies on imported food, the border closure and delays in freight schedules due to COVID-19 has greatly impacted the consistency in food supplies, restricted markets for trade, a lot of post-harvest loss, increased demand for cash, high input costs, and the list goes on. However, despite the numerous issues, the challenges were seen as a blessing in disguise for Samoa's agri-food system. Our people have turned to farming and fishing. The government and development partners' response packages and programs for the agriculture and fisheries sector have encouraged our people to engage more into crops, livestock, and fishing activities. It is believed that this has given them assurance that there will be food available during prolonged and unknown extreme conditions as a result of the pandemic. Now, the world's attention has shifted from COVID-19 to the global crisis linked to the war in Ukraine. Although the Pacific region could be known as geographically too far away from Ukraine, the impacts are felt heavily across all small island developing states. For Samoa, there has been a marked increase recorded by the Central Bank of Samoa and the Samoa Bureau of Statistics for the prices of feed, fertilizer, and fuel since the Ukraine war, plus a noticeable rise in food inflation since then. Hunger is not an issue in Samoa. The real challenge is access to a balanced diet and nutritional diet, which requires a shift from eating processed imported foods to locally produced fresh products, which will help to address the rising burden of NCDs. The disruption of supply chains and increasing 5F crisis would further accelerate NCDs as the population would be forced to continue to make poor dietary choices. In response to the recent economic crisis and the vulnerability of Samoa to natural disasters, the government's new medium-term plan, Pathway for the Development of Samoa, emphasizes the empowerment and development of communities for livelihood and self-sufficiency. This promotes equity in creating fair access, opportunities, and advancement for all those in the communities. It also gives them the sense of inclusion in decision-making for the betterment of their households and communities. The newly developed Agriculture and Fisheries Sector Plan 2022-2026, a medium-term plan, will further highlight and implement the food systems pathway actions as its first sector strategic objective. On behalf of the National Convener, I would like to again acknowledge with thanks the continued assistance and support of the UNRC office based in Apia, FAO Sub-Regional Office for the Pacific Islands, World Food Programme in Suva, and all our development partners who have assisted Samoa in the implementation of its food systems pathway. The challenges in transforming Samoa's food systems are immense, and there is no one-size-fits-all. The government or a single sector cannot do it alone. It requires a collective commitment, investment in adequate resourcing, strong and proactive leadership, and the willingness to work collaboratively among stakeholders and all implementing partners to adopt and effectively implement transformative actions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Matumua. I now invite the National Convener of Fiji, Mr. Vinesh Kumar, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, for your presentation, which will focus on national food policies.
Thank you, David. I think I'll try my best to fit it in 5 minutes. Actually, I had a lot to say. But again, just taking the cue from Samoa in terms of food security versus the fact that the food, the balanced diet. So Fiji also have a similar challenge in that regard, that the fact is Fiji appears to have food secure in terms of food availability. But the challenge is, again, the nutrition balance. So again, I just want to go through the National Food Systems Dialogue. Fiji started in 23 July 2021. We continued our national preparations for the United Nations Food Summit. And again, our president was appointed the eminent champion for the UNFSS by the UN Secretary General. The Fiji National Food Systems Dialogue aimed to transform food systems to be healthier, safer, and more sustainable, more efficient, and more equitable. We acknowledge the role of systems, food systems, and the importance of how we produce, process, trade, and consume food to achieve sustainable development goals. Again, I'll just go through the process, not the process itself, but again, the action tracks. The first action track was to ensure access to safe, nutritious food for all. And we kick-started the dialogue process across all 5 action tracks, which was convened with diverse stakeholder groups between May to June. The National Action Track consultations focused on ensuring safe, nutritious food for all. The second was shifting to sustainable consumption patterns. Again, this was again targeted to the fact that we're targeting nutrition security. And again, boosting nature positive production, sustainable productions. And again, the fourth one we looked into was advancing equitable livelihoods. And the fifth one was building resilience to vulnerabilities, shocks, and stresses. And we do believe that Pacific Island nations have a real challenge when it comes to food security and vulnerability to natural disasters. Again, some of the key outcomes of the action track dialogues were spotlighted that for the need for multi-stakeholder collaborations with all food system players, including recognition of critical inputs for blue foods through the blue economy space, the importance of green food, digital technology, e-agriculture for tools for transforming the food systems, the importance of traditional knowledge, the need for inclusion of women, youths as key actors and leaders across food systems, and the need for inclusiveness through a bottom-up approach, and the need to increase investment to improve understanding and analysis of local food systems. Again, the outcome of these dialogues came by where we were able to, with the help of UN Food Agriculture Organization and the World Food Program, we were able to implement key policies. One of it was the gender sensitization in the agricultural systems. The second one was we have just completed our policy analysis of youth participation. And the most important one is at present, we have completed the consultation as well as cabinet submission for the Fiji policy on food and nutrition security. We call it FPFNS. This is a twinning policy between Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, Medical Services, and Ministry of Agriculture, and with the active collaboration of National Food and Nutrition Center, who is our policy secretariat. Again, there were a series of consultations done across Fiji, and currently this policy is with the Ministry of Economy. And one of the challenges we are facing at present is the implementation side of things. Again, it be costing us around $3.9 million to about $4 million to effectively implement. And we are, again, working at we would say, strategic level with the PSS to see how best these policies could sit along with institutions and could be co-funded within the activities of different ministries. So this is an update from the ministry. I do have got a paper presentation which I could give it to the Secretariat for further referrals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Now's the time to hear from 3 development partners to share their perspectives. And we have 3 development partners that have been selected. I now invite Echa Escola, Deputy Head of the European Union Delegation to the Pacific, for presentation via video.
Good morning from Fiji. Let me first acknowledge the presence of the FAO Sub-Regional Coordinator for the Pacific Islands, government representatives, and other stakeholders. Thank you for this opportunity to address this important event. It takes place at the wake of the significant challenges created first by the COVID-19 pandemic and then by the war in Ukraine, with the resulting energy and food crisis that are impacting the food prices, living costs, and the livelihoods around the globe. And the Pacific is not an exception. Half of the total household consumption expenditure in the Pacific region is dedicated to food, and the Pacific countries are increasingly dependent on imported foods. Under the Team Europe response to global food insecurity, we are supporting UN-led efforts to address the current situation and working with our partners to promote sustainable alternative solutions in the medium and longer term. The European Union and its member states have swiftly reacted to the systemic shock generated by the war in Ukraine. 4 main elements of our response: solidarity through emergency relief and support to affordability, boosting sustainable production, resilience, and food systems transformation, facilitating export of agricultural goods from Ukraine, and finally, effective multilateralism. In total, the European Union is estimated to provide 7.7 billion euros until 2024 to support global food security and sustainable food systems. For instance, as part of the EU contribution, the EU recently mobilized 350 million euros to boost local food production systems in Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific. The overall objective of this global intervention is to enhance sustainable food production and resilience of food systems. This is an investment in the food autonomy of our partner countries. And I hope our action in the Pacific will be bearing fruit also in the years to come. Let me wish you a very successful Pacific Small Islands Development States Solutions Forum. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Escola. I now invite Joseph Niemeyer, the Food and Nutrition Officer, FAO in the Pacific Islands, for your presentation.
We are talking about transforming our national food systems. It would not be totally transformational if we delayed our launch by keeping you hungry. So I will try to keep this presentation very, very brief so that we can go for lunch immediately. Basically, I will tell you what FAO is doing in terms of working with government to support the transformation of your national pathways. So we have conducted a very brief analysis of all of the pathways, and we realized that 10 of the 14 Pacific Island countries have published pathway documents, but many are still in draft form. Relationship between the pathways and other policy planning documents and processes might need some clarification. So this is something that we are trying to do to work with the governments. We stand ready to support national governments to elaborate these pathways and to initiate the implementation processes. Now, after we look at the pathways, we see a few challenges. Suboptimal nutritional outcomes and high prevalence of NCDs. These are key issues that we see cross-cutting out of the pathways that exist. But then because of the impact of the 5F crisis, we realize that the population is shifting to cheaper, less nutritious food. In the pathways also, a lot of them articulate vulnerability to climate change and natural disasters. And you can see, as a result of the compounding effect of the crisis resulting from the Ukraine war, we have noticed that resilience is decreasing with foreseeable higher post-disaster recovery costs. Heavy resilience on food imports, this is something that we know already, but you can see this has been exacerbated by impact of the war in Ukraine, which has caused disruption of global supply chain and increasing prices. So you see now that there is increasing risk to food security arising from external economic shocks. But of course, you know, in Pacific SIDS, we have issues of remoteness, poor market integration, limits domestic production. Impacts of the Ukraine war are exacerbating this situation. As many of you listen to the ministers, you have rising fuel and transport costs, aggravating effects of remoteness. So there are a few key policy priorities that also we observed in the pathways for many of the countries here. There is recognition of multidisciplinary nature of the food systems and the need for an appropriate food systems governance approach. So many of you can see in your pathways that you have several issues. For example, you talk about nutrition, you talk about food safety, you talk about animal feed, etc., etc. The implication is that all of these issues, if you want to address them, we would need a collaborative teamwork that will bring everybody together. You also, many of you you highlighted boosting domestic blue and green growth production. For this to happen, you need several approaches. One of them in some of the countries is increasing land owner cultivation for home and community gardening, regulatory reform, climate-smart agriculture. But this solution is not applicable to other countries because in other countries you realize that the land is dwindling, it's becoming scarce, and so we need to look for some creative solutions. We need to look at hydroponics in terms of agriculture. We need to look at agroponics. We need to look at other basic technologies like in Palau a few years ago, they were already doing tabletop gardening. So we need to look at some kind of other approaches that embrace vertical agriculture. There is also one priority, which is improving health and nutrition outcomes. So some of the issues could be, regulatory reform, for example, trade, taxation, nutrition education, nutrition standards, school feeding. There is also a priority around increasing market integration and access, so public investment in markets and logistical infrastructure. One catalytic, for example, action, if you check around the islands, you have a lot of, let's look at Samoa in Upolu where we are. This is a main market. But if you go down the south, you have a lot of producers there. There's no market. So all of them, either they sell in front of their homes or they have to come here. But because we live here, most of the population lives here, we don't know that there are producers on that side. So we have to think about how we can make linkages. And then value chain development, extension services, digital solution, access to finance. I think you've already seen that yesterday, for example, with the Mawa app. These kind of solutions can be catalytic. Important considerations to be addressed. Focus on existing pathway documents, tend to be on food chains, rather than on systems and waves of transformation. So the agri-food systems approach is a bit broader than just looking at value chain. So we need to have some discussions with the governments to provide them with some suggestions. We need to work together collaboratively to see how to proceed. Increased support to green and blue food value chain is very, very critical. There's a need to develop relevant trade policy and regulatory frameworks with focus on food safety and nutrition. So, for example, salt, fat, and sugar content in food. Pathway documents should include implementation planning, financing, and social protection. We learned from this process that social protection is a big issue. We have our ROC here. She's a big advocate of this kind of issue. But we realized that, for example, Palau, the convener, made it very clear. She said, in our pathway, we don't have anything that can help us to identify the most vulnerable people. But even if we identify them, we don't have the mechanism in terms of responding to the most vulnerable people. So this work has really highlighted the issue around social safety net and social protection. And this is something that needs to be given important consideration. Developing and implementing food system transformation pathways required a significant and sustained level of effort and resources. This is a long-term agenda. From FAO side, we are providing support on pathway development through our own resources, but also thanks to our resident coordinators. We have Madam Simonan here in the meeting, but we also have ROC Yap, who is going to speak very soon, and ROC Seneca. They have led the UNs to mobilize resources that they have given the WFP and FAO to work with the countries, to support you, to analyze your pathways, but also to see how we can move forward with implementation. Medium-term commitment to support Pacific Island countries with this food system transformation requires a long-term approach. For FAO, our new country programming framework, which all of you will be validating on Thursday, the implementation of these pathways is mainstreamed, is highly recognized in this document. Thank you very much.
Now invite Jaap van Heerden, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, UN Resident Coordinator for Kiribati, FSM, RMI, Nauru, and Palau for your presentation.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this really important event. It also speaks to me because that's how I started my career a long time ago when I did many years of supervision of IFAD programs in Asia and the Pacific. I think it's also really important for me perhaps to stress the importance of finding suitable solutions for atoll islands and atoll nations. As you may know, with my responsibility for the North Pacific, we have 2 of the 5 countries that are at risk of going underwater within the lifetimes of our children or grandchildren, who knows, perhaps earlier. Of course, we cannot accept it, but one of the things that we really need to look at how we can continue to have satisfactory green food production for those very challenging environments. coral islands with soil that's not suitable for food production on the soil itself. And if it's made suitable, we have saltwater intrusions, rising sea levels, and more challenges down the line. So it's very important for those countries to come up with new solutions, to come up with non-traditional farming solutions. I've just heard Joseph making a reference to that, but that's my problem a little bit here as well. It's often mentioned as a reference, and it shouldn't be a reference. This is where we really need to have the big brains on the table to really see how we can make those non-traditional farming solutions relevant and applicable within communities, but also perhaps for close to urban places, towards cities. And these can be different solutions. When you are with cities, you can really start think commercial, public-private partnership. You can think agribusiness. And it's important to think commercial because of operation and maintenance, especially when these are more complex solutions, looking at vertical structure with hydroponics, quite complex. And in order to maintain them well, there needs to be a private sector incentive there. If you look at, for instance, at communities, we look at different solutions, much more simpler, perhaps tabletop, rooftop, different kind of solutions. And lately, floating solutions are also becoming more and more of a possibility towards the near future for us to consider. So this is where I hope that FAO and also IFAD, our UN colleagues, can really help think through what could be some of the new technologies that would also help atoll islands and atoll nations. Perhaps I would like to stress once again my pleasure for the Secretary General's intervention to support you with the transformation of your national agri-food systems. It's really, really important. The time is right. Of course, it came during the COVID-19 stress and also what we see right now with the Ukraine war. I'm very much aware that, as I said earlier, the Pacific Islands are particularly challenged and some more than others to transform these agri-food systems. It's very good that we have now realization that our health is directly connected to our nutrition and directly connected to the food that we produce. So it's good that we come together and that we build very strong and creative partnerships in this sense. I'm also happy to note that the UN coordination system on the ground appears to be well positioned to advocate for such partnerships with development partners and to join the Pacific countries over this agenda. I'm also very pleased to see that some approved joint programs are already online to support us in this regard, and especially to understand better how to turn these pathways into reality. Perhaps maybe that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Heerden. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, thank you for your patience. And this brings us to the end of this session. I would also like to thank our presenters again. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, we are about 45 minutes behind our program time, and I've been asked by FAO to request Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, if we can have our lunch for about 45, 50 minutes. The VIP and Ministers' lunch will be served in the hotel boardroom. Your liaison officers will escort you there. And the rest of us, we will have our lunch in the hotel restaurant. May I request on behalf of the FAO organizers for us to reconvene here at 2:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And I hope everybody is back in the hall. Again, sincere apologies for having your lunch very late and asking you to also come back very quickly. So we are about to start the section. And this section will be chaired by the Honorable Minister Tulipo Wansimo, the Minister of Information, Communications, Technology for Samoa. But before I give the Honorable Minister the floor, I just wanted to let you know that because we are running behind time, I was informed by the Honorable Minister Lauli, the Minister of Agriculture, who is supposed to chair Section 7. He did ask me to consult you, the audience, because this Section 7 is about reporting back from yesterday. So the Honorable Minister has asked me to consult you. Instead of asking you one by one, we will do a plenary section. So in that case, the Honorable Minister will give you the floor. And if you have questions from yesterday, if you have issues, comments that you want to offer, reflection that you want to offer, you can do that. In that case, we will save time. So the Honorable Minister will chair that section with this suggestion on the floor. But without delaying, I will now give the floor to the Honorable Minister of Samoa for Information, Communications, and Technology. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Please welcome to the Session 7 progress since the 2021 SIDS Solution Forum. But before we move on to our Session 7, there is a very small issue during our last session, which we weren't able to have the chance for our state member Tuvalu to address this assembly or this very important meeting. That's, we will first give the floor to Honorable Sa'anga Talu Teafa, Minister for Local Community Government and Agriculture for the Tuvalu Islands. Thank you.
A very good morning to you all. The FAO Director General, Mr. Ku Tongkiu, Prime Minister of Samoa, Honorable Fiame Mataafa, FAO Sub-Regional Coordinator for the Pacific Islands, Ms. Singyum Yao, AOC's Chair, His Excellency Ambassador Webster, representatives from regional organizations and development partners, small island development state, honorable ministers and their delegations, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Tuvalu, I sincerely thank the FAO Director for convening this very important meeting. I thank also the host, the government and the people of Samoa for hosting the meeting. Whaafitai. My apology once again for not able to attend this meeting in person. While not present, my prayers are in the meeting for our Heavenly Father to greatly bless your deliberations, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure and honor to deliver the statement on behalf of the government and the people of Tuvalu on the impacts of COVID-19 and the 5 Fs crisis that affected the population of Tuvalu. As you may all know, Tuvalu is heavily relying on imported foodstuffs with little on agriculture production. Here are some responses and good practices on the 5F's crisis. Impacts of COVID-19. The impacts of COVID-19 has been observed in all trading outlets on the island, fuel stations and hardware and so forth. We're seeing a rapid increase in prices of fuel and building materials. Unprecedented levels of inflation and rises of basic food items and in many other goods have been affected all sectors, private, public, and production and services. Prices of foods, fuel, fertilizers, and feeds are more than double in Tuvalu during these difficult times. The responses we managed to display by the Department of Agriculture at these difficult times were: 1. Distributions of planting materials such as tools, seeds, vegetable seedlings, and other essential items to farmers and individual households for their own home gardening. Only registered farmers are encouraged and strengthened to increase their productions for both subsistence and domestic sales. 2. Increases awareness and training on innovations using wicking-based system, food cubes, and compost making with new recipes with available resources. 3. For the long-term planting, the government initiative from the ministry approved to have half acre in all outer islands for the purpose of food security. These half acres will continue largely in strengthening the food production and at the same time to increase the production. Good practices. Good practices that I want to share were engagement of many in home gardening and support of family farmer members. For your information, in Tuvalu, there were 60% of women are more active in planting vegetable crops for family consumptions, while 40% are men. Applicable wicking-based system being used by households and farmers for planting vegetable crops and root crops. This system helps to minimize water uses compared to the direct planting. Encourage more in households' own gardening on the main island as well on the other islands. Large production of seedling to be available for distribution to customers. While facing the impact of COVID-19 and the 5F crisis, Tuvalu faced with another problem that we have since June or May in 2022 to date. We have a severe drought. The northern 3 islands had been severely impacted by the drought. We suffered this crisis at one time. In order to maintain and sustain our response and best practices, we seek the support and assistance of FAO where possible to provide adequate planting materials and seedlings to farmers, strengthen food systems pathways, increase sustainable local production, innovations with more food cubes to be provided, and lastly, measures and control of yellow crazy ants and fruit flies in the outer islands. With this, it will equip the Department of Agriculture with the means to provide needs to farmers to enable them to counter the impacts of COVID-19 and the 5F's crisis. I wish you the best in your deliberations. Whakawhatailasi, Tuvalu, mō te atua.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, colleague from Tuvalu. We are to ensure that we are all working together, leaving no one behind. Thank you so much. Now we move on to the next segment, which is, ladies and gentlemen, Ministers, Excellencies, I now have the honor to announce Session 7, Segment 1 of the 2022 Pacific SIDS Solution Forum, which is
progress since the 2021 SIDS Solutions Forum. For this first segment, I invite Ms. Angelica Maria Daza, FAO Director for Office of SIDS, LDCs, and LLDZs, and also Ms. Shang Jun Yao, FAO Sub-Regional Coordinator for the Pacific Islands. Please welcome to the floor. Yes. Ms. Daza, Ms. Yao, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Samoa, for giving me the floor. Honorable Ministers, Assistant Director General Kim, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be here in Samoa and to learn about all the innovative examples emerging from the Pacific to transform agri-food systems for a better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. The SIDS Solutions Platform was launched in the 2021 SIDS Solutions Forum. This platform is a process aimed at enhancing information and solutions exchange to facilitate development by incubating, promoting, and scaling up homegrown and imported solutions to accelerate the achievement in agriculture, food security, nutrition, health, and environment as they relate to the Sustainable Development Goals in SIDS. As expressed by the Director General in the quote shown on the slide, this process is a collaboration of a variety of stakeholders and should be results-driven. I think we were told today that enough talk, more action, and this is what this is all about. The platform consists of the fora, such as the one we are currently engaged in, the SIDS Solutions Platform, an online version, the SIDS Solutions Dialogue, as well as support to small island developing states through technical assistance, among others. As Assistant Director General Kim alluded to yesterday, the 2021 SIDS Solutions Forum recommended 12 actions. My colleague, Ms. Yao Shangzheng, and I will jointly report on progress of the platform since the 2021 forum, along with the 12 actions and beyond. As I mentioned, as part of the platform, there's a dedicated online platform, the SIDS Solutions Platform. We are currently seeking to expand its scope, content, and coverage. To this end, we've discussed with colleagues running long-standing and innovative online platforms and commissioned a possible roadmap for its expansion. We are still analyzing the latter, but there is one clear conclusion. The utility and the level of engagement of an online platform depends on delivering relevant content to the target audience. In this respect, in keeping with the theme of sharing, we would like you to share your thoughts on, among other areas of interest for your countries in a survey to be circulated at the end of the conference to ensure that this dedicated online platform is fit for purpose. Similarly, as part of the platform process, in collaboration with FAO liaison offices in Brussels, Geneva, and New York, the SIDS Solutions Dialogues have been organized, mainly to engage SIDS FAO member permanent representatives who are principally non-resident representatives, and to inform them on key issues under FAO's mandate, understand their views, as well as to maintain the momentum unleashed from the launch of the SIDS Solutions Platform in 2021. To date, 3 dialogues have been organized. The first was a presentation of the outcomes of the 2021 SIDS Solutions Forum. The second focused on building agriculture resilience in SIDS. And the third dealt with fisheries and agriculture in SIDS. We are currently examining topics for 2023, and in this regard, suggestions and sharing your thoughts are always welcome. Sorry, something went wrong here. The presentation went offline. Sorry, it seems it's okay.
Our IT team, anyone to assist?
Apologies.
Mrs. Daza, please.
Probably.
RIT, FAO, ITT? Signature? Oh, they're working on it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Apologies for this technical glitch. I must have pressed something that I shouldn't have. They can put it back? Yeah, let's see if... Well, I could, try to start, I'll just go ahead while we're working on it. As you're aware, resource mobilization was one of the key actions recommended in the 2021 SIDS Solutions Forum. The Office of SIDS, LDCs, and LDCs, together with the FAO Investment Center, Fisheries, and Agriculture divisions, commissioned 6 studies to support SIDS to fill the data gap and support SIDS to better inform their climate rationale, design adaptation measures, and proposals for climate financing. FAO presented the preliminary findings of 4 of the 6 studies at COP27 in different side events. And it is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, hence I will put aside my words and share tens of thousands of words through a video regarding these presentations. Please, if the video could be played. I think we went offline again. think if we can go back to the PowerPoint, I didn't. Okay, I think, thank you. Thank you. So given, also in resource mobilization, given the unique set of environmental challenges SIDS, particularly Pacific SIDS face, the FAO-GEF partnership supports SIDS in tackling said challenges while boosting sustainable agri-food livelihoods, and tapping into these resources to implement solutions is key. This self-explanatory slide provides some insight into the FAO-GEF Pacific SIDS portfolio value replenishment in the block graph, as well as the focal areas in the pie chart. There are two notable projects from this partnership, namely forestry and protected area management in Fiji, Samoa, Vanuatu, and Niue, and protecting aquatic resources and stocks in the Coral Triangle of Southeast Asia. In GEF 8, there will be more opportunities to partner with Pacific SIDS to design and deliver more of these projects and achieve better and more results. Among them, there's the 59 million more in System for Transparent Allocation of Resources, or STAR resources as they're known, for Pacific SIDS in GF, and 20 million for climate change adaptation in Kiribati, Solomon Islands, and Tuvalu through the least developed countries with the fund. And this is just a snapshot, as tomorrow there will be a more in-depth presentation on the FAO-GF partnership in Pacific SIDS. Also tomorrow, given the importance of the topic, there will be a full panel on the development of a multidimensional vulnerability index for SIDS. In light of the upcoming panel, I would like to brief on FAO-specific activities related to this development. FAO has engaged with UNDESA as a secretariat of the high-level panel established under Resolution 76/203 of the United Nations General Assembly, tasked with the finalization of the aforementioned index. The discussions have mainly focused on statistics and indicators maintained by FAO through FAO Stat and Aquastat, among others. FAO also briefed UNDESA on the Rural Multidimensional Poverty Index, or RMPI, developed by FAO together with the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative at the University of Oxford. The RMPI, launched in January of this year, was developed to tackle the unique nature of rural poverty. As you know, poverty is predominantly rural and has specific characteristics and distinct risks. The RMPI includes 5 dimensions, namely food security and nutrition, education, living standard, rural livelihoods, and risks, as well as 18 indicators, and were tested using household surveys, LSMS, WB, in 4 countries. It is important to note that the available surveys usually do not report on the entire pool of required indicators, and in this respect, FAO is determined to support countries to collect the variables needed to compute the RMPI. Currently, FAO is exploring the possibility of initiating RMPI computations in some SIDS, and in particular, we may start with 2 Pacific SIDS, so I'll keep you posted on this. On South-South and triangular cooperation, as you're aware, FAO considers it a key modality to catalyze agricultural development, food security, rural development, poverty reduction, and improved nutrition. Specific attention is given to small island developing states in the South-South Triangular Cooperation Guidelines for Action 2022-2025, which constitute a more programmatic, focused, results-based, systematic, quality-assured, service-driven, and integrated approach to operationalizing South-South and Triangular Cooperation, as SIDS are one of the 4 thematic areas of focus. It is in this backdrop that that FAO presented an umbrella funding proposal to transform agri-food systems in SIDS to a South-South donor, which is currently under consideration. I will now hand over to Ms. Yao for the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angelica. And also thank you, Your Excellency, ICT Minister from Samoa, for this very good opportunity. Yes, as my colleague Angelica just introduced, since the forum held in August last year, FAO invested in partnering with the different actors at the global, regional, and also the national level to implement these recommendations the last forum concluded. That is what we say this very much action-oriented forum. And what I'm going to introduce is not an exhausting list of our efforts in the Pacific, but rather only an illustration that FAO sticks on our commitment of working with you and also serving you in the Pacific. This upcoming 2022 FAO's annual report will be able to give you more details on our actions in the Pacific. But taking this opportunity, I'm providing you some highlights very much related with the forum's recommendations. I think as you saw yesterday, FAO, the University of the South Pacific, USP, and also the vanilla lady, Sheila, in Samoa, are expanding these innovations in vanilla production and also e-marketing to benefit other women in Samoa and subsequently in other Pacific seas. We heard her that she has a will to support other Pacific countries for vanilla plantation as well as e-marketing if needed. And in this training held in Apia, more than 20 households have been trained and supplied with the vanilla cuttings that they can use to copy this already proven success of the vanilla production and e-marketing. And also, I feel invested in this partnership that would allow USP colleagues to work with the innovators in the future, if they wish. And also this collaboration with the USP on the hot air driver for fruits and tuber chips production in Solomon Islands is also another very concrete example. And the USP did not take the patent and also design from the innovator, but rather with IFAO's financial support. USP supported the innovator to improve his devices. And also the innovator right now is making more devices for the distribution in Solomon Islands. And we do wish these small efforts can contribute to the healthy choices of the local consumers, but also to help the farmers to reduce their food loss. And also, I feel USP, Fiji Ministry of Health, and the Tonga Ministry of Agriculture are expanding this MyCana application. We heard this very good presentation on day 1 in the morning. This would facilitate this nutrition education in Tonga. And the government of Tonga saw this application at the forum last year, and they liked it. So that's why they approached IFAO for technical assistance. So we are happy to see that this application has been expanded to Tonga in the local language. This is exactly, I think, the forum aims to provide this knowledge sharing, and also from IFAO facilitate this knowledge sharing process. And also, I feel ITU, ILO, UNOPS, UNESCO, UNICEF, and UNODC are collaborating to implement a project named as Accelerating SDG Achievements through digital transformation to strengthen community resilience in Kiribati Federal FSM, Marshall Islands, and also the Republic of Nauru and Palau. With this partnership, the project will implement FAO and ITU Smart Islands or Digital Village approach, which is aimed at the digitalization of the whole food systems in the countries, but also to support the farmers for their livelihoods, for instance, through the activities on e-marketing and others. And I feel UNDP and UNICEF are similarly collaborating to facilitate access to digital services and improved environmental protection, agriculture, food security, and nutrition in Cook Islands, Niue, and Tokelau. And also proudly to mention that IFAO is partnering and collaborating with IFAD to deliver the projects titled the Agriculture Investment for Markets and Nutrition in Solomon Islands and the Republic of Vanuatu. And also a Small Island Food and Water Project for FSM, Kiribati, Marshall Island, and the Republic of Palau and Tokelau as well. So tomorrow morning, you will notice that FAO, WFP, IFAD, UNICEF, WHO, and also SPC are collaborating to publish the Pacific Overview of the Situation of Nutrition and Food Security report. This is the first ever such a kind of comprehensive study on the status of the food security and nutrition, because we do recognize that we need evidence and also data to advance our policy-making process to achieve the SDGs in the SIDS. And also in a few moments today, you will notice that IFAO and also the Korea Republic and also one university in South Korea have delivered capacity development activity in agricultural value chain for the SIDS. And we will hear more details, but I am proudly to let you know that those participants received this virtual training, but also some participants paid a visit to South Korea to witness all those good practices in South Korea in person as well. And you will also notice in a few moments that I feel, and also the Pacific government and also the private sector, delivered a very successful digital agriculture food systems accelerator camp for innovators from across the Pacific Seas. And I think these innovators are here, and they will tell you how they reflect of such a kind of capacity building activity. And for this accelerator camp, we aim to support those innovators to move from point A to point B, or from point B to point C, to help them to have a kind of more matured skills for their business and also scaling up of their business. So I stop here, and for FAO in the Pacific to translate the agri-food systems in the Pacific to be more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable, our shared vision, innovation, and suitable solutions are crucial. So with this, I stop here. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Let's give a round of applause. Thank you very much, Ms. Daza, and also Ms. Yao, for that presentation, and also informing our meeting today of all the hard work and the efforts of FAO, not only to our states, but also to our region. Thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause. Thank you. Looking forward to that Pacific overview of situation on nutrition tomorrow, the report, as you mentioned. Segment 2 of this session, I now invite Honorable Crossley Totui, Minister of Finance and Infrastructure from Niue, to chair the next segment. Thank you so much. Your Honorable Minister.
Yeah, firstly, thank you, Honorable Samoa, Minister of ICT of Samoa. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to moderate this segment of the 2022 Pacific SIDS Solutions Forum. This segment will focus on the innovation landscape in the Pacific, and the goal is to review the status of innovation landscape of agribusiness in the Pacific SIDS. With this brief background, I will now call Director Rashid of the Chicago-based Civil Lawsuit to deliver his presentation. Mr. Tariq, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Honorable ministers, CEOs, executive directors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tariq Rashid, and I represent a US-based consulting firm named Civilizology. We are the consulting arm of the Civilization Right Institute, an international nonprofit organization that employs scientific-driven, culture-rooted, and innovation IT-empowered solutions to promote and raise awareness of the rights of nations and indigenous groups to protect their heritage, tradition, and civilizations, whether tangible or intangible, from any form of exploitation. Over the past year and a half, we had a privilege to partner with the FAO, a sub-regional office for the Pacific Islands, in screening and profiling creative solutions and locally grown innovation across the Pacific SIDS region. Today, I will share with you a brief recap of the process and some insights that we have gained throughout the process into innovation landscape of the region. I will also share our key findings from the cross-cutting analysis we conducted for the profile solutions, and hopefully that will set the stage for a few questions that we will pose to our distinguished panel members for their feedback and reflections. So just to start, just to warm up, a quick definition of innovation. There are so many definitions of what innovations mean, but the one that we have been using is the same one adopted by the WIPO organization. Is basically as simple as it is. It is an unprecedented way to achieve a goal more effectively in a given context. There are so many keywords here for innovation. The first thing is it has to be new. So new relative to the context. So for example, when we talk about protecting cropping, even though it could be outside the world, has been used in several countries, but the fact it's being used for the SIDS region for the first time, it becomes innovative. The second one, it has to have a purpose, a goal to serve the community or to face a challenge. Like, for example, I'm just seeing the protecting cropping as an example here. So having a protecting cropping, there is a purpose here to face threats from climate change and natural disaster and threats like cyclones. It has to bring a value. The value in this case, again, just for the protecting cropping as an example, will be just to make sure that the supply of crops is continuing and there is no interruption. And then it has to prove some sort of effectiveness. It has to be effective. So when all these values bring together, then we'll have innovative in place. With this definition in mind, the Cornell University collaboration with EU and WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, since 2007, they have been tracking the progress of innovation in different countries around the world. And they had developed a sort of like a system that is made of 7 different parallels related to institutions, home capital, and so on. One focus on innovation input, and the other one focus on innovation output. So, and based on that, they rank different countries in terms of their innovation progress, from score 0 to 100 or 0 to 100%. So one question that came to mind when we started this exercise of supporting innovative landscape in the Pacific region, where do the Pacific countries stand from this innovation index? And these are some findings here. One, the first finding that we found that although the index has been there since 2007, so it has been running for 15 years, only Fiji appeared once or maybe 3 times, 2013, 2014, 2015. The latest score Fiji had was in 2017, 27.3 out of 100. Not very high, but this is the only country. And since 2016, we don't even have any single country in the Pacific SIDS featured in the Global Innovation Index. So this one, alarm here that we have in mind just justify why we are here today, I guess. The second interesting fact, the WIPO keeps a database of patents that has been actually internationally submitted since 1970s. Since 1980, there have been only 4 patents provided to WIPO. Fiji has 2 of them, and Samoa has 2 of them. So we have only 4 patents that came out of the regions in the past 40+ years. There are other indicators that we have also looked at. One of them is the percentage of IT export and the percentage of high-tech export compared to other manufacturers' export. And you can look at here, and I don't have the mouse here to do this. I don't want to take the risk to miss my presentation, but the gray one looks as basically the high-tech exports. And I think the only one that comes is Fiji, that has a small percentage, and also Cyprus, but all of them are less than 7%, or less than 10% from overall export of each country, while of course the orange one represented other manufactured one, for example, agricultural products and so on. So this is another, indicator of basically the impact of innovation and why it is really needed to have a sort of focus. The third important indicator is this one. The green columns represent the GDP per capita for each of the countries that we were able to find information for. The blue line represents the percentage of agricultural products from the GDP. And you can see basically the green line for all countries, maybe except Paloa, has significant percentage of the overall GDP of the country, which tells us that basically when it comes to agribusiness, innovation does matter. And there is a reason actually to kind of like transform the economy, the agriculture economy, for the specific SIDS from factor-driven to more investment and innovative-driven. And that is one of basically, hopefully, the outcomes of the SIDS Solution Forum from last year, this year, and the years ago. So that's just some statistics here to just give you basically the big picture. So one of the questions here, how we can put the SIDS country on the global innovation radar or global map. So in this process, we have been tasked to find innovative solution related to agribusiness across the specific techs. And we were asked to target agriculture, food nutrition, environment, and health. And that was basically the main focus of last year's SIDS Solution Forum. We expanded this task this year in 2022 to revisit those solutions that we provided last year, but also try to add new ones. So in our methodology, what we did, originally we had 14 criteria to what innovative, based on basically all this definition of innovations and the different parameters that constitute innovation. And originally we put this criteria as a policy strategy, basically putting them just application, ask people to apply for, but this didn't work very well. So we ended up going to a kind of push strategy where we actually actively used our network from the FAO regional office, the FAO country offices, and then development partners and Chamber of Commerce to try to find solution innovators. And we interviewed them and we scored them based on this 14 criteria, based on the level of their business and the viability of their innovation. This year, we revisited them one more time, adding a new component related to their business and innovation called SWOT analysis, the strengths, the weaknesses, the threats, and opportunity. And also, we capitalized on the work that has been done by the FAO partner pandemic in organizing the agriculture accelerator, and we use that. So here's some statistics from our findings so far. So the first question, how many solutions did we found in the Pacific region? Between the 2 years, overall, we find 128 unique businesses or solutions. And 48 of them are the ones who responded to our inquiry to get them profiled. So not a bad sample. It's around really 40% of them, a good sample to understand the innovation landscape. But interesting enough, from last year to this year, there was been almost around 15 dropout businesses that disappeared. We had them last year, they don't appear this year. And we have tried to speculate about the reason why they have disappeared, and based on the kind of wish list and issue that we discussed with them last year. And we found out basically there is possibility, we don't have 100% sure about each business, but this is kind of like the overall issue that led to this innovation that started at one point and then all of a sudden they don't exist anymore. Financial hurdles, lack of working capital. Most of them are organic in nature. They are not really business savvy. They don't know how to manage their businesses. That's why they didn't exist. A lot of them, they had a failure to understand and size the market or reach out to a target customer. Nearly 80% of the profile solution that disappeared, they didn't even have a website or any social media presence. And then, there always the question that a lot of them, especially if you are working in the agriculture sector or food processing, that you need labor, that there are not labor anymore. Labor are migrating out of their countries. So they have a lack of laborers. And then there is also the question of the enabling environment in the specific SIDS. There is a lot of complaints about taxes, tariffs and some sort of struggles of bureaucracy that make them difficult for business, especially startup and new business, to survive in this environment. And of course, the lack of networking, recognition, and celebration of success, which I think one of the issues that the SIDS basically is targeting and try to avoid. So this is one question for basically like where, how many business we found so far and why there have been drop-off between 2021 and 2022. The second question we were trying, what sector this innovation, the 128 innovation that cover, and so far we find basically 5 sectors. The main one, the big bulk, is agriculture, of course, and farming. This constitutes around 41% of the innovation or the businesses that we found. And then the second one is related to food processing, which is also complementary to farming, so it's around 70%. And then there have been also data processing and e-commerce, and then there's other ones. For example, Mycana is one of the examples focused on health and nutrition and things like that. And we also found some innovations that cross-cutting different clusters. For example, MOA app, one that was presented yesterday, cross-cutting several factors between e-commerce and data services. Where do they exist? Where do they come from? We found that the big bulk of the innovation come from Fiji. Around 28% of the innovation solution we were able to find, whether we profiled or not, came from Fiji. Second to Fiji came Cook Island. Interesting enough, Cook Islands last year were not number 2. Samoa was number 2. But from 2021 to 2022, Cook Island implemented, which is a perfect example of a very nice governmental-owned program scheme, the Agri-Tech scheme, which funded lots of businesses and innovation in the country. That brought them number 2 in the number of innovation within the region. Around 22% of the innovation and solution we profiled came from the Cook Islands, and then Samoa around 15%. The third question is, who owns the solution? We found that around 65% of the solution are privately owned by individuals, whether basically one person or a family. And then the rest comes, around 26 are the rest, whether it is partnership between educational institutes and government or some sort of non-for-profit organization like SWAG, for example. We also find that basically the other question, how many of these businesses are run by women? And we found, this is a big thing that still need to be addressed, that basically the innovation landscape in the SIDS region is dominated by male. Around 50% or 56% actually of all the innovation for the 2 years are run by men. Women only ran 31% of the innovation, which are basically like almost quarter of the innovation or third of the innovation, and then the rest are coming between mixed, basically running between government institute, and then we have a mixed, basically, gender there. So this is another question. So these were some questions we have found from the analysis. Going deep into the work we did, as I mentioned, for each single of the 48 solutions that we profiled, we conducted SWOT analysis, asking the people about what are the internal challenges faced by their businesses, but what also the external threats and opportunities they found and they are trying to go after. So the lesson learned I'm summarizing here are based on the weaknesses or the things that they complained about. And one of the things, a lot of them, they are not business savvy. They need to get educated about how to plan their business activity. And you will be amazed that many of these innovative businesses, they don't even have a business plan for the next few years. They don't have a plan in the process. A lot of them, they have lack of networking. They don't know who they can address. And the problem is, even there is important understanding, there is the need for stakeholders. They don't know who are the stakeholders that they need to reach out. They all face, or many of them face, financial hurdles. They have problems in using technology, so you'd like to embrace the technology. And the labor issue, there is also scarcity in human capital. And there is source of technical skills that they cannot find. And we have some solution here that technically they end up actually relying on people in India or other countries to source the solution rather than having to try all local people, because basically the skills are not there yet, and then access to the market. So all these are challenges shared with us through the voice of the innovators themselves. These are the pains that need to be addressed. Also, on the other hand, there have been some sort of strengths, there have been best practice. They have learned, and especially from the SIDS Solution Forum last year and how these were celebrated last year and this year, there is also, whenever they have a social value, they are celebrated in the community and they present. And we have seen all the examples that were presented yesterday. And the more you get engaged with the community, the more this value is kind of like validated. The creatives, they go above and beyond to find creative way to the example of the vanilla farm and being using Facebook as a sort of, as a starting point to market product during the COVID to overseas. A wonderful example of how you can actually apply, some of this business, they find creative way to market themselves. And then basically a lot of them, they say we have to focus in the market before we think about exporting. And then basically connecting with an institution is becoming easier and easier, especially with initiatives like the FAO SIDS Solution Forum. So just to give you a quick sort of like recap of things that basically were told to us that what they need. I will ask them basically give us your wish list. So the big wish list is in the environment for running business, especially small business and startup, need to be more enabling in the Pacific. And, easy to find investment, easy to access market, easy to, have the infrastructure. We have had some people even in farms, they have problems that with even they don't have the right access of the roads, to be able to actually market their product and bring the cars and things like that. And then basically more support of stakeholders. There's so many players in the region, but not clear for everybody who is doing what. So they need to be aware of the rules, especially for development partners. And then find a way to monitor them. So for example, you have the accelerator map. So what's next? Are we going to monitor them after a year? Are we going to take care? So I think whatever we have seen here, this kind of like follow-up from last year innovator to this year, this follow-up provides a sort of like connectivity and continuity for those businesses, you don't disappear anymore. And then one of the things that basically, like most of this innovation speak directly to, SDG number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. But there's also just supporting innovation also speak to, SDG number 5, that's basically focus on the women. SDG number 8, focus on sustainable city. So basically just think about innovation. There's actually a kind of like a path toward achieving a lot of SDGs. So one thing before we pose the question, last year we had the SIDS Solution Forum. There have been amazing 12 key recommendations that was provided in the forum. The big question 15 months later, where we are from this recommendation. Are we following them? How we can put them into a framework can support really innovation and make a difference in the innovation landscape. So at least the SIDS country can become under the radar of tools like Global Innovation Index. And the humble suggestion that we have came with is, well, adopt the 7 pillars for the Global Innovation Index. Let's put it in a way that allow inclusive innovation landscape in the Pacific SIDS. Basically, look at the 7 pillars, the institutions, the knowledge, the frameworks, what lead to innovation and what produce innovations, and what is the outcome for knowledge economy and knowledge creation, and have a framework. And I'm aware from just my involvement with the FAO SAP office here that there have been some sort of concept notes about digital agriculture, about moving toward putting this together. The example that was provided basically by the lead of the SAP office here, the digital village, is just a great example of how we need to put this in a framework. So this key recommendation can be just put connected. Thank you with that, and I will finish with the last question for our panel here. We have 2 questions that we wanted our distinguished panelists to answer. The first one has to do with the vision and key priority for agribusiness innovation agenda in their opinion. And then the other one is, where do you see the need for increased innovation investment in the region? Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tarek. We will now turn to our panelists to please address the following question. What should be the vision and key priorities for the agribusiness innovation agenda in the Pacific SIDS to sustain local innovations? I invite panelist 1, Tom Junior Misikea, Niue ICT official of the Niue Public Service Commission. Panelist 2, Le whaua li unutoa au e lua whanu SIDS, Chief Executive Officer, Samoa ICT. And the last panelist, panelist 3, Elaine Simeon, Manager ICT, MALFFB of Vanuatu. Please, the floor is yours.
Koelahi, Honourable Minister Crossley, Tatu, Whalawhaliatu Gamtulosi. So, innovative landscape in the Pacific, and the goal is to review the status of the landscape of agribusiness in the Pacific SIDS. So, what should be the vision and the key priority areas for the agribusiness innovation agenda in the Pacific SIDS to sustain local innovations. So farmers and fishers, our future was the key theme for a similar FAO ministerial meeting many years ago. And I think that this still rings true today. So it ties in with the 2030 agenda, Leave No One Behind. My background is in ICT, but like many other small island developing states, we also wear many hats in our countries. We are also farmers, fishers, leaders of our communities, workers of the government and the private sector. So even though our people retire, they continue working. So our livelihoods, our culture and tradition are very much tied to the land and sea. So this is our case for us in Niue, as I am sure it is in some of your countries. So the current climate of COVID-19 crisis clearly show that the government and the international community must invest in collective actions that benefit Pacific Island smallholder farmers, fishermen, and other agriculture-based small and medium enterprises. So these stakeholders are the drivers of the economies of small island developing states, SIDS, and they have contributed to the agribusiness innovation in Pacific SIDS. So in Niue, we promote our local is-based concept, growing the consumption of local food. This is very important as we see the huge reliance of imported food, a major cause of the increasing NCD problems in Niue. So the huge trade deficit with imports far outweighing exports. Tying these local is-based concepts into programs at the national level, and in particular in the schools, highlighting the importance of local solutions for global problem in Niue. Agriculture, it is promoted through multi-sectoral collaboration and engagement with the different sectors such as Niue Chamber of Commerce, health and education, and NGOs to improve accessibility and availability to locally grown nutritious food. So this is further enhanced through exporting the key agricultural commodities and accessing overseas markets. So a priority area I feel should be to create a support agribusiness in the schools to entice in entrepreneurship at an early stage. So this in turn will help to promote to students the opportunities available to them when working in the agribusiness sector. So the Niue Chamber of Commerce has done something similar in our schools over the last 3 years. A program which focuses on sustainable products to highlight to students you don't have to import things to create business products using what's available locally. So the program covers profit and loss through maths equations, marketing of their products, and so forth. So students in the past only knew about leaving schools to work for government, but this program shows them there are alternatives like owning your own business. Investing in our future generation through programs like these will help them find alternative career paths to the traditional ones. So another priority area would be to provide reliable and affordable access to internet, developing educational programs for Pacific Island smallholder farmers, fishermen, and other agriculture-based small and medium enterprises to utilize online platforms to effectively market their own business and products. So in 2018, Telecom Niue 4G was established, and in 2020, the Manatua fiber cable project went live. So at this stage, we are still developing in terms of technology, and as our new generation now teaching our parents on how to use a phone or laptop, and how they can use social media to market their crops, and opening more opportunities and benefits to grow. Thank you.
Honourable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by saying that Samoa's vision as in the pathway for development of Samoa is fostering social harmony, safety and freedom for all. And the theme is empowering communities, building resilience and inspiring growth. In the same document, Samoa has 5 priority areas. And these are alleviating hardship, quality, improve public health, quality education, people empowerment, and skilled workforce. Translating those principles into the ICT sector and agriculture sector, and from the ICT perspective, we intend to deliver those based on 4 priorities. 1, establishing sound and clear ICT policies. 2, non-stop capacity building for our people. 3, partnership. And 4, sustainability and innovation. And in order to achieve these priorities, we're now rolling out our plan for digital transformation. And for your information, we now have 2 submarine cables, and we also have, that's for international connectivity, and we also have a domestic infrastructure, which is known as SNPH, which we're going to intend to use for our digital transformation. The change to digital transformation involves a huge task of educating our people, building their capacity, not only on the community level, but our businesses and our workforce. The idea is for them to be innovative and build resilience, share the knowledge, and engage with the community. And it's our responsibility as decision makers to provide tools to our farmers and fishermen and our friends at the agriculture sector. As a saying goes, we should give them tools to fish instead of giving them a fish to eat. So to complement that, we need to establish sound and achievable policies, doable policies, instead of having policies that sit on the shelves to catch the dust. We are committed to that, and Samoa is looking forward for this digital transformation project. And the way to do it is to partner up with our donors and all our sectors. This is, of course, a sectoral approach so that we can be able to work together and achieve our goal. It's important to keep these partnerships and projects through digital transformation sustained. I've seen that in a lot of projects that are happening. Once you do a project, 1 or 2, 3, 4 years, and that's it. There's no sustainability. We intend to do that in this digital transformation. There is also a need for digital consultation. We need to use the power of information and communication infrastructure to strengthen the fisheries and agriculture sector and other sectors as well. Technological solutions can be used to sustain food production because it will increase traceability. It will improve animal welfare. It will increase efficiency. And of course, it will decrease greenhouse gas emissions and food waste. Some of these technological solutions, including the applications on mobile phones and computers that enabled farmers and fishermen to sell their products. As you have seen on the first day, which is yesterday, the presentations from Maua app and Kana app. Of course, Maua app has been established in Samoa. It's Samoan owned. The beauty of the Maua app is the fact that there's options for the Samoan language. And that makes it very, very easy for our farmers and of course people trying to buy them. Local content is what we're going to encourage as part of this digital transformation. The use of financial gateways in order for people and customers to buy agricultural products. Local-made products will create jobs, not only for ICT, but for agriculture people as well. And that's important. I can share you the experience I had in making an online platform for a company that I was working at. It took me the whole year to wait for the application for a gateway. Why? It's because there's very few gateways that would like to, make business in Samoa. That's not a good thing. And we intend to make sure we have a solution for that issue. The use of artificial intelligence to increase efficiency of farming and fishing. It's something that ITU has been working on and have been telling all its members to use. Of course, it's something that us in the Pacific can look at. The ability of financial institutions to provide funds for farmers and fishermen who can use applications that in turn use sector data to ensure that their investments are viable. And at the same time, it will alert farmers the possibility of, days to come. Smart agriculture uses digital sensors to collect data for different purposes. And lastly, and I would like to say this again, this is a very important priority, not only for Samoa, but all the Pacific Islands, capacity building. We should never, ever stop ourselves from educating our people, telling them what to expect, educate them on digital transformation. It's something that we are looking at to do in the next 12 months. With that, thank you very much for my time and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. The future of Pacific SIDS for agribusiness innovation presents significant opportunities for adopting a proactive approach on ICT and e-commerce for local agribusiness innovation for development. The new digital technologies are rapidly changing the national economy with implications for all of the Sustainable Development Goals, with dramatically reduced cost of collecting, storing, and processing data, digitization in transforming agribusiness activities around the Pacific SIDS. It is expected to affect skills development, production, and trade, and will require changes to existing legal and regulatory frameworks in various areas. For Vanuatu, this digital transformation presents significant opportunities as well as challenges. On the upside, improved access to internet can enable more trade of agribusiness that is inclusive by giving better access to sustain local innovation and the use of different ICTs. E-commerce and other digital applications can be leveraged to promote entrepreneurship, that is local agribusiness innovation among women and rural enterprises, boost agricultural productivity and innovation, connect with value chains, and create new jobs. Such development gains are not automatic, however, are associated with technology and digitization challenges. Many small island developing states are inadequately prepared to capture these opportunities. Thus, for Vanuatu and the Pacific, these specific policy objectives, or these are the 5 policy objectives that we listed. One is to develop capacity of farmers and local investors to access agribusiness credit. Number 2 is to increase value adding and processing of agricultural produce and products through improved technologies and innovation. Third is to promote the use of appropriate processing technologies to increase productivity, which minimize continued cost of energy usage and maintenance. Fourth is to increase marketing of agricultural products, to increase stakeholder income based on specific digital technology and innovation. And finally, to create a market information system to provide market access information to stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, panelists. I'll now ask you to please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am calling the following panelists to take the floor. Please, Ms. Fiona Lin, Australia Department of Foreign Affairs. Secondly, Mr. Afamasanga Toliafoa Pifon. The challenging question for you, where do you see a need for increased innovation investment? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you can hear me all right, and I apologise for not being able to be there in person. When we think about innovation in the agri-tech system, for us it's about improving things across the whole agri-food system, from on-farm productivity to reducing post-harvest loss, better matching what farmers produce to what consumers want, and a number of our panellists talked about those market linkages already, managing climate change, managing plant pest risk, animal and One Health risks. And we know that innovation is required across that whole agri-food system. And Tarek mentioned that, I mean, already in agriculture, that you do see a lot of innovation. I think 41%, I think he said, of the innovations he looked at were from the agricultural sector. And I guess that's not surprising given how important the sector is. to the Pacific. But many, as he also mentioned, Tarek also mentioned, many of those the businesses don't thrive. They can't keep going. So how do we build an ecosystem, an innovation ecosystem that encourages and facilitates that innovation and keeps it going? I think the important thing is about mitigating risks for those innovators. I mean, agri-food systems are already full of many risks: climate change, logistic disruptions, world events, which can change the prices of your inputs. So, managing that risk, again, Tarek touched on some of that, requires, finance, access to finance, access to maintenance support, additional skills. That's been touched on by a few of the panellists. And I guess what we have seen through some of our investments is that those in the agri-food system, they wait for a first mover to try an innovation out and to work out how to manage those various risks. And I guess we, in the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, have been very pleased to, working with Pacific Island governments, to set up a program that can help those wanting to innovate, those first movers, to manage some of those risks. This program, the Market Development Facility, which some of you may be familiar with, which operates in Fiji, in Timor, and now we're expanding it into Vanuatu and Samoa and Tonga. And one of its focuses is helping those in the agri-food system to those first movers in the agri-food system to support them to be innovative, to pick up improved agricultural inputs, to be first movers in certification schemes, to be first movers in new market opportunities. And under that program, it's very much about working with input suppliers, aggregators, as well as with farmers. But I should stress that it's a longer-term program, so we very much appreciate that this can't be supported on just a short-term project-by-project basis. It needs a longer-term program. And the other thing that we're quite focused on is trying to reduce that fragmentation in the innovation system. And by that I mean being able to connect those who are doing the innovation to those that are operating in the agri-food system. I'm thinking here about research and development people, linking them to the private sector in agri-food systems. And I guess we're encouraging more partnerships between researchers and the private sector, and the SIDS solution platform is very much in that same vein, in that it's playing an important role in helping those in the agri-food system to discover innovations and to be able to link to those innovations. That's a very important topic, and I think you're obviously seeing some really good examples of innovation here today. Thanks very much.
Please, sir, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I? All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, honourable ministers and ladies and gentlemen, I've been told that we're running out of time here, so I'll be very brief. The question there, as far as I can see, is where do we need innovation investment, presumably in accelerating agri-food transformation process. All right, that's a big subject. So as I said, I've got to be very brief. Got some notes here. So I will speak about something that is closer to my heart, and probably more importantly, that's something I know something about. And that is about farmer organizations. I'm from PFON, the Pacific Island Farmer Organizations Network, which is also known as Pacific Farmers, if you like. In any case, so I'll speak about the role that farmer organizations play in accelerating that transformation in the agri-food sector. I've got some notes here which I will read from. While it might not be considered an innovation in some parts of the world, the promotion of farmer organizations as key partners in agricultural research and extension is something that is still very new in the Pacific region, and its potential has not been fully utilized. That is very true. And as a regional network, PFON, as a regional network of farmer organizations, we have many examples of farmer organizations working very closely with governments, private sector, and development partners to deliver high quality and targeted extension services in a way that government extension officers often would not be able to do as they lacked the time, the resources, and specific technical expertise, particularly in areas of certain high-value crops. We went yesterday and saw the pineapple farm there, and that's an example of a high-value crop that the Samoa Farmer Association, of which I'm chairman here in Samoa, we work with PFON to provide the technical expertise through our farmer-to-farmer exchange program. And through that, it was possible for that big farm to start introducing off-season pineapple in Samoa. As I said, there are certain examples. The same with papaya pineapple. When that was introduced here, again, we used this farmer-to-farmer exchange through working together under the PFON network. In any case, specific technical. Similarly, we have many examples of farmer organizations leading agricultural research initiatives which have resulted in significant innovation and development. Again, these are almost always an appropriate partnership between government research organizations, development partners, and farmer organizations. This working together again. Farmer organizations are being added to the equation, which usually have mainly been government and some members of the private sector. But now farmer, as I said, have become involved and added to that equation. And we have had, as I said there, experiences of new innovation occurring as a result of that partnership between farmer organizations and governments or the private sector. In all of these cases, the overarching message is that farmer organizations extend the reach of what government and development partners are trying to do. We help to ensure that services and innovations reach to the very grassroots level and remote areas. That is very, very true. While government has the capacity to provide extension services, they simply don't have the resources, the manpower to cover all of that. So, okay, I've been given the time. So, but this is where we come in, and when you're working, you need to go to the grassroots levels and these remote areas. Of course, you use other farmers to do it. In any case, I've been given a signal about time. So we encourage governments. In fact, I think we do more than encourage. We really plead with governments and development partners, like FAO, for instance, to invest more in these partnerships with farmer organizations to embrace the paradigm shift that is upon us and which has already taken place in many other parts of the world. And that paradigm shift is this: the concept of farmers helping farmers, the concept of farmers solving their own problems, the concept of farmers as innovators, the concept of farmers-led research. That's the new paradigm which is now arriving in the Pacific. It's already been in other parts of the world for quite a while. Okay, finally, and this is my final paragraph. PFON will be the very first to acknowledge that our farmer organizations are often young and developing. There are significant gaps in management and administration. So we want to encourage governments and development partners again to invest in farmer organization growth in the Pacific, support management and administration costs, which are very high relative to what farmer organizations can afford. And as these organizations grow, so will the potential to significantly improve the services we all deliver to our farmers around the Pacific. I'll stop there because of time, as I said. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. But that's, I said I cannot emphasize enough that final plea to governments and development partners here to actually form those partnerships with farmer organizations, and you will see the results. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much to our presenter, Mr. Tarek, and panelists for this very stimulating segment. I do hope you took notes and enjoyed it. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes session 7. Thank you.
Honorable Minister Lauli of Samoa.
Hello, Lavalun side. So everybody can hear me? There's food outside if you're hungry. We're coming to the last part and the most easiest part. I'm sure there's no more questioning. Since we have our picnic yesterday, your face show it all. And you have more explanation, this is your time. I give 1 minute because we're running out of time. As the MC was trying to fast forward things, but I leave the floor to the Cook Island. Madam Prime Minister, was the banana taste well yesterday?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. It is an honor for us on behalf of the delegates from the Cook Islands to thank you for that great tour yesterday. We are so impressed. And also I acknowledge your presence. You wanted to follow us. I know you wanted to show off what you have here in your country, but I must say you deserve to show it off to us. So it is our time now, and it is your time, your turn, to share that with us. You have highlighted yesterday, we are here to share, sharing. So together, we will work together so that no one gets left behind.
And today, in your presentation, you also mentioned action. So it is time for us to act. We talk less and more action and less talking. No food, no good. That's my interpretation. You said no good, no life. So we say, if no food, then it is no good. We are no good. So it rhymes. It's just a little bit of addition to what we had yesterday. No, from yesterday's site visits, it is really encouraging, and it presented great opportunities to see regional successes. For example, the visit, digital technologies, the research and data, institutional arrangements, technology advances, and labor-intensive methods are at a crossroads significantly. Furthermore, the presentations and site visits present some questions and issues. For example, the capital resources needed to be able to mass produce locally for import substitution at low cost and easy access for our people. Skilled and passionate people to remain in country to implement projects. Sufficient workforce required to do the work, the hard labor. Funding, which is one of the most important part. Funding support to sustain farming and moving from traditional farming to innovative farming. Climate change and knowledge and technical gaps. So for Cook Islands context, priorities, and solutions, the Cook Islands has attempted to reinvigorate its agricultural production sector, particularly in the Southern Group. The program's intention is for Cook Island grown produce to supply the local market and our tourism industry, and to eventually reduce or eliminate the need for imported agricultural products. The COVID-19 pandemic, we all know, has allowed us to reset and to be more innovative, how we do business, including agriculture productions. And to note also, the Cook Islands environment is fragile. It is being severely tested by pressures of development growth, a concentration of population, and economic activities, coastal erosion, and climate change. Climate change of the Cook Islands has cross-country effects. Mr. Chair, I have more to deliver to you, but I can see that you are getting.
Yes.
You are trying to indicate to me my time is already up. So I will end here. However, may I again thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you and your government and FAO, our sub-region, for taking us through the tour yesterday and the program we had yesterday. I would like to end with this Bible verse from Psalms 128, verse 2. You will eat the fruit of your labor. Blessings and prosperity will be yours. So, kia orana, me takiranu nui from the Cook Islands.
Thank you. We have the last opportunity for another female of our delegation, and then we'll pass it on to the men. Friend from Nauru, do you want to say something on behalf of the ladies?
You've put me in a sport, Minister. But anyway, I did write some feedback from yesterday's tour or innovations. Firstly, I would like to thank the Ministry for Agriculture, Samoa, for organizing the site visits yesterday. And thank you, the innovators and the innovations that have been shared by our Pacific family. With regards to My Kana app, for the first time yesterday that I logged in, I wanted to see the efficiency of the app, and very impressed indeed. But I didn't go further than my user profile, where it says country. Why? Nauru was not in the list. Anyway, I did not stop there, as I sent an inquiry and I got a reply. This tells me how efficient my Kana app admin is. Well done. With regards to Solomon Islands' innovation for the hot air dryer, it reminds me of an equipment in Nauru that is quite similar. But we use the cooking equipment to roast pigs for parties, funerals, and what have you. Now, it is used to cook food in bowls. With Solomon Islands' innovation for the hot air dryer, I know now that it can be used for food preservation and conservation, such as fruits and food crops. Again, we have similar livestock and horticulture farms established in Nauru. Thus, with livestock, we import feeds from Australia and Fiji, and it's very expensive. So we need a feed mill to make our livestock feed ourselves. Maybe half the size of the feed mill that we saw yesterday, to cease us buying feed imports. In conclusion, I wish to congratulate our Pacific families for sharing their innovations and Samoa for its agriculture innovations, as we have witnessed yesterday. Samoa, you have so much land, where Nauru has very limited land, which tells everyone that you're all on your way to secure food security and are very well advanced. So with that, and on behalf of the ladies, thank you, Matubaka.
Thank you. Thank you for our representative from Nauru. We're now coming to the men's side. Who's the bravest to have a speech for 1 minute? Tokelau, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Since you insisted that I say something, I will say something. Okay, the lessons learned yesterday is that this age and this day and age, we are in dire need of innovative technology and ideas to take us well into the 21st century. In terms of augmenting our SIDS food systems, that in order to be resilient, we need to share and learn from each other to ensure we are on the right track to achieving our national and regional goals. The overarching vision of the Tokelau National Strategic Plan, active and healthy communities with equal opportunities for all. I only wish that Tokelau has a land mass like Samoa and all the other bigger countries in the region. But since Tokelau is a small atoll nation, we can only provide for so much that we can provide for. The site visit yesterday was an eye-opener in terms of how food production not only involved working the land, but also to go the extra mile in ensuring enhanced food security for all by engaging technology. There is a need to be more innovative in all our agricultural efforts in order to achieve food security in the region. That's the lessons I learned yesterday. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good afternoon to everybody. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, and Head of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair, and I'd like to make this reflection based on our Tongan Food System Implementation Plan 2030. In our food system pathway 2030, we would like to transform our food system between now and 2030 to create a food system with a better production, 2, better local food industry, export, and increase food import substitution, 3, better health with less NCDs, 4, better environment, and 5, better quality of life and leaving no one behind. Let me start off with the first site that we visited yesterday, the Scientific Research Organization of Samoa. Let me congratulate the Samoan government and also the FAO and all the donor partners who involved in the development of this scientific research organization. One may say Rome was not built in one day, but it was built in 100 years. Honorable Minister of Agriculture, I am very impressed, and I would like to comment in this investment for the future economic development of Samoa. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences in order for us to increase trading of agro-processing and value-added product. We must enforce code standards, guidelines, and so forth. So, your food laboratory is a classic example. I see how your laboratory investment will facilitate trades. This investment reflects the trend of economic development where Samoa is now heading and focusing on primary industry to avoid the complexity of biosecurity pathway. The second site that we visit, again, we were so impressed to see the Chinese project activities to contribute for better production, livelihood, and economic development. Honorable Minister, I was very impressed with the local livestock feed plan. This is the way forward for local livestock development. We must develop livestock feed and meat production and processing. Finally, the final site that we visit, I asked to the owner whether the feeds for the layers were imported or local. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture replied, the livestock feed plan that we just visited was just opening this year. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, the trend of development is on the right track. And imagine if the livestock feed price will reduce to half the price of the imported food. Local livestock farmers will benefit more. And that is my observation for the priority of livestock feed development. I also fully agree with mechanization development. I can imagine how many labor inputs required to work in 100 acres of farm. The labor input must be too costly. So mechanization development is key. I note also the highly usage of chemicals for weed control. Maybe the researchers must research more on implement better ways for weed control, like organic weed control and biocontrol. So the challenge is high, but it is important to develop a more user-friendly systems to enhance sustainable environment. In terms of livestock feed development, a farm-scale livestock food development may be necessary for such big farm like this include agro-processing. Mr. Chairman, this is my only humble observation and feedback from where we visited yesterday. Like what I said, after more than 20 years of not visiting Samoa, I can see the differences in terms of development. So I must comment and salute your government for the good job they have been doing in the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister from Tonga, Malo. Solomon Island. Kiribati.
Thank you, Minister. So I have to think that I have not to say something, but I will feel shy, very shy, if I not say something. Anyway, Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, Development Partners, ladies and gentlemen, once again, greetings to you all. I wish to echo my appreciation to the government of Samoa and the FAO for organizing us to the field trip yesterday. It was a very interesting field trip with many to learn from. The visit yesterday also provided us with the opportunity to see development of agriculture in Samoa and their advancement in the laboratory services. Congratulations, Samoa. Ladies and gentlemen, we in Kiribati is not up to par to that of Samoa. The development in the agriculture sector and the laboratory service, to be honest. However, my field visit yesterday will lead me to explore our partnering opportunities with the government of Samoa with laboratory services. Thank you, Samoa.
Thank you, Honourable Minister from Kiribati. Any more, Minister? Fiji, Pula, the stage is yours.
Bula Chair. Chair, I think a few things I wanted to share. The first thing is thank you so much for the field trip. I think you very well from show off to showcased how processes work, where you had very rightfully got the science behind. You had the research facilities, how they back it for production, sustaining development, as well as having those informed decisions to be made. We then saw the donor partners, how they demonstrate, showcase, they take the technology, they showcase, they demonstrate, and then the adaptability where we looked at the commercialization. I believe my learnings was that we live on the same planet, we live in the same region, and we have got similar challenges. When we talked with the farmer, the commercial farmer there, we looked at his challenges, and the beauty of his sort of mindset is on the essence that he thinks about innovation, he thinks about mechanization is the way forward. So sharing from Fiji's experience, we saw that there is an aging population, there is labor shortage, and there is a hesitation from the youths to come to agriculture. To make it more attractive, I think mechanization and modernizing agriculture is the way forward, and I think that was well orchestrated by that commercial farmer. And again, on the same essence, we have seen that when we want to have self-sufficiency as well as when we want to have import substitution, there are bigger players to look on, and I think Samoa has demonstrated that, again, we want people to have that backyard gardens, we need people to grow things for them, but again, the way forward in the drive to have self-sufficiency, there need to be a commercial mindset as well, and I think it's well demonstrated. Like I want to just put in context of Fijian context, like if you look at our poultry industry, there are few players with that same commercial mindset of doing farming as a business, and again, they are very successful. Honorable Minister, the other thing is, I think there is another way of looking at, a lot of times we have this saying that if a person wants a fish, we teach him how to fish than to give him a fish. But again, if we can start thinking that at times it's better to give a person a fish, because at times maybe in his diets he has never tasted fish. For example, in the Fijian context, we never tasted mushrooms, or we knew about mushrooms, but again, the larger population never had a taste of mushrooms. So what we did was we expanded with the assistance from the donors. People started eating mushrooms, and suddenly they said, hey, it tastes good. Let's go and find out how we grow it. So we have grown our mushroom industry, and that also went to our dragon fruits. We never had of dragon fruits. We never ate dragon fruits. So again, the Taiwanese technical mission, they introduced mushrooms in Fiji. They put it in our diets. And again, suddenly we said, hey, why don't we innovate, and we just see that, that there is a huge demand for it. We created the demand, and I think the industry's flourish. So again, this is another way of thinking, not to go on the contention that, we should not be going for putting resources to train, as well as, teach people to learn industries, then to, again, rely on importation. But again, on the other side is, at times when products need to be sort of being absorbed, adapted in a system, again, it comes on the basis that we have to look at the other way, where we can provide fish, let them have a taste of the fish, have that edge to have that fish, and then they look into developing a business around it. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you to our members from Fiji. We have the last speaker from our UN representative.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates. Minister, you have to forgive me, I couldn't resist but also to share the spirit of sharing that you have been advocating to us in this meeting. I, first of all, on behalf of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, I would like to thank the government of Samoa and the Food and Agriculture Organization for the invitation to be here. Lessons from yesterday's field trip, to me, brings to the fore the importance of partnerships. One of the major outcomes of the Samoa pathway was the setting up in the United Nations General Assembly, the steering committee on SIDS partnerships. And at present, the government of Samoa, together with the government of Portugal, are co-chairing that global committee. And we have now instituted an award. There are 3 categories of award in the sustainable pillars of sustainable development: the economic, environmental, and the social pillars, where we invite all partnerships throughout the world to compete and get that award and recognitions from the United Nations General Assembly. Yesterday, I saw the different type of partnership that exists. You have the South cooperation with the government of the People's Republic of China. That is an example of a good partnerships that could be showcased. You also have the private sector and the public sector partnerships in the farm that we also visited. And of course, the government research station. I was very delighted to hear yesterday that of the 80 staff members, 60 are scientists. 99% of them are Samoans, with, of course, like everything else in this part of the world, spoiled by one Fijian and one Tongan. Mr. Chairman, the partnership initiatives, I hear the sentiments expressed by the head of the Farmers Association behind me, who just made a plea to the government of establishing partnership between the farmers and their association. This is something that could accelerate the development of islands, and it has been proven that it does, and this is what we would like to encourage all throughout the small island developing states, both in terms of South-South collaboration, SIDS to SIDS collaboration, and local, regional, and national partnerships. I'd just like to say that this afternoon, while I must thank you sincerely and your government for the experience that we are enjoying in this second Pacific Small Island Developing States Solution Forum. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all the comprehensive presentation this afternoon. And I believe that wraps up our session for today. But let me leave this with a small comment from Samoa. We are living in the last days, and it's going to get worse and worse all the time to the move forward. But yesterday, you have seen the pathway where Samoa are looking forward for the next 50, 100 years to go. We have prepared ourselves to come together again to have the empowerment start from families, to the villages, to the constituencies, to the government, and the country as a whole, spread it out to the Pacific regions. We have to plan ahead because we share now the same obstacles of life. We just share the COVID-19. We just shared the missiles. We just shared the eruption volcanic in Tonga. Now in American Samoa, I don't know who's next. So it's very, very important now, as I said yesterday, we need to stand together and share our thoughts as a one big Pacific family. What we presented to you yesterday was not a show-off. It's something that we really want to put out there so that where we can help to share the idea. Many of our people left the island for RSE program. There's not enough labor force for us here. That's why we start to turn into mechanization. Because mechanized and commercialized will be able to serve us to the productivity of the market. Efficient, sustainable, health and self-control. Make sure we have the standard and quality control for our products to compete in the world market. We are moving on establishment of our export and import authority to make sure we grow our own chicken, we grow our own cattle, our piglets, our lamb, to substitute 70 containers, 44 containers we eat every month from USA. Now, the freight is going up, the fuel is going up, and the weight falls back to our people. The fuel, when Ukraine and Russia fight, they fight and we carry the burden. We have to collect the copra to turn into diesel again. That's why we went to the SROS yesterday. Those are all our areas we move forward to plan ahead for us and to make sure we have sustainable supply for our people and especially for quality. We have the opportunity to let our people go overseas to gain skill, but we have to be very careful on labor mobility. Otherwise, our people won't be able to stay where they are with our traditional way of life. Coming back with different culture, coming back with different mindset, and then that's where all these things happen on Facebook. But as for Samoa itself, we believe we are an agriculture economical country. We share the same ocean, we share the same food, we share the same produce of whatever we have. So I must leave with that, knowing that we are offering whatever help you can. Maybe this time is not enough, we can talk it over. How can Samoa help you? As I asked Vanuatu to share us with their cattle beef meat quality. I asked Tonga for their watermelon. And I asked Cook Island for their tourism. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we will finish sharing when this conference is over. So I wish you the very best for the end of our conference. And I now pass it on to our next session. Number 70, I ask for Honorable Dixon Panatikasimua, Solomon Island, to lead us for our next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to Session 7D on the Pacific Innovators Accelerator Camp. I will now invite Joseph Neymar, FAO Food and Nutrition, to the scenes. Mr. Neymar, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I have to apologize that we are behind time. On the other hand, we are having very, very interesting conversations. We're going to have a section here, is the Accelerator Camp. As you listened to our sub-regional coordinator earlier today, she talked about continuing the work of the SIDS Solutions platform. One clear message that we got from our Director General and our ADG and from the SRC is that all of the things that will lead to the success of the platform will not always be done by FAO alone. We would need to work with other partners. So for example, if we have to do work that is related to social protection, then we have to work with the WFP. If we have to do some work that we'll realize that it has to do with economic development, then of course we'll try to bring in UNDP. And this is why always we draw on the support of our resident coordinators to also help us to build a very good partnership. So what you are going to see here is an attempt to try to work with innovators to move them from point B to point C. So we want to work with people who are already doing something to move them forward. FAO, we are not in the business of going in the street to ask people to do business. No. We are also not trying to work with people who are doing any other business, but businesses that are related to agri-food systems. So these are the people that we are working with. So we've been fortunate with internal resources from our Director General for us to organize an accelerator camp with a private sector company. They did one part of their training virtually, and they arrived here before all of you. They spent almost a week here, and they were organized in this training. So now we will give them the floor so that we can hear from them and understand the results of this accelerator camp. Pandemic Group, you have the floor now.
Kia ora, all excellencies, all honourable ministers, officials and distinguished guests of today's ceremony. My name is Matisha Tautu and I am a representative from Tautu Farms based in the Cook Islands. Tautu Farms is a zero-waste family farming business established back in 2017 with only one purpose: to put food on our table in order to feed our family. We were a low-income earning family and knew farming as a lifestyle, not as a job, hence the name Tautu Farms. However, earlier this year, we had a burning desire to expand and turn this business into something sustainable, not just for today, but also for our future generations of tomorrow. With this, we made the decision to rebrand and now uphold the name Matavera Farms. We come from the village of Matavera, and we strongly believe that this name change gave us the opportunity to include all those around us, no longer being just about our family, but now changing the narrative of farming practices within our wider community. We produce a wide range of fruits and vegetables, few which are pictured on the screen today. We are also one of many few commercial farmers based in the Cook Islands that produces free-range local eggs to supply our biggest retailers within our country. We do food processing of dried bananas, pineapple chunks, raw unprocessed local honey, and our top seller being our eggs. These are the products that set us apart in our chosen markets. Before going to our biggest retailers to sell these products, we used to go to the local market every Saturday morning, and that's where we earned our income for the week. However, during COVID-19 pandemic, when our international borders closed, preventative measures were put in place and our local market also closed with the uncertainty of reopening again. We had to be innovative and moved online. We formed an affordable veggie pack to the price of $20 NZD, which included a dozen of our own eggs and a full range of nutritious homegrown fruits and vegetables. This initiative proved success with numbers skyrocketing from 20 orders from our first time to a whopping 50 to 60 orders per week within a month of launching. We now hold those numbers every single week per month. Since starting this production, we have achieved many milestones, some of which are building strong relationships with our local people, which has now in turn allowed us to increase production by 60% in order to supply local produce. We also now supply multiple retailers, bakeries, and hotel groups within the Rarotonga region. We have now secured a regular income on the weekly basis instead of going to our local market, having to sit there for 4 hours with the hopes of trying to make some sort of $100. And now we are changing the narrative of farming practices within our community. Now from here, our growth plan is to leverage our products and use them to our advantage to contribute to our ecosystems in these many ways. First of all is to increase our egg production to eliminate imported eggs. From there, we would also like to start producing our own cardboard egg cartons instead of importing them. Another area that we would like to look into is the manufacture of local popsicles using our own fruit pulp and our own local fruit. By doing this, we are trying to push out the imported produce in our market and trying to maximize the use of local products here that we have. We're also trying to look at increasing value-added products and food preservation and become the gateway between farmers and consumers. On top of that, another area that we would like to improve on with our veggie packs every single weekend is to no longer be the driver of this initiative, but also allow other taxi drivers and other transportation businesses in our island to take these veggie packs around. From doing this initiative, we will be able to allow other people and other businesses in our local markets to now take on this opportunity and make a means of secured income. Kia ora ana e kia manuia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elema from Tonga, and I am here to represent my little startup business called Falesiuki Moana Vanilla. And this is my first time of growing vanilla. In 2021, last year, I've got the idea for vanilla. I've got the idea, but I didn't got the knowledge and skills of how to grow vanilla. Apart from seeking help, because I know it would take time for them to respond to my message in my email, I would straightly go to YouTube. Because nowadays, everything we know, like if you want to know something, we can go on Google and YouTube. So I would straightly go to YouTube and search how to grow vanilla. And then there's lots of answers from there. So there's only 3 videos from there. I was watching more than 5 times and then follow step by step. Coming on to the next slide is our business model. At the moment, it was 400 vanilla already planted. And in the next 3 years, in the following years, it will continue selling and harvesting. And I believe that creating a vanilla industry in Tonga would be a great idea, according to great weather and high-value crop. And also, I want to demonstrate that women can be vanilla entrepreneurs and generate income. What I have done so far is what I have mentioned before. 400 vanilla was already planted, and some of it is already caught beans, and it will harvest in the next 3 years. Last slide, I am planning to sell vanilla to restaurants, hotel, and a value-added product like ice cream, milkshake. And I'm also aiming that after 3 years from now, I will have a production warehouse to kiwa vanilla. And I am looking forward for your support for investment and funding, and also technical expertise for vanilla. Lastly, I know start up a business, I will face a challenge, and I'll be struggle because it will not be me only. There are expertise in the area, there are people with money, senior persons in the same arena. I'll be striving to stand climate change and natural disasters due to the vulnerability of my homeland. As a woman, I'll be struggle to question my race, my gender, my capability, just as I have questioned to myself in the past few days by saying, who chose me to be here? Why am I here? Is this the right place for me? But here I am, a single young graduate, unknown background from the island of Tonga, born and raised, willing to make a change by becoming a vanilla grower in Tonga. In return, I'm willing to be assistant and share my knowledge and skills with anyone who wishes to become a vanilla innovator in the future. Thank you.
O te whaatalofa atu le paia ma le mamalu wa au fia le nei aso. Loa fionga le minista o le matanga luenga o whaatoanga mawhainga whaiva. Honourable Laoli Schmidt, Lo Sasunga, FAO Assistant Director General, Dr. Zhang Jin Kim, distinguished leaders of the Pacific, ladies and gentlemen, talofa lava. Thank you for the opportunity to share our agri-food innovations at this important forum. My name is Brigitte Fa'afiti, and I am the co-founder of the social enterprise making the most delicious, purposeful cup of cocoa. Gokongati Farms
serves in Levi Samoa serves to make a difference by providing opportunities to earn income for otherwise disengaged women and youth who have had limited opportunities for employment. We work in cocoa farming and the production of our traditional comfort beverage, koko Samoa. Cocoa or cacao, as you know, is a long-term crop, planted today, and if well managed and cared for, can produce yields of cocoa pods for well over 20 years. It can be planted on acres of land or grown behind your whale, making it an accessible, high-value product to grow at home, a low-tech, high-touch commodity that any Samoan can do. The processed cacao has health benefits and can make a multitude of products. Masi is the young man in the video peeling the outer shell off roasted cacao beans. Masi is 22 years old and came to us when he was 18. He has 7 brothers and 2 sisters, and his mother has been widowed for many years. They are pictured in the videos. Through working with them, training on farm and plant management practices, fermentation methods, roasting techniques, Masi has become more disciplined and focused on a future for himself and his family, developing a greater appreciation for the worth and impact cocoa can have in their lives. We want others to benefit from cocoa production the same way. Since 2017, we have planted 3,000 cocoa trees. In the past 2 years, we have produced about 350 kilograms of beans into Cocoa Samoa. That has generated around 16,000 tala in income, which goes to the youth and women processors. However, that production is only utilising 7% of our farm capabilities. Now we are working with more disengaged youth and women, supplying planting materials, training, to achieve income in their respective households. As we continue with our mission to grow and gain traction in the Samoan diaspora globally with our humble Koko Samoa, we know that the young people and women engaged in the work with Koko Ngati is increasing their ability to be self-reliant. In turn, they are learning financial literacy and business acumen to one day be able to expand their own enterprises and teach the next generation skills that will help them be sustainable and self-reliant for years to come. Koko Ngati contributes to realise national, regional and global initiatives, such as the elimination of poverty and more. I invite you to join us in supporting the youth and women of Koko Ngati to succeed and offer you a taste of Samoa. Please help yourself to a sample and scan our code and partner with us to talanoa over a nice, purposeful cup of koko. Whawhetai te lava ia manuia.
Thank you for the presentation for the panelists. We have Mike Perez from Tokelau Natural Resources. Thank you.
Just like to thank the presenters, Matisha, Elema, and Brigitte. Not only they are young entrepreneurs, but they are women entrepreneurs. And thank you for sharing your journey, your story. What sounds to me that, Matisha, I know Matawera as a, in those days, as a poor growing area. It's good to hear that it's turning out to be a win-win initiative that will only that benefits the individuals, households, community, private sector, and government, and the taxi drivers that are taking orders to homes. It's good to hear that this is very successful, and good luck to your business. Elema, I know that Tonga have very similar soil to Tokelau. Is it fair to say that vanilla grows on sand? That's a question I wanted to ask you while you were presenting. Because Tokelau has very sandy, porous soil, and sandy. So it'd be good to hear from you whether my thinking is, because I was thinking of growing vanilla in Tokelau, but thank you for sharing your story. And I know Tonga have very similar, soil to Tokelau. Brigitte, thank you for offering the cocoa there, but good to also hear your story that in your initiative in terms of your coconutty business. And certainly I'm very impressed with what you shared with us today. And good luck to all of you. Thank you. But please, Elema, could you just share with us what type of soil the vanilla grows in?
It's a very interesting question because I haven't done a research about growing vanilla on sand. It can and it can't be. So I haven't tried growing vanilla on sand, but on soil. So yeah, that's it.
I can Google it. Thank you.
Will do.
But thank you very much for the presentation. I now invite the presentation by the Product Development Group.
Talofalava, whakalofale atu, greetings. I am Kenneth Green of Rock Island Coffee Niue, the first on the island to commercially grow, harvest, and process locally grown coffee. As we all know, coffee is a universally consumed beverage, second only to water, as according to Mr. Google. I am not looking to be the next Starbucks. I am more aiming to produce a high quality and quite exclusive coffee experience. I want to provide a more inclusive, hands-on approach, literally from the grassroots level, by providing an agritourism experience where consumers can visit the Rock Island coffee plantation, see for themselves the coffee trees, pick the coffee cherries, and learn step by step the processes the freshly picked coffee cherries go through, from the harvesting to the drying, to the roasting, and finally to the tasting of the final product. The consumers will then be taken to my cafe to be able to partake in the drinking of the coffee. This hopefully will provide a better understanding and appreciation of the journey the coffee takes to arrive in your cup. Also, having my own cafe will allow me to experiment on complementary products that can also be derived from coffee, such as coffee ice cream, coffee flour, and so on. The coffee tree and my plan to plant more and more and more of them will help to mitigate the effects of climate change, because trees are natural carbon capture and storage machines, absorbing CO2 in the atmosphere through photosynthesis, then locking it up for centuries. That is why reforestation and afforestation are heralded as key solutions to the climate crisis. Rock Island coffee is also organically grown, so no harmful effects will be generated from the production. Also, the byproducts left over from the production, such as the spent coffee grounds, contain several key nutrients required for plant growth, and with them being totally organic is another beneficial outcome. Having been given this opportunity to be a part of this Agri-Food Accelerator program will enable me to progress my vision forward by being able to set in motion the employment of staff, which in turn has the flow-on effect of more income and revenue being generated in the local economy. Creating jobs and livelihoods is always a positive aspect of any economy. I am also hoping that having this locally produced product will eventually lead to less reliance on the imported alternative. Less is best in this particular situation. This will also help to champion the idea to buy local. I hope I've been able to portray my vision and story and to be encouraged by my efforts to help make this fragile world of ours a better place. Whawhitai lava, whakauilahi, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Karamoy Elton. I am representing Herbs Farm in Vanuatu. Herbs Farm goes by the retail name of the Juice Box. Okay. The Pacific region is heavily and increasingly dependent on imported foods, as reported in the 2021 SIDS Solution Forum. As more and more people in the Pacific region rely on imported food, it conditions people to make unhealthy food choices. These headlines show that non-communicable diseases, or NCD, is an urgent issue and calls for urgent actions. In Vanuatu, 74% of deaths is due to NCD, and one of the main factors being unhealthy diets. In the Pacific, food is our culture. It brings us together, and it certainly is our way of life. When reports show that there is an increase in the dependence of imported food, it portrays that our children and adults adopt unhealthy eating habits. These are shaped by consumption of junk food, excessive carbs, and too much protein offered at home, schools, and the surrounding communities. Therefore, Herbs Farm, along with its partner stakeholders, is solving the problem of NCD by offering tasty, fresh, and organic to-go foods in Vanuatu. Here are some of our products. Our main products do not have processed sugar or processed fats, or other preservatives for shelf life. We currently have 2 branches, one in the rural and the other at the airport, so we have a fair reach at rural and urban areas. The growth of Herbs Farm is also the growth of local farmers. So Herbs Farm sources its ingredients from its farm and purchases at least 50% of its ingredients from other farmers. By doing this, there are 3 benefits. 1, increase in income for farmers as we purchase from the doorstep, and farmers save time and money with transportation and market space tax. Number 2, it improves safety for women. Number 3, offers support for visiting farmers from other provinces traveling into the Samoa province. With support from the government and the different stakeholders, Herbs Farm has increased its overall income by 60%, and we have at least profit margin of 30% for each of our products. And the farmers have an increased income by 40%. Therefore, Herbs Farm is expanding into schools to replace junk food and turn the tide on NCDs by reshaping children's eating habits by delivering healthy food on a subscription basis. By combating NCD in schools, going forward, we will have at least 2,000 students in Samoa province. This is how Herbs Farm is contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals in small ways. Please join us in our work to reduce NCD in Vanuatu and the Pacific. Thank you, Tomas.
We'll have Te Marama Auguna, PS Cook Islands Agriculture, and then we'll have Vines Kuma, PS Fiji Agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to congratulate the two product innovators that presented your product today. It's inspiring what you've done, and it's also I think you've excelled in your area of product development, and I wish you luck going forward. I also want to state that you're right, I agree. Coffee is probably the second most drunk liquid in the world behind water. And I also think that with Herbs Farm, NCD is a tidal wave that is impacting on our country and our populations. And your product is a breakthrough to try and curb this wave that is hitting us with NCD. From what has been presented, I think our new or emerging innovators, they need to be provided the impetus to venture into new product development. Most times they go at it alone with no support, but we hear about partnerships. So partnerships isn't just about creating partnerships with donor partners overseas and regional. It's actually in our backyard as well. And for government, we need to recognize that our private sector, our young and emerging product innovators like yourselves, are trying something or putting your entrepreneurial skills to test to see what can you provide our population in an effort to not only raise income for yourself, but also provide the income for our farmers, those products that you can purchase off them to contribute to the product that you are marketing. Like I say, good luck, and I think I support, even the Cook Islands supports, you buy local, go local, and support your local industry going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I think first of all, I think just going back to coffee, yes, as the PS has said, I think it's after tea, after water, it's one of the most, we would say, favorite and favorable drink people have. It's around about 2 billion. But I think tea is more common. It's 3.7 billion, they say, is consumed worldwide in a day. So again, going back to the fact that when we look at, I just want to take another angle, where a lot of these graduates, a lot of people who actually excel in agriculture or in other faculties, they kind of start finding job in the white collar, the blue collar job. They start pressuring systems to get jobs. But here is an example where you have taken the risk of setting up entities, setting up ventures where you would be creating employment. But on the same pathway, you are again using local resources as well as that people are there. So hats off to you guys. But I just want to pose a question, or maybe it's not putting you on spot, but again, supposedly for you, sir, if there is another, like coffee, you know, as is drank so much around, what is the nicheness in your market that people would continue to buy from you? Or maybe same goes to you, ma'am. So have you thought through? It's something that I want to ponder on to see if you have got some strategies to say, hey guys, okay, Starbucks, or this one is doing coffees, or we're having this someone ice cream factory is doing these popsicles, other things. But hey, this is something different. This is, so have you got that kind of sort of thought into your plan? And if it's not there, I just wanted to get your sort of a feel around it.
Hello, thank you for the question. I think for the coffee, like how to differentiate myself from other competitors that might come along is, I think, need to engage them in your own story so that it's on a more personal level and show them how much love and effort you put into your own work, and hopefully that reflects to them and they feel more personal towards my product as opposed to somebody else's.
Thank you very much. I'll give 2 minutes if anyone in the audience would like to say something. Yes.
Much indeed, moderator. And apologies, I just wanted to have a quick intervention, although I'm not on the agenda, just to appreciate all the presentations here and to mention something that I think is important for all the producers. Coffee, cocoa, vanilla, and avocado are crops that will disappear because of climate change, because of global warming. So if you read all the recent studies, they all show that with differences from region to region, they are set to disappear because of a much warmer temperature, less rain, and a series of other changes in the composition of the soil that would affect those crops. On the maps, though, the Pacific is not among the first countries to experience that. So your production is going to be in very high demand. So the crisis of coffee has profound implications, as we all know how important coffee is for everyone. But the other crops are also critical to our lifestyles and pleasure. So bear in mind that you're producing something that will disappear in other parts of the world very soon. So have that dimension into your planning, that the market is waiting for you to supply more. The second point, and my last point, is that it would be good for the presenters to also reflect a bit on what exactly the needs are. So there are some organizations in this room that are interested in understanding, whether there are entry points where we could do more together. So my colleague from DESA from New York spoke about the emphasis we put on partnerships. Everything that your business, your long-term planning would require as partnerships, or any other kind of challenges that you're projecting to experience, please share with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And let's thank the presenters and the panelists. I now invite the presentation by the digital e-commerce group. We'll have Cyber Food, Loving Islands. I think we only have 2. Thank you.
Bula, and good afternoon all. My name is Majid Shahzad. I'm from Fiji, and my venture name is Cyber Foods. You see, Zaria is a single working mother. She is busy and she always in a rush. And Mr. Singh is a successful businessman. He, like Zaria, he's also always in rush. Here is Nisha. She's a student and studying in USP. She didn't know how to cook. She always in rush. In addition to traffic and terrible adding to their problems. So no enough parking in Samoa, Fiji, a lot of traffics, and restaurant doesn't have food delivery programs. So here's a solution called Cyber Foods. The only food delivery service started in 2018. So everyone ordering with the Cyber Food and enjoying their meals and spending good, healthy time with their families. We deliver food, groceries, medicines, vegetables from the farmers, and essential items in Fiji. Our service exists in 4 major cities: Suva, Sigatoka, Nene, and Lotaka. And we offer 2-pronged business models. We charge subscription fee and convenience fee to the to the small and medium and large businesses. However, we waived the subscription fee to the micro and small businesses, home bakers, and especially women's working. We paid 60% plus revenue in 2019, 65% plus revenue in 2020, and 70 plus revenue in 2021 to all. It's paid to the micro and small business owners, and it's inclusive of the women in business who are working after hours and the weekdays and the marking days. Since Cyberfood started in 2018, which remains the pioneer food delivery service in Fiji, we have growth is from when we started, it was from restaurants. Now we are working partner with the 124 restaurants together. So while hiring the employees, out of 9 employees, 8 employees are field, inclusive of 4 female riders. And we recently received a UNCDF grant this year. So we revamped our system and developed our mobile app. And we are here looking. So message from Cyberfood for this platform is to join us in helping micro entrepreneurs in your countries, growing their income, and gain access to new market by partnering to bring Cyberfood to your country. Nakawakalibu.
Okay, Talofa Bulavinaka, good afternoon. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to have your attention this afternoon. So my name is Litia Tokeve. I'm the founding director of a social enterprise, Loving Islands, that's grown out of the Lau province in Fiji's Eastern Division. So over the last 6 to 7 years, we've largely been operating as a not-for-profit social enterprise, supporting community development through organic value chain development. More recently, over the last 12 months, we've established a commercial enterprise, Loving Islands Co., which will be dedicated to the production of premium organic cosmetics that will enable further investment in this regional ecosystem of organic smallholder farmers, producers. Okay, so briefly, our business model, you have a classic value chain. We currently work with around 200 organic producers, mainly around organic virgin coconut oil, honey, and beeswax, largely in the production and processing phase, and then we take over from the market side. So handle kind of the exports, imports, shipping, and then we do in-house manufacturing, also sales and retail. It's quite a lot of work, so there's quite a lot of impacts we have along these SDGs, as I'll get to later. But firstly, so why cosmetics? In a nutshell, we're just looking at the value from value adding. So taking an example of a jar of coconut oil, using that 375 ml and just converting that into an organic cosmetic, we can increase our profit margins by over 1,000%. So this is realized outcomes that we've achieved from retailing organic cosmetics in Fiji. We know that with scale, our costs reduce, and also with international market access, to the diaspora communities and others around the Pacific. In addition to this, I just want to highlight that it's the same quantity of virgin coconut oil that we're using. So we're not actually placing pressure on the natural resources of our remote communities. Yeah. In terms of investment, so the profits that we make go back into scaling our business and also enabling investment in our community businesses. A big thing at the moment is supporting the commercial viability of organic enterprises, because we know that commercial viability of our producers directly translates into our own commercial viability. What we're looking at the moment, I think it will be familiar to you, so looking at increasing access to time and labor-saving technologies, so manufacturing equipment that can be used at the village level, also providing the sustainable packaging that we have access to help our organic businesses grow, as well as helping to elevate their branding and visibility within this development ecosystem. We've done a lot of community training and education, a few thousand youth and women over the last few years through different partnerships with different NGOs. So really continuing this, but moving from us as a service provider to developing organic enterprises as a destination for peer-to-peer training, right? Particularly of trainers. We've found that practical education is 100% more effective than just coming in and delivering 2 to 3 days worth of training. Yeah. And then lastly, of course, being from the Lau Islands, we see climate change constantly. It's heartbreaking. We can't stand by and do nothing. So I think organic agriculture really addresses these problems. We also do a lot with marine conservation and indigenous governance training around this. Okay, so where are we going with this? So now that we've set up a separate commercial entity, we've also recently relocated our manufacturing hub from Fiji to Australia. So the main reason behind this is to unlock organic value chains from other countries in a cost-effective way. Also ease of doing business. It's not so easy in Fiji. And then supporting international market access as well. Given the forum here today, it would be great to see some regional collaboration to support this. I would say that could be in the form of developing and implementing your national organic agriculture policies, as well as potentially integrating organic agriculture production within the tourism campaigns that are run. So helping to develop this, the Pacific as basically a world-class ecosystem of organic small-scale producers. I know that we're one business, but there are many that are out there within Australia and New Zealand and the US that could unlock a whole lot of private sector investment as well as market access. And just as a case study, I think I'm out of time, I just want to draw your attention to what's happening in the Lau region, particularly as the Lau seascape. So this has actually started way back around 2010, 2013. It's a consortium of partners that have just been brought together through their passion and love of the region. And yeah, just really being a partner within that to develop it as the first eco-region for organics, but also sustainable development as a whole. So yeah, I think my time's up. I'll leave the rest for questions. Thank you.
Let's hear feedback from our panelists. We have Tom from Niue ICT and Unutoa from Samoa ICT.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just wanted to congratulate you both for your presentation for this afternoon, and also with the other two that didn't present, but they presented yesterday with the Maua app and also the Maikano. It's very interesting to see that some of the countries in the Pacific developing, and also that we're trying, what's a way that you guys can share to other Pacific islands that are not tech savvy as Niue is, so a bit behind. But I guess that we see that your guys' apps are really developed as we can see, but I wish you all the best with your applications, and thank you very much. Tulu.
I will be very quick, but
some suggestions from the ICT perspective to increase your sales. It's important to have features to be used by the people with special needs. That way, those are the people that, would like to buy from you, but they can't because of that reason. I would also like to see more local content because you're selling local products. And it's always important to have a QR code on your brochure so that it's easy to access the online information on your business. Some of us, especially us Pacific people, are very impatient. They just want to get into it. So it's important to have that. And because we're talking innovative here, maybe you'd like to see introduction of blockchain into your purchasing feature of your app and your website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll give probably 1 or 2 minutes if there is none would like to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just not a question, but a concern from Fiji in terms of we have tried our best to make investments as well as entrepreneurs to flourish. So it's a concern from Fiji in terms of the fact that probably we'll have an offline discussion with you, the reasons moving away from Fiji and investing in Australia. Then to having those kind of entrepreneurial links in Fiji, we believe that it could be lessons learned for us. And I think this kind of platforms also gives us a leverage where as a small island nations, we continue to attract investors and we get kind of a concern when we hear these kind of stories. So definitely, as you said, it's difficult to do business in Fiji. So probably I would love to have an offline discussion. I got people from finance and economy with me, and definitely will report back to Investment Fiji and seeing how best we can assist you. But again, point taken, and thank you for bringing up in this platform, and definitely we'll try to see how best your case could be seen and we could learn from it. Thank you.
Hello. If I may just respond to that quickly, I think COVID-19 was a really big challenge for us. So pre-COVID, we had our online website. We were able to ship orders directly internationally. Obviously, everybody's aware what happened to tourism and things like that. At this stage, we can't afford to have 2 manufacturing plants. But if we can focus on the one that has the most commercial viability and opens up the most supply chains for product diversification, then we'll start with that. And then hopefully, in the long run, we are actually able to set up manufacturing facilities in each of the Pacific Island countries that we source from.
And I think that is the reason a lot of times we bring in ministers or people who make decisions. So in the Fijian system, the political system, we do provide advice to the ministers, and definitely these are kind of things that we take back home. And that's, again, why these kind of forums are very important for us to come and engage and see how best we could leverage from other ministers as well as countries in the region. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Let's thank the presenters and our panelists. Thank you. I now invite the presentation by the Food Sustainability Group. We have coconut flour by Tewa Webwe Youth Club and Fui Maono Sarona, who's going to do the Samoa Women's Association. Please take the floor.
Nabeni Maori in greetings to you all. My name is Suvina Bero and I represent the Webebe Youth Club from Kiribati with our current venture, coconut flour. Our aim is to address the issue of rising unemployment rate by targeting young people to be a part of something that contributes to local communities and to the country as a whole. We do this by engaging youth in the sustainable production of healthier and more accessible food to local households, which in turn contributes to food security. Where I come from, the rates of unemployment are quite high. Youth unemployment rate stands at 22.5%, and half of the young women and men in the entire Kiribati population are not in employment, education, or any form of training. These young people only have food security mainly because their parents can still provide for them. So where exactly are we going to make this impact through the production of coconut flour? Just to give you a visual of how this would work, this model simply means that our supplier is not a single large-scale producer, but instead we purchase inputs from several smallholder farmers. As you can see, these young people can connect us to several coconut farmers in their areas or on the different islands. These greatly help in the difficulties in scaling up. As our suppliers, these farmers have the opportunity to make more income. This also encourages young people to become entrepreneur farmers themselves. And at the very end of the structure, you can see that this is where we come in, and our role is to centralize food processing. So where exactly are we with this venture? The Wababa Youth was founded in 2018 as a family youth group. Now we have engaged more young people from outside the family, and for financial support, we used to do fundraising activities, but just this year we've decided to do something different, and we decided to go into food processing, specifically making flour from coconuts. Right now we're trying different processes with different equipment to determine which will be easier for local communities to follow and what is the cheapest way for them to make their own. So I'm gonna answer this question on why did we pick coconut flour as the solution? Because it is easy to grow and coconuts are abundant and available in Kiribati. And if you want to work with disengaged youth, we would want to do something that they already have knowledge of so we can improve and build on it. Coconut flour is currently valued at $4.66 per kg. And this is going to get much more returns than the $1 we get from the single kilogram of copra. This solution is simply increasing the profitability of the #1 crop in the country through product diversification. So this is a great opportunity for farmers and young people as well to work together and improve the livelihoods of the population and strengthen our economy. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, Sahalo Falava. I'm Fuimaono Sarana Bonifacio, President for the Samoa Women Association of Growers, which is commonly known as SWAG. It is an NGO that promotes women in agriculture to adopt natural farming practices, small business development, and a community of support and knowledge sharing. For SWAG to be sustainable, we must adopt a social enterprise business model to strengthen and expand the work we do and encourage women of Samoa to grow. Samoa imports 90% of chemical fertilizers from overseas. They are expensive, have a large carbon footprint, and bring non-biodegradable plastics into our country, creating waste and a dependency on overseas products. In 2020, fertilizer consumption for Samoa was 2.5 kg per hectare, which is much lower than the global average of 146.4 kg per hectare. Our agriculture sector suffers in quality and diversity because we cannot afford expensive imported fertilizers. Now, imagine if we had a locally sourced fertilizer or organic fertilizer that provided income for our communities, helped our farmers, and celebrated our natural heritage. We do have an answer, limu, or seaweed. The use of seaweed fertilizer can increase the resistance of plants to extreme temperatures and strong winds. The mineral, micronutrients, vitamin, and fatty acid content of this fertilizer is greater when compared to artificial fertilizers. It also has a larger percentage of organic matter. Because of these characteristics, seaweed biofertilizers promote plant and agricultural growth while maintaining or improving soil quality. Growing awareness of the hazards of synthetically produced agrochemicals is anticipated to have an influence on the market for seaweed fertilizers as organic fertilizers gain in importance. The rapid increase in health and environmental concerns associated with the demand for organic food are expected to act as a key determinant favoring the growth of seaweed biofertilizers market over a 10-year period from 2022 to 2032. A local ingredient easily found in Samoa is seaweed. Seaweed is used mainly as a source of food throughout the Pacific Island countries and is traditionally harvested by women. The Samoan edible seaweeds, commonly known as limu fuafua and limu a'au. Limu or seaweeds are rich in minerals, have a range of nutritional benefits, and can be domesticated through aquaculture practices. This provides a promising opportunity to restore traditional uses and provide culturally appropriate farming practices to facilitate sourcing of seaweed for organic fertilizer production. This also provides an opportunity to manage the variation in wild harvest supply due to climate change and extreme weather. With the seaweed funding we provided for us, we will be able to do testing of 3 different types of locally sourced seaweed, create prototypes of fertilizer that can be tested for mineral and nutrient contents, as well as piloted by identified growers. And we can work with communities to create a sustainable and safe way to harvest wild limu while designing pilot seaweed farms. We want to become a social enterprise that focuses on making locally sourced organic fertilizers, herbicides, and pesticides. We will work with women growers, farmers, and communities to harvest seaweed to produce natural fertilizer and planting medium. We will empower women through small business ventures and micro-franchise village-based initiatives. We will create a safer, healthier, and more self-reliant Samoa to give to the next generation. Whaftai.
Thank you, Convener. I'm very mindful of the time, so I'll be very quick. Firstly, let me congratulate the two and also the Fiji for presenting yesterday with the Kana app. Let me re-emphasize, and I think you have explicitly expressed this very clearly, that food, sustainability of food through the innovation is, day-to-day is very critical, especially for us, SIDS countries, as we are very vulnerable to cyclones, volcanoes, and outbreak diseases such as COVID-19. I wish to also acknowledge the Ministry of Health of Fiji for the Kana app. I think this is a very useful app, and also the project of flour, the importance of collaborations with our local associations such as the Samoa Women Association Growers, the Mele Malau, for taking the lead in this development. I think these are the few of the organizations that started off last year during the first SIDS meeting in 2021. And with this, I want to register one of those interests with the Kana app. And I wish to also convey to the Ministry of Health of Fiji that we can start work with this with the assistance from EVO, so that we can collaboratively introduce this to other Pacific countries. But for now, I think we are very interested with this, and we could take this as our first, one of the take-home message from this very important convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Just to add on to what my colleague from Vanuatu had said, for the record, just a few things why Tonga wanted this MyKana app. Firstly, it's fairly easy to understand. It provides very clear directions on risks of food intake, how to make the right choices, easy for the consumer. Secondly, this has been tested, robustly tested by University of South Pacific. And for us in Tonga, it's very clearly linked to our NCD strategy to prevent and control NCD. The strategy to health promotion strategy to prevent and control NCD, particularly the need to have strong multi-sector partnership is what we are doing here at this meeting, and also to empower people to make the right choices by providing them with the right knowledge. Regarding the other two presentations, the coconut flour is, to me, from the health sector, I agree with the presenter. It clearly provides another level of food security, particularly for our islands, who are one of the most vulnerable islands group in the world to natural disasters. So I'm sure we will never run out of coconuts. So this is a very good initiative for us to use. And for the Samoa Women's Association, of course, from the health perspective, you want to reduce the use of fertilizer. We don't want to see nitrates in the water supply. And of course, organic insecticide and herbicides, which is great. But I think the best thing that I can see from your group is your ability to create an organization that has all the hallmarks of sustainability in terms of involving customers, consumers, your groups, and of course, I'm sure you're also involved in advocacy with government for support, political support. So I think that's a well-rounded group from the Samoa Women's Association of Growers. That's all I have to say, Honorable Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to say something? Let's have the Minister Samoa.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to all the presenters for your well-explained project and things. But, Mr. Chairman, I still have something in my mind coming very itchy all the time when we discuss this. As we can see, the trend and where the Pacific is moving to, if you consider Samoa, we have just had our first women Prime Minister. And all our CEOs here are all ladies. And the presenter today for our farmers are all ladies, which means the ladies are taking over most of the things. I wouldn't have doubt about that, but I consider the UN representative Ramona, if there's other way to promote men as well, so that we can have a capacity in the next forum to promote us. I'm a bit scared, Chairman, that we might lost out of taking over. No, not taking over. Be part of the discussions. But for me, there's a huge change in our Samoan strategy now. When women get involved, it gets everything complete in every way. But we don't want us to lose out. It's same to our political arena. We have these 10%, we just want to sort it out. But it's just a thought. I give it to you, Mr. Chairman. Please look at us men. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is noted. I'd like to thank the presenters and the panelists. Thank you. May I now invite Kevin De La Cruz to summarize the feedback. Thank you.
Honorable ministers for
providing your feedback on our agri-food innovators. So we appreciate all the insights that you've shared that will greatly help them, especially in the future of the agri-food industry in the Pacific Islands. So let us go straight to the next agenda. So let me now call on the Sub-Regional Food and Nutrition Officer, Joseph Niema, to introduce, of course, our ADG.
So first of all, thank you, Honorable Minister. I think now you can take your seat to feel comfortable. Thank you very much, sir. All right. So the last item on the agenda is the award of certificates to the participants. So on behalf of our SRC, who has gone to a meeting, I will introduce our ADG to come to the table, and then he will be giving out the certificates to our innovators. ADG, you have your seat here.
Okay, so let me now call on all our innovators. Okay, so let me start with My Kana app. My Kana app on stage, okay. So this specific certificate is actually the seed funding that will greatly help our innovators to strengthen their impact. Yeah. So in behalf of Pandemic, we thank you for this opportunity. Okay, so may we ask you to stand, okay, for the later group picture. Okay, then we now call on the MAWA app. The MAWA app on stage, okay. Okay, we call on next Coco Nagti Farms. And then Jedom, Organic Foods. Okay, and then Vanilla on stage. Okay. And we call on the Samoa Women's Association of Growers. Thank you very much for sharing your story. Okay. Let's go now to Rock Island Coffee. And then we call Herbs Farm. And then Loving Islands. And then Cyberfood. And then, of course, Taufu Farms. You too, you can join. All right, and last but not the least, coconut flour. So again, thank you very much again for the opportunity for us to be given this platform, and I hope that we start the collaborating and learning from each other as we bring the Pacific Island to more success and more impact. So there, let's have a group photo. Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you to Pandemic for organizing this very important accelerator camp. We are 1 hour behind time for our supper, but the good thing is that we will be entertained with several cultural dances. So please relax, and after this, we will have our supper, dinner, and we will be well entertained. I wouldn't want to delay it because we have some colleagues who are in Seoul, South Korea, that are waiting to join us. So we are going to, the current section now is a case study of South-South and triangular cooperation, collaboration. It's an FAO capacity building development program for civil servants in Pacific SIDS. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this segment of the forum, which is an excellent example of South-South cooperation. Before we start today's section on sharing a case study related to this particular modality that supports development, I would like to share a short video clip to show you the overview of the FAO capacity development programs for Pacific SIDS. Our technicians kindly play the video.
Honorable delegates, distinguished presenters, dear participants, greetings from FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea. I'm very honored to introduce a short video which shows an overview of the capacity development program organized by my office in close collaboration with FAO Sub-Regional Office for the Pacific Islands and Kwangwon National University of ROK, aiming at supporting Pacific SIDS transformation to more sustainable agri-food systems based on ROK's extensive experience and state-of-the-art technologies. Potato is staple food and a very promising crop in SIDS, while ROK has rich experience to share. So potato is singled out to demonstrate pioneer examples and technical guidance to maximize impact of the capacity development program. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to thank all partners for supporting the program. My office looks forward to partnering and cooperating with more stakeholders for transforming to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems to achieve 4 betters and 20 SDGs. Please watch the video.
To effectively learn new knowledge and skills on potatoes, e-learning courses, as well as the face-to-face training program, were designed to cover 4 main areas of the agricultural value chain, including production, post-harvest management, marketing, and processing. A total of 26 government officials from 11 Pacific SIDS countries joined the e-learning courses in May. Along with the course, trainees also participated in a Q&A session to get tailored answers and feedback on country-specific issues from experts from the Republic of Korea. Also, the lectures are uploaded to SIDS Solutions platform to benefit even more countries. Among 26 trainees of the e-learning program, 7 trainees who showed outstanding performance were invited to the face-to-face training program held in the Republic of Korea in October to learn about how the theories and knowledge that the trainees learned from the e-learning courses are applied on the ground. During the face-to-face program, the trainees visited the Highland Agriculture Research Institute of Rural Development Administration in Pyeongchang to understand the process of pest management and control strategy for potatoes. Next, to experience the state-of-the-art technology to transform to more sustainable agri-food systems, the trainees visited a smart farm demonstration showroom operated by Enthing. Also, they interacted with FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea and discussed how sharing ROK's experience and advanced technologies can benefit their countries and how cooperation could be enhanced. to learn about the post-harvest management and method. Trainees visited potato post-harvest facility in Gangneung. At the facility, the trainees were able to learn technologies and skills for reducing food loss along the process and exchange the ideas with relevant experts. Trainees also visited National Agricultural Cooperative Federation to get insights of the price determination and marketing channels. Lastly, to understand the process of quality evaluation and optimization, trainees visited Agricultural, Research and Extension Services. With this, a short but effective training programs have been successfully completed, and the trainees are now back in their countries, trying to apply the knowledge and skills that they learned to make real changes on the ground. This was only the start of the journey to the way for transformation to more efficient, inclusive, resilient and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, the for betters, leaving no one behind.
Thank you very much. I could feel the excitement of the trainees, even from the video. And I think the video really set the scene for this particular partnership. Now, I would like to present or share with you some congratulatory messages that we have received from the Republic of Korea to commemorate this partnership. The first message will come from Mr. In-Yeon Lee, Chairman of the Republic of Korea Parliamentary League on Children, Population, and Environment. And this will be followed by Dr. Hyun-Yeon Kim, President of Kawon National University of Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, I give them the floor.
친애하는 피암 나오미 메타파 사모아 국무총리님, 그리고 UN 식량 농업기구 사무차장님, 그리고 2022년 군소 도서국 솔루션 포럼 참석자 여러분, 반갑습니다. 대한민국 국회의원, 한국 아동 인구 환경의원연맹 회장 이인영입니다. 먼저 2022년 군소 도서국 솔루션 포럼 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 전 세계가 기후위기, 국가 간 분쟁으로 인해 식량 위기를 겪고 있는 상황에서 그 피해가 더 클 수밖에 없는 군소 도서국들의 지도자들이 함께 모여서 문제 해결을 위한 자리를 마련했다고 하니 그 노력에 경의를 표합니다. 기후와 식량 안보 해결을 위해 기술, 정보, 그리고 각자의 경험 공유가 매우 중요한 때인 만큼 이번에 포럼 개최는 매우 의미 있다고 생각합니다. 그 일환으로 UN 식량 농업기구와 우리나라 강원대학이 군소 도서국 공무원들을 한국으로 초청해 관련 기술과 경험을 공유했다고 하니 더욱 기쁘게 생각합니다. 대한민국은 한국의 발전 경험을 공유하고 지속 가능한 농식품으로의 전환에 대한 그 노력을 국제사회와 연대해서 함께 협력해 나갈 것입니다. 그리고 더 포용적이며 그 누구도 소외될 수 없다는 가치 실현을 위해 지원과 연대를 아끼지 않을 것입니다. 아무쪼록 근본 포럼을 통해 많은 결실을 맺기를 희망합니다. 감사합니다.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Hyun-Yeon Kim, the president of Gangwon National University. I wish to sincerely congratulate Gangwon National University and the UN FAO for hosting the International Forum on Sustainable Development Pacific's SIDS. I would also like to express my deep gratitude to all the participants and experts of each session who took part in forming today's forum, which is being held online and offline. Today, the global community is faced with unprecedented crisis of climate change, food security, and the ongoing global pandemic of COVID-19. Today's forum was prepared to introduce FAO programs for Pacific's SIDS and discuss the current state of ODA in Korea in order to strive for global prosperity. I hope that today's forum will serve as a platform in sharing the efforts of the international community, the Korean government, and Gangwon National University to achieve UN SDGs and provoke a new global developed cooperation system. Gangwon National University will spare no effort to continue the dialogue that we started today so that together we may develop a new solution towards realizing sustainable development. I would sincerely like to thank you everyone who gave up their valuable time to participate in the forum. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your encouraging words. I now invite an intervention from Mr. Sang-Hoon Kim, Deputy Director General of Asian and Pacific Affairs, Bureau of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for his congratulatory remarks. Due to an urgent issue issued, he asked your kind understanding on sending us a pre-recorded video clip for his remarks. Please play the video from the Deputy Director General, Mr. Sang-Hoon Kim.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my appreciation to the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and the government of Samoa for co-hosting the 2022 Pacific SIDS Solution Forum. We would like to thank the FAO for establishing the SIDS Solution Platform, and especially value the FAO cooperation with the Republic of Korea to organize the online-offline capacity development program for the Pacific Sea. This program contributed to vitalizing the cooperation between the ROK and the Pacific Island countries. I would like to appreciate the effort of everyone involved in the program. Ladies and gentlemen, in the post-COVID-19 era, sustainable economic growth in harmony with environment and health emerged as a major topic in international arena. In this regard, the capacity development program between the ROK and the Pacific is very meaningful, as we can share our knowledge, technology, and experience for the region's sustainable development and enhance resilience. Korea is continuously committed to strengthening partnership with the Pacific Island countries in various fields, such as climate and environment, marine and fisheries, and trade and tourism. The Korean government actively participates in the Pacific Island Forum as a dialogue partner. Since the establishment of the ROK-PIF Cooperation Fund in 2008, we have carried out various corporate projects that effectively accommodate the demand of the Pacific Island countries. The Korean government is also working to expand high-level exchange with the Pacific Island countries. We held the ROK Pacific Island Minister meeting last October for the first time in the 5 years, further strengthening the cooperation mechanism with the Pacific Island countries. Moreover, the Korean government has decided to become a member of partners in the Blue Pacific, demonstrating its commitment to playing an even fuller role in the concerted effort with the Pacific Island countries. Next year, we are planning to host the first ever ROK Pacific Island Summit meeting. We hope the summit become a historic milestone that propels us forward in our cooperation. I'd like to ask all of you for special attention and support for the first ROK Pacific Island Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, the Korean government will continue to expand its contribution to the region's sustainable development to realize a resilient Pacific region of peace, harmony, security, social inclusion, and prosperity under the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Through the exemplary case of the cooperative program, I look forward to the ROK Pacific Island countries partnership deepening in a wide range of areas. To this end, I hope that all of you here today will share your valuable experience and constructive opinions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDJ Kim, for your kind words. We look forward to more support from the Republic of Korea to the Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, during our partnership with Korea, I learned one thing. I am an African man, and I'm living here in the Pacific. In Africa, when we say the meeting is 3 o'clock, sometimes we arrive at 5 o'clock. In the Pacific, it's a bit better. When we say the meeting is 4 o'clock, we can arrive 4:30. But I tell you, with the Korean people, I learned from this partnership, we organized several meetings. The Koreans can count 2 seconds late, but they will say, I'm very sorry for being late. I'm making this point because I'm going to talk about a gentleman. His name is Dr. Jae-Young Lee, Assistant Professor, Kangwon National University. We organized several meetings with this gentleman for this program. And because of the time difference, always we were late, but sometimes he had to postpone his class time. I have to tell you this morning, the whole of this morning he was online, but because we are late, he called me, he said, Joseph, I cannot postpone my class today, so I will record my message. So unfortunately, he's not here, but he has recorded his message. Ladies and gentlemen, without this gentleman, this program will not be what it is today. Now let's play this video.
Hello, dear distinguished guests and participants. My name is Jae-Young Lee. I'm an assistant professor at Kangwon National University. It is my pleasure to introduce overview of our program. And then title of our program is Organizing Capacity Development Program on Agriculture Value Chain for SIDS. First, let me explain the course objective and goals. The objective of this program is to enhance the access of the small-scale producer of seeds to economic, market, information, education, and technology based on our experience and know-how. We also try to provide the technical support on developing an effective agriculture value chain for the major crop based on our experience and system to build the capacity of seeds for the sustainable agriculture value system. For this program, we have three main outputs. The first one is to organize the e-learning type training program for SIDS, and we also organize the face-to-face capacity building program in Korea. And final output is to organize the workshop to share the experience and get feedback, and that is actually today. The final goal of our program is to share the expertise and experience in the area of agriculture value chain. By doing that, we try to help develop the capacity of seeds for the sustainable agriculture food system. For our project, first program is e-learning type program. And this program, we mainly cover the 4 parts of the agriculture value chain. And this course is start from the April 27, and it actually end by May 24th. We mainly cover the 4 parts of the agriculture value chain. For the production, we have uploaded a 7 recorded video, and it's this production part, we mainly talk about the pest management strategy, monitoring method, and invasive pest management strategy. For the post-harvest, we have uploaded a 6 record video, and we mainly talk about the post-harvest management and technology. For the third part, the processing, we have uploaded a 6 record video, and mainly we talk about quality of food and how we evaluate the quality of food. For the last part, for the marketing, we have uploaded a 6 record video, and we mainly talk about the food marketing channel and food price discovery and forecasting. For this e-learning course, the 26 participants from the 11 countries in Asia and the Pacific region participated in this e-learning course. So the participants actually register in our university system, and they can watch their lecture material and lecture video whenever they want. And right now, our lecture video is available on the FAO website, and you can access our lecture video through this website. This is an example of our university website system. So interaction with the participant is very important for the e-learning course. So our university system have a live chat system. So participants, if they have a question about our lecture, they can directly give us a question, and each faculty member respond to their question. Of course, we also received many emails from the participant about the lecture, and we directly respond to their question. At the end of the e-learning course, we conduct the satisfaction survey from the participant, and we mainly calculate the curriculum satisfaction, and we also check whether they're gonna share their knowledge and whether they're gonna apply their knowledge to the workplace. And we also check whether they're gonna recommend our program, and also whether they're going to participate in the future capacity building program, and whether they need a capacity building program in the future. As you can see from the result, generally the satisfaction of the program is relatively high, particularly the knowledge sharing and work application have a higher score. Curriculum satisfaction is relatively low, but because of their participants actually prefer the face-to-face lecture instead of the e-learning course. So based on this result, for the future capacity building program, we could develop the kind of face-to-face program instead of the e-learning course. And also we found that participants agreed to recommend and participate in the new capacity development program in the future. This is a thank you note from the participant. You can see them. And for the second program, program, to maximize our kind of effectiveness of our program, we also organized a face-to-face learning program. So in this second program, the 7 participants from the 7 countries in Pacific SIDS will participate in the second program. And these 7 participants were recommended by the lecturer as an active participant in the first program. Of course, other participants from the other country are willing to participate, but because of the logistics reason, they couldn't participate in. For the second program, we also cover the 4 main parts of the agriculture value chain. But given the importance of the agriculture technology, given the climate change, we also include the agriculture technology in the second program. This second program starts from the October 24th and it ends by October 28th. For the second program, the participants visit Korea, and we actually visit each site of the agriculture value chain in Korea. This is a picture from the production site. And also this is a picture from the agriculture technology. Probably you have seen this picture from the video already. And this is a picture from the post-harvest site. And this is a picture from the distribution. And this is a picture from the research and processing. So at the end of the second program, the face-to-face program, we also conduct the satisfaction from the participant. As you can see, the satisfaction of the program is very high, and especially the knowledge sharing, curriculum satisfaction, and work application have a higher score. Especially participants very strongly agree to recommend and participate in the new capacity development program. They also strongly agree that SIDS need a capacity development program in the future. So I'm sure that they learn many things from this empirical face-to-face program in Korea. So let me conclude our program, and also I have some recommendation for the future program. So as you can see, the capacity development program on agriculture value chain for seeds were very successful in providing the participant with an in-depth knowledge about the sustainable agriculture value chain development. Especially the program recipients' satisfaction was very high, and they are willing to share the knowledge and willing to participate in another capacity development program in the future. I have a few recommendations for the future program. The first one is we better facilitate the face-to-face training with more interactive discussion in the future capacity development program instead of the e-learning course. And I also suggest to include more part of the agriculture value chain. The first one is international trade. I heard from the participants from their SIDS that their SIDS actually rely on the processed food from the other country, which means that it could be the opportunity for them since they can export their raw material to those countries. So exporting the agriculture product could be one of the ways to add a value on their agriculture product. And another part is soil science. So soil degradation is one of the main reasons for lower productivity. So from the soil science part, we could improve the soil quality, which is highly connected with the higher productivity. And last one is agricultural technology. This is the most important things to increase the agricultural productivity given the climate change. So I suggest that these three parts in the next capacity building program. And this is the end of my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if it is okay for you, I would like you to give one more round of applause to this gentleman. Now we have a better understanding of the program, for which some of our colleagues here spent sleepless nights online, but also some of them, they had to fly from the Pacific to Korea. I think you saw the pictures when they arrived at the airport in Korea. Now, I would like to invite the trainees of the program to get their reflections. I will begin with Mr. Shailendra Rendy, Senior Research Officer from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fiji, who is connecting online with us. Mr. Reddy, if you are online, our technicians, please give him the floor.
Famous writer said, excuse me. A famous writer said, and I want to quote, "It is not possible for a bird to fly with only one wing. Similarly, there is no chance for sustainability of the resources we have unless we all work together towards it." Your Excellencies, Ministers, senior government officials, FOA representatives, development partners, and Kangwang National University representatives, guests present in Samoa and also joining virtually. A big bulabinaka to you all from Fiji. First of all, I would like to thank FAO and Samoa for hosting this forum. Also, would like to take this opportunity to thank Government of Fiji through Permanent Secretary of Agriculture for nominating me for this training, and FAO Korea for funding, and Kangwang University, especially Professor Lee and the team, for hosting this very important training for SIDS in Korea. Before beginning my actual presentation, I would like to congratulate our brothers to Samoa for a great performance in the Rugby League World Cup. You have made us all really proud. Thanks for this, and also creating a history in the Rugby League. This shows that what we can achieve when we work together. Wait, please. Today, I'm honored to be selected by FAO Korea and Kangwon University to present some of the lessons learned from the training. To begin with is maximize the opportunities. I'd like to request all countries, when you are given the opportunity for training, please take good advantage of it. It does not come easily, it comes with a cost. And use of technology. This was, even though in the middle of the COVID-19, KNU tried their level best to train the participants virtually so that we are not left behind. Later, we were invited to face-to-face training. Instead, the lessons learned is capacity building. While addressing the training, participants, Mr. Shang Yao Tang from FAO Korea stressed that we, the small island countries, are equally important players in maintaining sustainability and food security as the developed countries. And I strongly believe capacity building is the way to go. Training was well designed to suit the needs of the SIDS. For Fiji's case, training was well designed to suit what our ministry is trying to achieve. We have already started some of the work in that regards, thanks to the leadership of our Prime Minister and Minister for Agriculture and the foresight of our Permanent Secretary for guiding us. Field trips was organized so that we understand the concept more clearly. All the objectives of the training were achieved. And field trips give us really good picture of what we have learned in the theory. Moving on to the next slide. And frequent and focused training and research. There's a need for more frequent and specific-based training for SIDS to be par with other developed countries. We need to do focused research and development to address the effects of climate change on our food system. Example, container farming, which we have visited company NT, and cultivating potato through hydroponics. Also, duration of training and fellowship. If duration of training can be extended, or possibility of attachment fellowship, so that participants can get well versed with the technologies and have hands-on experience on it. For small nations like Pacific countries, we have to see how best we can learn and adopt these technologies. Developed countries have high-tech technologies which may not suit for our countries, but we should try and get concept and start from small. In order for sustainable agri-food systems and stakeholders need to work together from farmers to consumers. All stakeholders need to be aware of their importance in the value chain production. One of the success of Korean, I think, value chain product is cooperative. This is one of the success of Korea in terms of agricultural produce chain. Production is built around the cooperatives. Even though there is a smallholder farms, they are really successful. Even cooperatives have started exporting produce to other countries. Some of the field trips we have visited, I think it's already been highlighted. Highland Agriculture Research Institute, where mostly potato breeding and seed production of potatoes are done, together with soil conservation and conservation management. We also visited Enting, where smart agriculture container farming is. The concept is taking farm to the market. We have learned. And also we visited potato seed company. They are registered potato seed producers in Korea, and they also develop new potato varieties. Distribution center. This is this cooperative. It's a cooperative center. I think it's largest in the Asia, where it also exports produce to other countries. And we also visited the agriculture research and extension services. These are some of the pictorials. I think highlight for the Korea was the nice dishes we experienced in Korea. Thanks for the staff of the KNU and the FAO for this. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to end my presentation with a quote which ties up with the theme, working together to leave no one behind. A dream you dream alone is only a dream, but a dream you dream together is reality. Thank you, and have a Merry Christmas and a blessed New Year.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all sounding virtual because most of the people that we are talking to are talking to us online. But I'm quite sure P.S. Vanesh, I think you know the gentleman who was online. He's one of your staff. So I'm glad that at least we are talking to people that we've seen from this room. But we will go even more away from this virtual life. Actually, in this room, we have people who benefited from this training. And I'm quite sure the Honorable Minister Lauli knows some of them. So without taking a lot of time, I will invite Ms. Ramona Stephanie O'Connor Solifua, Assistant Chief Executive Officer, Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, who participated in this training. You have the floor, Madam.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today I present on behalf of 3 of us, staff members from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries who attended this valuable training, to tell you the takeaway points that, from this training. There were 3 of us that were selected, 2 from the Crops Division and myself from the Agriculture Sector Coordination Division. My colleague Yoelu was the most active out of all of us, and he was invited to attend the face-to-face training. Unfortunately, due to other competing priorities, he could not attend. On a personal note, the reason why I attended this training was to build my capacity and to grow in this particular area, to learn from the experts in value chain analysis, because there are limited people in the Pacific and specifically in Samoa who have this expertise. From this training, we took away 2 main points. The first point is that value chain allows us to see the big picture. It allows us to identify and look at how all the actors link up in the production, post-harvest, processing of a product to provide this product to meet consumer demand. Understanding the whole picture allows us to identify actions that need to be taken to support the players, improve efficiency in production, and achieve fair price. The second takeaway point from this training that we took is that it's all about linking it back to the farmers and fishers. Lessons learned and support should be linked back to farmers and fishers because they are the foundation and the starting point for any value chain. Building this foundation supports our communities because if you build the farmers and the fishers, you build your economy, you build opportunities for youth, opportunities for employment, opportunities for export, and most importantly, opportunities for new products for our consumers. The Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries is currently implementing, aside from several projects, one of the projects that we are implementing, which is co-funded by the World Bank and IFAD, looks at providing support along this value chain through the provision of tools and through equipment, technology that has been developed, such
such as the AgriTouch app to help farmers improve record keeping, as well as training, so that we can better provide that support for more efficient production. This support is provided to farmers to increase production, productivity, and market access. I will not talk more because it is important that the perspective of the farmers is provided, because at the end of the day, it's all about them. What you will see next is a short video which presents value chain from the perspective of one of our farmers, a cattle farmer on the big island of Savaii. I thank you very much for your attention. And as we say, it is all for our farmers and fishers. Can we play our video, please? Thank you.
My name is Rita Ray Aiken. My husband and I run a cattle farm here in Ba'ala Savaii, and we also have Florence's Place accommodation. My father passed away, but before that I promised him that I would come back and work the family lands. We had to start from scratch. It was bush, so we cleared that. Over the 2-year period, we did all the fencing on 160 acres of it, and slowly introduced the cattle. Infrastructure really is the biggest challenges of farming in Savaii.
We didn't have electricity at the farm and can't supply water, so we had to improvise, and that's where Saffron was really great. They came along and they offered us water tanks. What we needed was more roof space to catch more water. They gave us timber, iron and all the building materials. We also applied for a larger water tank. As the herd grew, and we got all that through Saffron, we installed it all, and it worked perfectly. We have a gravity-fed system, and it makes the farm flow a lot smoother.
Luckily, Calvin was brought up on a farm in New Zealand. A lot of the trades, the skills that Calvin has brought with him has helped quite a few local boys.
I'm a butcher by trade, so we slaughter our own beef, and we try to look after that quality control. I've taught them how to slaughter correctly, and animal welfare as well. The young guys are working really well, they love it. They're being educated, and hopefully in a few years' time I can step back and they can do the job for me. And it's all about building the network behind us so we can, so it makes it sustainable for the next generation. With the cattle, I could see they were sort of lacking something in their food. And being in the tropics, there's not a lot of protein in the grass here. So I was looking for a substitute food, and then happened to be talking to a gentleman who exports the frozen east, and he has a lot of byproduct. So I said, well, can I come and collect that and feed it to my cows and see if they eat it? So we did that. As they got used to it, they love it. It's part of our farming process now. I've given us a lot of quality because it's got all the nutritional needs, it's got all the right bacteria cows need. We've got a couple of ladies that work for us. Moi's her name. She does all our cooking. She helps me with all the processing. She does all the mincing for us. Without Moi, I couldn't do it. Once again, it's another skill that we've passed on. We sort of built a bit of a relationship with the local MAP. If they want to upskill their young trainees, they can bring their trainees out to the farm, and we can do a day of trimming cows' feet, ear tagging, and we're working with them, they're working with us, and together we can make it grow. For us to succeed, we need them, and for them to succeed, they need us.
Very, very grateful to Saffron. We were able to acquire tin for the shed to keep our equipment dry, and that will last longer. And then we built a kitchen house for us to use firewood for our cooking for the market. Our main place place where we sell them is the Samoa market. We were looking at another form of sustainable income, and we felt that it's not often you find accommodation within the middle of the village. So in order for people to enjoy the village, Flores' place is the place because it's friendly and it's big and it's very relaxing. We also use our meat, beef, chicken and vegetables for our guests. The food is tasty and organic.
Thank you very much, Ramona. Excellent, excellent sharing. Our next trainee is Annalise Halafifi. Annalise, I know we had given you 5 questions, but we have run out of time. So I will ask you to only introduce yourself and answer just one question. What were the 3 takeaways from the program? This is the only question I want you to answer, please. And we have a very, very limited time. Annalise, please take the floor and answer just this question. Introduce yourself, and what were the 3 things you took away from the training?
Thank you very much. Without prolonging this, I will get right into it. Hello, everyone. Malolele, good evening from Tonga. My name is Annalise Halafihi. I'm a senior agricultural officer working in the food division under the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Forest. My background is in food science and technology, and I look after our food lab and food product development section. Part of the work I do in ensuring food safety in Tonga is in terms of food testing and analysis, and also help out in food inspection of food outlets in Tonga. I also work in developing food products using the local products we have in Tonga as well. So yes, I will get right onto the question mentioned by the moderator. What was my 3 takeaway from this program? To be honest, there was a lot of takeaways, but if I had to pick 3 that I was most interested in, it would be from Dr. Tilahun's post-harvest lecture on bioactive substances and perimeters related to quality and storability. This is an interesting point made because it can identify causes to post-harvest losses when dealing with exports. This is one of the challenges that farmers and growers in Tonga face when they export their produce to an overseas market. Though measures have already been made to identify and reduce such losses, there are still some nuisances that we cannot see with the naked eye. So with Dr. Tilahun's lecture, it points out possible methods we can develop to investigate and find the causes of these irritations, and at the same time provide answers for our farmers and growers. So this is an important aspect that I would like to also apply in my work plan here in Tonga. The second away would be the smart farming presented by Enthing Company, which is located in Seoul. This facility provides green vegetables grown indoors, which was already mentioned in Shailendra's lecture. It is grown indoors in a controlled environment and managed by an automated system for its growth. I understand that this would be years before Tonga can reach such advancement. However, I also see a potential initiative behind this, which is to attract youth back into farming. It also shows that with the increasing effect of climate change, we might encounter an environment where the outside conditions may not be favorable for farming. So why not try to solve potential problems of the future now and at the same time adapt by using what we have in our shores? If Korea have their technological advancement, what does us small island developing states have that we can also consider as smart farming? The third takeaway would be our trip to the distribution center of National Agricultural Cooperative Federation, NUMHIAP, which is located at Ansong. One of the main goals that enabled this cooperative was that they wanted to reduce the loss of farmers and growers due to the distribution. In other words, they reduced distribution costs and increased their income. It is a very thoughtful initiative for me, And at the same time, they are also able to monitor and make sure that leaving from their facility has already been inspected to be safe for consumption. This way, they are also able to apply organic label to vegetables and fruits delivered to schools. This way, they are also ensuring the natural development of children by providing fresh organic fruits and vegetables. Hence, it is a very thoughtful initiative for Tonga to apply and achieve for their educational institution. Not only that, I was also interested in the food products that they have processed and produced to market. It gave me some ideas and inspiration for the potential of local products in Tonga to be developed to make healthy and nutritious food products. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annalise. Now I will invite Jessica Kim, PRO Lee, Communications Division of a private sector company, Anything. We had to partner with different groups for this initiative. Jessica, I know we have given you 5 minutes, but I would appreciate if you can cut it down to 1.5 minutes, Jessica. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me for this SIDS Solutions Forum. And I appreciate the UNFAO office who invited us to join one of your soul visit programs. Thank you. I'm Jessica Kim, a peer lead at Anything, soul-based agri-tech startup. We do vertical farm and the farming solution basically. Last October, my team and I met you at our restaurant called the Shinmusang and supposed to do a mini session about the contemporary agriculture, more precisely Korean agri-tech and our market situations in general. So I presented one of our essential themes, how the software can feed the world, mainly dealing with the CEA for food security and building up a steady supply chain to feed the globe in this fluctuated era by dramatic climate changes, population decreases, or even breakdown of the farmers' incomes. Based on our main product, Cube, modular container vertical farm, and our service Cube OS is operating software, and impact on how this decentralized farming solution can shift the agriculture paradigm, etc. Sounds good, but it turns out to be great. Not because of us, but because of you, the most great participant. It was held in the very early morning, and then they must be there day one in Korea. And they even did a coach trip from Gangwon province, east part of Korea, and then trapped in the traffic jam. It is very usual in Gangnam Central, Seoul. They must be tired, but no one showed their tiredness. I saw their passion, I saw their willingness to see how agriculture can be progressed sustainably, both in business-wise and saving us resources, and produce enough food to feed their country. It was obvious how sincere they are. And they said it was a good time to learn and see how impressive Korean agri-tech has advanced. But it was on the other hand. I've learned from them was our future could be bright as long as there are so many wonderful people to support the environment and agriculture and ready to do what we can do no matter where we are and who we are. So with all of you, I surely believe how Asian agriculture can be changed if we keep going. Thank you again. And it was
trainings. So it's a reflection of their experiences. It's very brief. So Henry, can you play that short video? It's the last item on this agenda.
I'm Marisa Cook, Director of Agriculture from Nauru. I've witnessed and seen agriculture in the making and the new technology, innovation in the Republic of Korea, and it's incredible. Each Pacific SIDS is different in its stages of agriculture. Nauru is at the implementation, whereas others are more advanced. Please come and implement similar programs in the Pacific, leaving no one behind.
Hi, my name
I work with the National Department of Agriculture as the Regional Land Use Advisor for Peace Southern Region. This interactive training in the Republic of Korea, it enhanced my perspective and broadened my understanding about the agriculture value chain coordination, especially in the area of farm production, post-harvest handling, and marketing of the value-added product. The knowledge and the skills I attained from this training will be shared with the local specialists here in my country so that this information will be further disseminated down to our rural farmers. Once again, big thank you to FAO and co-host Kangwon National University for this great opportunity.
Salufalawa. My name is Yuel Yosef. I am currently working at the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries of Samoa. Korea taught me a lot using technologies, the way they extract pesticides and chemicals from the fruits to make sure that everything that we consume are healthy. We need to stand together and face these so many issues so we can have a sustainable agriculture. Thank you.
Thanks. Colleagues, I think you've heard this phrase, this is it. We are about to close. But one point that I wanted to say, you notice on the screen, there were some trainees who did not come from the Pacific countries here. They came from Timor-Leste, they came from Maldives, and some from PNG. I just wanted to let you know that our Assistant Director General, who is here, he covers Asia and the Pacific. And under the SIDS Solutions platform, he guided us to group the Pacific SIDS along with the SIDS that are in Asia as well. So for this reason, a lot of work that we do under this platform covers people in the Maldives and people in Timor-Leste and PNG. So that is why you saw that under this program, there were also people from Timor-Leste, Maldives, and PNG. They were supposed to attend this forum with you, but because of some logistical reasons, it was impossible for them to join you. But we are hoping that next time, when we have the opportunity, we will make sure to implement the wish of our Assistant Director General. So without delaying, I would like to invite our ADG, Mr. John James Kim, to kindly come and close the day. ADG, you have the floor.
I have no intention to prolong the meeting, so just a few words for for closing. First, thank you very much for your active participation. Also, for sharing your experiences, your reflections, your insights for SIDS Solution Forum. Most valuable inputs for us. So thank you very much for that. Also, I want to thank you for your patience for a long day. But I think it has been quite interesting for all of us because we have heard very important, substantive, informative discussions on the ongoing pandemic, the impact of 5F crisis, also food system transformation pathway, how different stakeholders work together to successfully implement these national pathways. Also, we heard very interesting stories, very, very interesting stories from young innovators, how they would like to accelerate their innovation and make success. But we also heard that from the research and analysis, some innovations may not exist in next year. This is what we learned. But anyway, very interesting, very enthusiastic, very promising stories. I do appreciate those stories from young innovators. Also, now we heard just one example of South-South and triangular cooperation. We have seen very interesting example yesterday, South-South cooperation between China and Samoa. Also, will bring more partners to work with SIDS, Pacific small island states to collaborate, to work together for more efficient, resilient, sustainable, inclusive agri-food system. So I hope it was a long day, but very worthwhile, very interesting, also useful for all of us. Now we really want to close the day. Tomorrow we'll have another interesting sessions. So I hope we have a very nice evening today. I understand that we'll have a dinner followed by this session. Then I hope we have a good rest. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, ADG. So ladies and gentlemen, I think the dinner is ready. We will have cultural performances. Make sure you pack your bags and put your computers in the room. Feel free to dance if you feel moved. And let's enjoy together. Thank you very much.